again. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. I see some bacon that may or may not be fried in the chat. How are we doing? You're in bed? Well, bed bacon is one kind of bacon. Behold! Gasp. I'm very well, Golden. Thank you. Let's jump right into it because it is 6 p.m. and I do not know if I can do 5 hours again. I can't do another 5 hours. So, the people that I want to get a hold of is, because they've gotten in touch with me, is Roland, the man himself, Osidia, who is currently on her way home from work, and Traffy got in touch with me as well. So if anyone's interested in that particular monk, then I'm going to see if we can get them on as well. Armory, Moore, and Ungold. I know the Indus is unavailable right now, but we will be doing this again next week. I think probably the same time that we started today, the first part of this. We're going to do it again next week. And I'm just going to keep doing it until people don't want to come on anymore. So, Roland, high-speed daddy, are you prepared? Sure. Hell yeah. Let's have a little chatter, shall we? Ring, 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 ring. Ring, ring. This is God.
Hello, hello.
Pick up the phone. Hello.
Yeah, quick, fast, and hurry. Do I sound all right?
Yeah, you sound good.
Whimsical.
Whimsical.
How's it going, man?
It's going pretty good. Gasp. Gasp, it's Roland.
Gasp. Behold.
Behold, it's Roland. How are you doing, my man?
Awesome. I am fantastic. I'm loving this, by the way. The questions, the interaction with like the people in the chat and all that stuff. It's fantastic. I did not anticipate it going the way it did. And not that I didn't have high expectations, but like it exceeded my expectations. So
good.
I had to get in on it. I was excited, and it's my first season, so I'm like really excited to just kind of talk about it. So
you are kind of my target audience for this. My target for this, because when I was a new player last season, but I have had over a decade of role-playing experience. I don't know what your experience is like.
My experience, like this is my first. I put more hours in Valheim through VRP than I have in the time I've had it installed.
Dang.
And my roleplay kind of all started with like D&D, basically D&D Pathfinder. And I had, believe it or not, I had a lot of characters because when I brought up the fact that this is my first time doing VRP, a lot of them were like, "You're kidding." I'm like, "No," they're just like, you just go with it. Like you just do it. And it's like,
you're raw dogging it.
Yeah, that's kind of the thing. You kind of have to.
Yeah, I know that Mora's experience this season has been first time a role player, first time a Valheim.
Oh, and talk about involvement.
Oh yeah.
Holy.
Oh yeah. How could you not be involved with Mora? She was kind of everywhere, whether she liked it or not.
Whether you knew it or not.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. There's always like, oh yeah, Mora told me this. Mora told you what? Who the hell is Mora?
Yeah. No, and I it was funny because a lot of times I'd bring up like something, I'd be like, "Oh, yeah, Roland has to tell you something." She'd be like, and then I'd go to say my spiel, and she'd be like, "Oh, I was there." I'm like, "Huh?" She'd be like, "There's a lot you don't know about me, brother."
Oh yeah.
It's like, oh Lord.
Oh, she was everywhere. She knew all sorts of stuff. We've got Silas funny. Sounding the trumpet in the chat.
Every time Roland walked into Rivengard, Silas would grant me with the loudest trumpet. And the whole town knew Roland was there.
I remember there was a time when Edric was still around, and Silas blew the trumpet, and I heard Edric say, "Dude, what if I told you about blasting that fucking trumpet in my ear?"
It was at one point where when Edric was still online, I'd be like, "Silas, give me a trumpet," and he'd be like, "I can't. Edric broke it."
Edric broke it.
And he was like, I was like, "Come on, give me a trumpet." He goes, "I can't, man. It's gone. it's gone. And he really stuck to it.
Oh, I respect it.
It was awesome. And then Edric left, and he was just like, Roland, guess what? And I'm like, what? And I just hear a and I'm like, yes, it's back.
I made a new one.
Yeah.
He took my trumpet smashed it on the ground. I didn't play it for like a month. Oh man.
Yep.
Oh, you
Oh,
poor
it was
soul.
horrible. It was so depressing because I'd walk into a town and I'd hear Roland. I'd be like, but the trumpet.
It's
man.
not the same.
No, never. Never was.
All right, so let's talk about Roland. Where did he come from? Where did he go? Where did he come from, Gildemir Joe?
Roland, a little backstory behind Roland. He was actually a child bought into nobility, but the nobility he was bought into was kind of like the bottom of the barrel. So I never, like when you'd hear people being like, F the nobles, this, that, and the other, Roland never really toted that title of nobility, and people didn't really know he was noble until I'd said something. You were nobility, like yeah.
Well, kind of.
Talking about it, yeah. He was born in the farming district, and later on you'll find out. But him and Mora were actually twins,
blood
siblings.
Twins. Yes, that bit I did find out from Mora because I think one day Mora was talking about, oh yeah, my brother, and Shorge was just like, which one are you talking about? Because there are like 50 different people that you call brother. And she was like, my actual brother. And I was like, what do you mean your actual brother? It's like, Roland. And I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, it's bacon in there. DNA test research was great.
That's
yeah, we did
right.
we did some DNA DNA RP.
That's
and it was funny. I think we were at Mora's farm, I want to say. And Maura and I had been kind of like going back and forth about this because how it started was everybody, Joe, Roland's notorious with gasp.
Yes.
And so I around Maura one time, I don't remember what we were doing. I don't remember what event it was, but Maura just took it and ran with it. And so like a lot of people were like, oh, you gasp just like Maura. I was like, listen, hold your tongue, watch your mouth, all right? Because that originated from me.
That's my RP.
Yeah. And then like I messaged Maura outside of VRP, and I was like, people running around thinking that you're the one who originated the gasp, and we can't have that. And then that's when we kind of developed into the brother sister thing, and then we met up in character, and I gasped and she gasped, and I was like, excuse me. And we kind of did that whole like squat down and do the circle and each other. And then I don't remember how it developed into us talking about being siblings, but Ali pulled us both into a group and was like, no, if this is a legit thing, you need to tell me now so we can RP this because this is great.
Hell yeah.
I was like, it's a thing. We're going with it.
Bacon facilitating RP as if we would expect anything less.
Really pushed it hard too. Yeah, and it was so funny because like in character, Ali was like, no, this can't be true, this can't be true, and it was fucking true as shit. And it came out in the paper and everybody knew. So like I'd walk into a town, they'd be like, yo, Roland, your brother and sister with more blah blah blah, and I was like, yeah, it's fucking great. She gasped just no, we see the gasp is not just a word, it's blood related.
It's a blood gasp.
Yes. But so Roland was found out Mora was farm district, which checks out. She was a farmer, and Roland was born into a poor family that couldn't pay their debts. So there was a family of nobles, bottom of the barrel, that couldn't have kids. So they were like, well, we will give you X amount of gold if you give us your son or whatever, if you give us a son, and so we can carry on like our family name kind of. So that's Roland Highthorn. And so that's how it happened. So Roland was born, or pretty much bought into, a bottom of the barrel noble family, and he carried on as a weaponsmith, so to say. But his story was, the story I'd had initially for Roland was because I started off in Mead Hall. And the way that the spear works in Mead Hall, it's very janky. It kind of sucks, and it's one of the worst weapons. And that being said, I went into VRP thinking that was how the spear worked. So my intention was to get into fights, lose and get beat up, but claim victory because I was the only one bleeding. And that's initially how it started. And then I got in my first fight, and I don't remember who I scuffled with, but I whooped the dog shit out of him. And I was like, I looked, and William, who is played by Pocket, he was my squire.
Yes.
And at the time, Roland was a knight. So William was my squire. And I looked at William and he goes, "My lord, you won." I was like, "I did." He goes, "No, you actually won."
Like, I'm as surprised as you are.
And it was like, everybody's like, "Wow, the spear's kind of low-key good." And I was, well, for anybody thinking of using the spear, which I heard people were trying to go mace next season, spear's only good for like the first 2 stages of progression. After that, it kind of gets redundant. But so it just, I completely wiped the whole, after I think mountains, plains, I think I wiped the whole thing of like, I'm losing, therefore I'm winning, because up until like mid mountains, plains is when I finally started losing, because the swords started getting stronger and they started dealing a little bit more damage, and it just hurt a lot more.
Like metal swords, yeah.
Yeah. And so the winning stopped being so frequent, but it was still fun to like, actually put in some effort. Knives, yeah, fuck them knives, man.
Knives are great. I fell in love with knives this season. I'd never used them.
I hated them in the beginning because like people would just zip around, and once I got used to it, because everybody started using them, so once I got used to them, they were just easy. You just parry every attack, and that's a wrap.
Knock them out of their stride.
Yeah, and so I completely scrapped the whole idea of Roland losing and still being victorious. And it was a really good bit at first, because I would get like the shit beat out of me a couple times, and then I'd be like, I was knocked out, therefore I'm victorious. You have no scratches on you. And people would just like laugh and be like, "Yeah, Roland the undefeated." And it was just this whole thing that kind of carried on. And I was like, "William, did you see me? Well, absolutely glorious, my lord."
I saw how well you lost.
You took that hit right on the chin. It was fun at first, and then like the combat started getting a little more challenging. You had the mace with the spikes, and like I said, the swords and all that stuff. But yeah, it was the first few progressions were very involved with Roland, because like I did a lot of running from point A to point B, and then William and I kind of had this thing. It was like a choring before exploring. So when I'd first log on after I'd get off work, we would go out and we'd farm a ton of copper. We'd cut down a bunch of trees and we farm a bunch of stone, because that's all Weizenbach was. Weizenbach was essentially like militaristic in the way that it was like operated. And so we did a lot of farming for materials. So like we always had war ready stuff like at the end of the second day after like progression. And is that war ready already? Yeah. Oh, it was always. That was just how it went. Like the recipes would drop, we'd get the stuff, and we'd be war ready right then. And it was just ridiculous.
Would you take that stuff out with you, or would you hold on to it for a bigger threat? Would you hold it in reserve, or would you utilize it?
Utilize it. We had so many materials so often. We were never in shortage ever. And it's crazy to even say, because we lived on the south end of map. So like we live far away from everybody, especially copper. Copper was such a pain in the butt. But I mean, we still had an abundance of just resources, and we only really ever had to buy honey, and that was because we only had, I think, like 1 or 2 bees at the time, and we were going around on our little warpath trying to condemn wormwood and all that stuff.
So that's the thing. Again, we'll kick off washing up on the shores of the island. What happened to Roland? How did your beginning first, let's say, week go?
So initially, Pocket and I, William and I, we had a discussion. He was like, "I'm just going to piggyback off of what you do." He's like, "I'll be your squire. I'll follow you." I was like, "All right, awesome, cool. I'll always have somebody with me." So we had Raven, who was Eliza, had asked me in Mead Hall, like, "Hey, we're starting a group. If you want to join us in VRP, go for it." I was like, "All right, And Pocket was like, "Hey, heads up, usually she plays like an antag character." He's like, "So if you're trying to go that route, go for it." I was like, "Well, we'll try it this." we'll do our own thing until we run into them, and then we'll go from there. Within the first 30 minutes of us landing on shore, they were the first town we walked into, and I looked at William and I was like, guess we're here now.
Wow.
And that was how day one went. So the first like week was just majority farming, and with the crashes and stuff, it took twice as long. But the first week was like, we need to find other people. I'm tired of hanging out with these people right now. We need to go out. So William and I just went on this like massive expedition. And for the longest time, we had this shtick, and a lot of people in here will remember, I would leave signs everywhere that said,
I came across those. I thought it was the admins. I thought it was an admin character. Because it was like Roland's tree, Roland smells, Roland was here.
Roland's rock.
And I genuinely thought, oh, this is an interesting, like, there's gonna be some weird-ass NPC character called Roland that the admins are running. I had no idea that it was a player.
No, and even one point we fenced in a horse, and I put a sign on the fence that was just like Roland's horse. I never knew what happened to that horse. We never ran past it again. Oh yeah, Roland's Rock outside of Rivengard.
An iconic landmark. Which Rivengard? Is this the first one or the 57th
Probably the first one. Probably the first one for sure. And then I would always like run by, and I didn't find out until later through Ollie, but I'd always run by like certain signs from different towns, and like whatever they had written on like a little sign that was kind of like tucked off to the side. I'd always change it and be like, Roland was here. And,
I've seen the one in Ranting Raven. I've seen that one. And I remember there was a little rest site on the western side of the forest going along the pipe where there was a little campsite. I made good use of that campsite, by the way. I sat there through the night just staring at the sign that said Roland was here. I'm like, who are you? What manner of creature?
It's so funny. Yeah, there were signs. There was like 2 or 3 in Haven. I'm surprised you only counted 1.
Oh my god.
Yeah, we would leave. I mean, they were littered all over the Black Forest. I know a lot of them got taken down because I'd go past like familiar spots and be like, dang, I took my sign down and I don't have any charcoal on me. But I mean, they were littered all over the Black Forest from one side of it to the other. But that was like a bit for a long time. I don't know why we stopped that. That was so funny. But then I'd show up in like towns that I've never been into before, and I'd be like, behold, it is I, the great Roland. And they'd be like, you're Roland?
Oh my god.
Like, I found a fucking sign everywhere.
Jesus. I mean, that's one way to get your name around.
And it worked.
It
because
did.
Then I'd walk into I went the first time, I'll never forget it. Rivengard had just gotten raided by Nitwit and them. And they were all kind of having like their group huddle afterwards. And I walked in there and I did my whole shtick, behold this, that, and the other. And the whole time, there had to have been like 12 people in there at the time. And every last one of them turned around and they were like, Roland!
Oh my god.
This big party. I was like, shit. I was like, William, we're welcome here.
Well, my lord, greet your subjects.
I know. It was the warmest welcome I've ever received from any town.
Holy shit.
Oh yeah, it was awesome. The trumpet would not stop.
Yes, I remember meeting Silas for the first time, and he said, yeah, this place is called Trollskogen. I'm like, what? Why would you pick that?
Trollskogen. I remember when it was briefly Trollskogen. I think I only heard it like once or twice.
Yeah, same.
Rivengard.
Yep. Rivengard, way better. Trolltown, yep.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Mora named it. Yes, I heard that. I heard that Mora named it. Of course, I'm pretty sure it was Mora. Because I met Silas with Sean Beer. Papa Sean,
Okay.
old grandfather.
Grandfather Sean.
Yeah. Because I was...
Yeah,
Go
ahead.
I mean, he's probably dead in character. he was already an old man.
I don't know if he died, but the the establishment that we turned into New Gildemere at the end was actually his, and I had to send him a
Ah.
message in Discord and let him know, like, hey, you know, you haven't been here for quite some time.
Yeah.
Is it cool if I repurpose this? And his only requirement was that we put established by Sean Bear somewhere on the
Oh,
building.
that's
And
nice.
so that was what we did. It was torn down to the stone foundation, and I put that little sign there with his book of all of his, like it was pretty much like a ledger of everything. And I put the book on like an item stand, and it just stayed there. Somebody messed with it, and I was like, don't touch this.
Ah, nah, that's cool. That's cool that you did that. I miss him. He was really
His
cool.
only request, and I was like, I can't not, like,
Yeah.
you know. And Roland was cool with Eliana Bear, so it's like, well, I'd be remiss to not do this, you know.
Yeah, I miss Sean. He was a cool character. Short and him got along really, really well.
I don't think I ever interacted with Sean Bear, but like, you know, I'm not gonna not do what your request is, especially if I'm utilizing the structure. I mean, it was a cool looking building, you know.
Yeah.
So, and it was actually Silas and Rhaegar's idea, actually, for us to repurpose it and turn it into the Roland stone. Is what it was turned into.
So
a very hot spot.
So you come to the shore. You hit Iron Hearth or Weissenbach?
Weisenbach. That was the very first. We went kind of a little north, and then we went straight east because we were like, well, what's over here? Ran right into Eliza and Lorenz.
And then you just sort of fell in with them.
Yep. That's exactly what happened.
Is that because you as players were like, this'll do, or did Weissenbach sort of gel well with what Roland wanted?
It was more so as players, we decided this is what we were going to do, because at first we were like, well, where are we going to, you know, set up camp? Well, I mean, he's like, well, let's run until we find a town, and we'll kind of reside there until we decide otherwise. And then it happened to be Weisenbach. We were like, I guess this is where we're sticking at. And he's like, yep. And then even more so, he was like, well, you see the people that are in here, because Pockets knows Raven and Flo outside and inside games. So he was like, if it's one thing we're going to have, it's materials. It's just going to be crazy. This place is going to go up fast. We're going to have a lot of materials. He goes, good starting point. I was like, done, sold.
That castle was built pretty damn quick.
It was a really nice castle, too. Flo is such a good builder.
Yep. I think he might have been the first one to reach 100 jump and 100 crafting because of the amount of, I remember him posting about it, and everyone else was like, what the hell, you're already at 100? Are you kidding me?
And he was a farmer too, so he had his sword skill up at 100 really fast too. He would just kill horses, and that's all he did.
Those poor horses.
Yeah, God, anybody at low level that doesn't have their skills maxed out, just people got hurt.
So you've spread your name around. You've got these signs everywhere. People know you basically inside of a month. They know your name. They know who you are. What sort of events did you end up taking part in? Because obviously there were the different raids of Nitwit to begin with. What were your interactions with Nitwit?
Very minimal, only because like Weisenbach being so far south, that was one of the issues with like a lot of involvement. Like I'd have to do a lot of traveling, and at the time you weren't really fast running, and horses were kind of inconvenient. So traveling was difficult, but not something I wasn't willing to do. But as far as Nitwit went, there wasn't much interaction with that at first. Not really much with Primus. We didn't get really much like aberrant interaction until Glacian Pyre. And I think we'd set up like a forward outpost in the mountain area somewhere, and Glace had stopped by, and he'd asked this request of us. I don't remember what it was because it was Lorenz who was involved directly with that, but there was a request from Glace, and in return he let us utilize his kind of house, and he had all the stuff to smelt black metal and make linen and all that stuff. So we had black metal armor, black metal weapons, all that before anybody else, and it was all war ready like within the hour.
Finding his dog. Morris.
Essentially,
Is
that's
that what you
pretty
did?
much what it was. I have no idea. We didn't. He just slow walked into our camp, and I was like, "Who is that guy with all the shiny, cool armor?" And he was like, "Peasant." And I was like, "Oh, this guy sounds important." More knows more. What was? Oh, finding his dog. Is that really what it was? Finding his dog. I
Dog
didn't
with
even know. I
wings?
just know that we did something for him. And I went to go attack Glace, and LaFleur was like, "No, first off, he's got a bow that'll kill you in one shot. Two, we're allies." I was like, "Oh, that makes sense." And but yeah, that was the first time we had any real admin interaction.
Consorting with aberrants?
Yes, it was a mutual agreement, which is crazy too, because Lorenz was so like anti-aberrant that he was willing to strike any of them like on sight. He was willing to talk for a little bit and hear their side, just not care, and then fight them. Armory, and they're like, "Yeah, that motherfucker."
I knew it.
See, the truth comes out.
The truth always comes out in the end, especially after the season's over and we can't do anything about it.
I know. It's the worst.
It's all right. We can write fan fiction about how New
Not
totally
Osidia, and their Roland was the biggest defender.
Chemically burning fire in my ass. Okay, so what does that mean? That sounds like a reference.
So Lorenz had actually won a sword from Glace from Pyre. So Glace had taken it from Pyre, and it was the fire sword.
That's right. Yep. That was the first time that I heard about the so-called hypocrisy of Weissenbach, because I would find out about what was going on. Oh yeah, Weissenbach attacked this, that, and the other thing. They're calling out that aberrants are all bad, but Lorenz is walking around with a magical sword.
Yep, and that was like Orcus too. Like anytime Lorenz would walk around with that fire sword, Orcus just he went in. He was like, "Yeah, you walking around with that aberrant sword," and it was just nonstop. And Lorenz was just like, "No, it's chemically fire. I won it from Glace, and he took it from her, and blah blah blah." And everybody was like, "Lorenz is so angry all the time because the sword is messing with his mentality."
Oh,
fine. Mm-hmm.
No, that's just how he is. Orcus was fun.
I reiterated so many times that because Roland was like the PR manager for Weisenbach. It was the only reason like they weren't necessarily shunned anywhere they went. It was because like I'd run around and they'd be like, "I got questions about Weisenbach, Roland, and you're the only one I can talk to." I'm like, "Well, don't butter me up." And yeah, was the PR manager for Weisenbach. But no, I'd be like, no, that's just Lorenz. Lorenz is gonna Lorenz, whether he's got the sword or not. So rest assured, the sword is not messing with his mentality.
Interesting. So what happened after that? You've got that fire sword. Lorenz dying. How did that happen?
Man, see, that was a gut check for Roland, because
that sounds big.
It was because Lorenz was like a father figure to Roland, because Roland's father and mother, his adoptive parents anyways, they died in the fall of Gildemir. So the very next person to take him in and take him under his wing and kind of teach him everything was Lorenz. And so Lorenz was like a big deal to Roland. Every time Lorenz would go somewhere, Roland was there. Anytime he'd do training, it was Lorenz teaching him. I'd learn in and out of character. I learned a lot about Valheim through Flo and through Lorenz and all that stuff. So like it was a big deal. Like anything Lorenz did, he was like a mentor. Anytime Roland would make a decision, he'd consult Lorenz, not because he was told to, because it's just like what a kid does with their dad. Like, "Hey dad, I'm about to go do this. Is this cool?"
Yeah.
And so Lorenz dying. So Lorenz's thing is like, him and Eliza, they were siblings, and his sister was like a huge part of his life. He felt the need to protect her and kind of mentor her as well, being the leader of Weisenbach that she was. And
a new follower.
He felt that she was going crazy, and in return, he was like, "There's nothing I can do," and it was like driving him crazy. So he ended up like going crazy and attacking a bunch of people from Weisenbach, and then finally killing himself. and Roland was out and about doing his own thing. So I didn't hear, but I got a raven from, I think I got a raven from Eliza and like 3 other people from Weisenbach. And so like I double timed it back and found Lorenz just laying there. And it's like, you know, after he said his goodbyes and farewells, and just like Roland went on this like huge warpath after that didn't last long. But yeah, no, so he ended up killing himself, and it was like this, like, it was so sad. It like in character, I was like looking depressed, and I messaged Flo outside, and I was like, man, why you gotta do that to me?
Do you think that the suicide was justified, or do you think that it was a little over the top?
I think per his character, I guess it could have been justified, but in a sense, it was definitely over the top, I think. Personal opinion.
Mm-hmm.
But I think he could have gone about it better. He could have gone on like this spree where like he just started attacking people and had somebody kill him. Like that would have like kind of taken like the Thedrian approach to it, you know? Because that's kind of what Thedrian did. He went crazy after his wife died, and then they ended up, you know, he ended up getting killed by the hands of Weisenbach.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with what happened there. I remember one of the times that I sort of poked my head up from under the shore, under the water, was when the Thedrian stuff was happening, because I looked at the events and I went, the execution of, huh?
Yeah.
How did that come about? What's going on there? Were you involved in that at all?
I was, actually, and at the time we'd formed the Guild of the Valiant Knights, and okay. Roland was the captain, and Lorenz was the knight commander. So chain of command, Lorenz was the head, there was Roland, and then so on and so forth. And Thedrian had gone crazy after his wife died at the hands of Primus. And so he just started like poking and pestering the Guardians when they were a thing. And then same thing with Weisenbach. And at one point he got a hold of Eliza while she was out like farming or something, and he ended up like torturing her. And so like we went on this like warpath of hunting him down. And my God, he played such a good like psychopath. It was awesome. But when Callia was his wife. She was killed by Primus. So we ended up capturing him, and it almost started this whole thing with the Guardians, because they took him from us, and he had committed a crime on our land, and we almost went like to this whole war with the Guardians, and it was Eliza and Indus and Lorenz, I think, and it was like 7 or 8 people from the Guardians that were all there. And just the 3 of them, and then I showed up, and they were all like, "Oh fuck, Roland's here. We can't do nothing now. Like we can't. It's Roland, man. Like why?" And I was like, "No fighting here, guys. Let's talk this out." And so we ended up getting Thedrian back and walked him back to Weisenbach, and then he kind of like did his piece, and he was sending out his ravens and having secret talks with people, this, that, and the other, and one thing led to another, and he kind of admitted his little crimes and this, that, and the other, and we walked him up, and everybody, I hated that everybody was like, "You killed him in the middle, you cut his head off in the middle of him talking." No, he was just finishing his elongated sentence, okay?
And punctuating it with a thunk of a head hitting the ground.
Yeah, we just cut it off shorter than what it would have been.
Yeah, that's right. He had his chance. I remember one of the funniest comments that I saw about it in the chat, just out of character. People were like, "We should take bets on which way he falls when he gets executed."
I didn't see that. That's funny. I know. He tortured Eliza, and I think he tortured somebody else, but I'm not sure.
Dang.
I just know about the Eliza thing, but man, he played such a crazy good psychopath. It was absolute cinema, if you will. But yeah, he ended up messaging all of us, and we kind of invited him into our Discord group, and he was just like, "Yeah, fucking execute me." He's like, "Do it."
Do it, coward.
Cool. He's like, "I've got a whole bit planned out for an execution." He's like, "So this works."
Cool. Good on him. I like it when players lean into that.
Mm-hmm.
Like when
He did it
Indus knew what
really
was
well.
going to happen when he was getting executed. Which,
God, the Indus thing was so good.
all right, so let's talk a little bit about that. What was
Yeah, I'm not
Roland's?
gonna ruin his thunder either.
No, yeah. What was this? Is why? What was Roland's perspective? How did he know Indus? What was his connection?
So Weisenbach and the Eisenwalds were kind of like the big noble families. I mean, everybody knew that. And so Roland, just being Roland, that was how I interacted with them. They'd show up to us, we'd show up to their place, and that was how I met Indus. And at the time, Indus was not the head of the Eisenwalds. It was he who should not be named. And then he fell from power, and Indus took over, and then Indus fell from power. But Indus ended up joining up with Weisenbach when the Eisenwald establishment kind of fell apart, and they kind of all disbanded and did their own thing.
That's something I'm a little bit unclear on. How did Indus fall from power?
He was not, from what my understanding is, he was not attending to his duties for the town, and it was kind of just, I think Alia had ended up going to the Guardians and kind of dipping between there and Fellhaven at the time. And then Adric was just like, I'm not a noble anymore. He just he dipped out. So it was pretty much just Indus and his butler at the time, who was Trent. And so it was just those two running that massive place on top of that hill right there. So he was just like, I'm going to ditch it and go live with the Weisenbach. I was like, all right, cool. And so Indus and Roland kind of became really close. And then with the passing of Lorenz died, and Roland went on this like whole depression thing where he was just kind of like, he didn't know what to do. He didn't have a path. And then him and Indus met up one time and they were talking, and he was just kind of trying to cheer Roland up. And then I got this bright idea. It's like, I've had a thought of like building a shop for the longest time. And I finally took the efforts into doing it. And Indus walked up and he's like, what are you doing? I was like, well, I'm starting my own little shop forge kind of thing. And he goes, I'm an artisan. This works. And so that's when Indus and Roland kind of became really, really good friends. And was that Thadrian's actions also gave us scary, angry Roland, which was amazing to witness. Yeah, that was my first time. It was a good one.
What was scary, angry Roland?
I turned this voice into like a, I don't even remember how I did it, but it was like I came up to, I don't know who this is. I think they're one of the Guardians, but Roland has a police side.
Look, don't keep
I showed up to the Guardians and I like dropped this like huge like threat on them that like if they continued like pretty much messing with Weisenbach and stuff, like we'd come down with the hammer and none of you would have any place to hide. Essentially was what it was. And I didn't say it in that happy chipper voice that I normally did with Roland. And it was just dead silence as I walked away. There was like 3 or 4 appreciation posts in there that was just like,
I remember that
Roland. Yeah. I was like, William was like, my lord. He's like, look in the Discord. And I was like, oh. Yeah, a Varian and Inara. Varian, God, I wish he'd stuck around. But yeah, and I dropped a scare bomb on the Guardians, and after that, they just stopped fucking with us. Indus and Roland became really, really good friends, and this was all prior to like my discovery of like his dark story within. But that's when we founded the Roland Stone at the same time, kind of a play on both of our names because it was ROL-IND Stone. And then we just kind of did that whole thing and we just skyrocketed from there. And we kind of made decisions together and we didn't really butt heads when it came to like one opinion versus the other. And we had the agreements that like at one point Roland was like, no, fuck the aberrants. They need to die. Everybody in Havenhoven is an aberrant. And Indus is like, well, hold on now. And he kind of talked Roland off of like that, kill them all. We're right down the road from him. What's stopping us?
That's what I'm curious about. Where did the kill all aberrants come from? How did that thought develop?
It developed more after Lorenz had died because
Uh-huh.
everybody knew that Lorenz hated Aberrants. And when Lorenz died, Roland took it upon himself to carry that burden with him. Like, you know, nobody's going to carry this now that he's gone. I'm going to do it for him. And so Roland went on this like big warpath after the whole, like, he's depressed as shit. And he went on this like heavy warpath of like, they must all die. Like, the whole reason this is going on is because this, that, and the other. And so I started carrying on Lorenz's will. And lo and behold, we walk into freaking Haven Home. They've got the door to their portal open. And I looked at Indus. I was like, you know, I'm about to go in there, right? And he's like, Roland. I was like, I mean, you can say what you want, but I'm absolutely going in there. And we walked in there, and these degenerates of Haven Home.
We say it with love.
They're having, yeah, we say it with love. But I walked in there, and it was just dead silent. And Vile was in there, Mora was in there, and a couple other people were in there. And Vile looked at me and was just like, "Yeah, it's exactly what it looks like." I looked at Indus. I was like, "Well,"
I love Vile.
It was so good, and Mora was just like, "Oh, brother, this was such a bad time to walk in somewhere you weren't invited."
Uh-huh.
It's like, I looked at Indus, I was like, "And you want me to do what exactly?" It was just like, he's like, "Wait a second, Roland.
Just hold
I
it.
don't
hold
have."
It.
He's like, "I didn't think this far ahead." Give me a second. But yeah, we walked in on that. I was like, there's nothing stopping me from killing everybody in here right now, especially Cutie Pie. And
was Cutie Pie in there?
Yeah, that's who they were talking with.
Holy shit.
They're just chilling and hanging out and jumping around and hee-heeing and ha-ha. And I was like,
oh my god.
This is exactly what it looks like, and you cannot tell me anything different.
Yeah. This is like Salem witch trial sort of stuff, where like you walk in on a bunch of people doing a bunch of weird witchy shit, and they just turn and go, we are 100% doing witchy shit right now.
Now I know this is exactly what it looks like, but hear me out.
Hear me out.
You can't convince me that I shouldn't do what I'm about to do.
They did find
I don't know what. Yeah, I don't know what Indus said, or is either Indus or Mora or somebody, but somebody said something that I was just like, I'm gonna walk out of here before this gets really destructive. And I did, and it took everything in me, and I was like, man, it was just like, and then Cutie Pie followed me out, and I was like, probably not the right thing to do. And they were like, look what I can do, and they turned into that giant Cthulhu thing. And
oh my god.
I was like, you know what? Maybe it was a good idea. I didn't strike you.
Look what I can do.
This way worse. It was, and this is like, see, Roland, I didn't have to convince you. They convinced you.
Yeah.
Well, in the most sensational way ever.
So how long? Because it's hard to follow the timeline, right? If for you or for me. I'm not expecting you to give an actual play-by-play, because whenever I hear the stories being told, I'm like, we're already at Haven Home? And so that's how sort of out of touch I am with the timeline of things. So how long before your self-declaration of king did this take place?
Oh, this was still probably. First off, I'm going to correct you there, because it was not self-declaration.
Oh, go on.
We'll get to there.
Yeah.
But it was probably. What do you think, Ali? Or Bacon? Was it? It was like middle of like Mist and Plains, right? Or Mist and Plains, Mountains, Plains, right? Because that was such a long progression area.
Okay.
It was like mid Mountains, Plains, and like Bacon said, Roland would keep tabs. I would just show up and just, question and interrogate and hang out and kind of see what like was going on, and if I caught like a vibe or something. And I did that often with Haven Home. I would, when Falhaven was way up north, I frequented that place.
Okay.
And so when they moved to the west side of the lake, I frequented that place, and I would always stop into Haven at any given time. And yeah, that just like Ali said, or Bacon said, I did not ask, and it's funny, the whole king thing, kind of veering off topic a little bit. I'm sorry, but it was an idea that William and I had at the very beginning of the season. He's like, "My lord, you should try and become king."
Wow.
I was like, "Oh," and that was kind of like a thought, like get my name out, run here, run there, and I visited just about every single town within the first 2 weeks of season 13, and so that was like my kind of thing. I was trying to make nice with everybody, do PR, this, that, and the other, and yeah, we joked about it all the time at the beginning, and it being attached to Weisenbach, it did not seem like something that was possible. So I just scrapped it and forgot about it before Iron Age even. And just the thought was gone, the journey for it was gone. And then I want to say we hit Ashlands, and I don't remember who it was. But I think Lucan was also there, and somebody had brought up like, we need somebody to unite the people. And I'm like not paying attention. I think I was making a bunch of crossbow bolts for somebody, and they were just like, well, we need somebody who's good with all the people, somebody who's got feet in, the town of Havenholm, but also in every other town. And then like it got really quiet, and I got done making these bolts. I looked around, they're like, Roland. I was like,
yeah, what's up?
And they're like, you want to be king? And I was like, And they were like, we need somebody who's good with everybody and who's not on everybody's bad side. I was like, oh, well, here we go again. And so that was like, I think within the next couple of days, we did a coronation at Timbrasa, and we had like Skjolheim Rivengard, who was the lighthouse tower that was at the south of the lake, like the 27th place they moved to. And then like we had support from Haven, but they didn't want to become part of New Gildemere. They wanted to be their own, like their own essentially country, if you will.
Independent. Unaffiliated.
Yeah, unaffiliated, but you have our support, like, go team.
Yeah, and, they're like, we believe in what you believe, but we are still our own people.
100%. And it was at that time where Ali was just like, so, surprise, I'm actually the queen of Havenholm. Nobody really knows it except the established in Havenholm. And I was like, oh. And it was like I'm going to say it, Bacon, but it was like the running joke of like everybody that hovered around the shop. I was like, it's such a small facility. You're more like the mayor. The mayor of Havenholm. And then I'd go, excuse me, the queen of Havenholm. And, it was, it was probably Ashlands, I want to say, where kingship became a king of 3 people since everyone died. Yeah. That was the best part of being the king of everybody in the town that I had, is they were all people who had previously like CK'd characters. It was so funny. Everybody who died was just like, we're going to come live with you now. Is that okay? And I'm just like, I mean, why not?
Whatever. Yeah. The towns.
That was good.
Are they one of the things that I wish that I'd done is gone to Skjolheim more, because I got along really, really well with Rauk and all of those guys.
That was a place I frequented quite often because they did not have a weaponsmith in their town. Or an armor smith. So when you got me, you got William, and William was an armor smith, and I was a weaponsmith.
I see.
Very
beneficial.
I received it was very beneficial. He was like, that was actually William's idea. And so, like, I'd get ravens all the time from Rauk. He'd be like, hey, Master Roland, we are in need of new weapons and this, that, and the other, and we need smelters and kilns placed and all that stuff. So I was there all the time. We got carts of stuff delivered to Weisenbach from them. just resources. And that was another thing too, is because I frequent so many towns and just do like PR work and do weapons and just hang out and have a good time with people. We get a lot of people that would just drop carts off to us of just stuff. And so that was where we got a lot of resources as well. But I frequented Skillheim. I remember when they were, well, I think the first name was like Bellalaika or something, and they ended up changing it to Skillheim after that.
Oh.
But I spent a lot of time there. That town was gorgeous.
I really liked it. I really liked that place. The village on a hill aesthetic, I don't know what it is about it.
Yup. No, it was very, very clean. They really made it work. It was very cool how they incorporated the hill into everything.
The giant signpost was cool.
Did you end up seeing the like the wolf temple that they made?
I was there when it was after some event, and we had got. Oh, it was after what I refer to it as the Roland argument, because it's when Silas went insane, and everyone basically turned on him. I have a number of things to reveal about that, about myself, about what I did, because to cause that, by the way.
Silas going insane. That's where we got all of our bees from.
Yeah, that's where I got a lot of my black metal and silver from Rivengard when I raided it with Thyra.
Oh no!
Because they left their door open after I think Megan or Rhaegar was killed. Basically, I don't know, maybe they forgot, or they were off doing something else, or whatever, but they left their door wide open. And they had raided Thyra's old place. The ward had died, and so they had raided her. Kaliel fought one of them off, but lost, and they made off with a bunch of shit. And Thyra comes to see Shaw. Shaw and Thyra were basically ride or die adventure buddies. Whenever one of them would show up, it's basically like, hey, do you want to go do something? It's like, hell yeah, brother. And we just run off and we just do something. We just adventure. It was really fun. And she was like, hey, like, Rivengard is wide open. Do you want to help me raid it? Because she knew that Shaw was no real friend of Silas and not really a friend of Rivengard. Right. And he was like, oh, okay, we're going to have to be quick, though, because if anyone sees me doing it, my reputation is in the toilet. So we go in there.
Silas was an acquired taste for sure.
And we take, well, even then, like, Shaw kind of didn't hate Silas. Eventually he did. Eventually I was going to try to CK Silas. After his, like, big all-out attack on Havenholm, where he, like, attacked Ollie, kept, like, ranting and raving, pissed on Mora, apparently, as well as all over the tavern and stuff. A call went out from Ollie saying, to basically all of her allies, saying, I hope that this will not be put down to Silas being Silas this time.
I think I received that raven as well.
Yep. And I'd gotten because I had only just finished speaking to Echo, spoilers, and Echo said, I'm pretty sure Silas is going to attack Havenholm. But she also gave me a piece of, like, a tidbit of story thing, because I had a story support ticket open with Essa. And she was like, have you seen my manor? And I'm like, yeah. And she's like, go to the attic. I'm like, oh, okay, something fucking crazy is happening there. But in the same token, I sent a message to Mora, like a coded message, a genuinely coded message, which was one of those ones like, you know, the first letter of every line spells out a message. It was one of those ones. And so if, you know, Shaw had faith in Mora that she'd be able to figure it out, because he was worried about it being intercepted. And it was basically telling her Havenholm is about to be attacked. I don't know if it arrived during the attack, before the attack, or just after the attack, but it wasn't in time. Unfortunately, but
it was time for her to not get pissed on.
Correct. And so when Mora sent a response back, as well during, okay then. See, that's the thing, like, out of character, I'm like, I should have just booked it to Havenholm. I should, like, when I look back, I'm like, what would Shaw have done? I think he would have put off Echo's manor. I think that's what he would have actually done. But me as the player was like, admin story, finally! Finally I'm getting interaction! But I think I would have had more a more interesting time if I'd shown up at Havenholme and just murked Silas, because that's what Shaw would have done.
Yes.
I would have immediately opened up a CK ticket and been like, Silas, Shaw is going to kill you. He's going to finish you off. He's going to assassinate you.
Funny.
And so after that, I was like, I think Shaw is going to try to assassinate Silas. Because he was friends with basically everyone in Havenholme. He had picked a side at that stage. Yep. The message from Mora, the reply from Mora, as well as a message from Ollie, he was like, I stand with Haven. I picked my side now. The 5 people in line to kill Silas, yeah. There was so... And then I find out like 3 days later, he died. And I was like, oh god damn it, it's the weekend. I was gonna put it into action this weekend. That's right, no, 15 to 30 minutes to arrive, yeah.
I think Silas's death would have been cooler if it wasn't assassination.
It would have been
so many people that wanted to kill him.
Yeah, because I was gonna make it, because Shaw's thing is all about like being quiet and unknown, and Silas didn't suspect Shaw at all. I don't think.
That's why it would have been cool, because I didn't really hear much about Shaw. Like it was always just like little bits here and there. So like I know I didn't have. I'm sure, but I never had much interaction with you. So a lot of your character was very secret to me, even when I would show up, and I wasn't part of like the group or whatever that you really interacted with. So yeah,
but
I think it would have been a surprise to me.
Oh yeah, because he would have tried to do it. I would have tried to do it in a way that does not implicate Shaw. He would have probably used like poison, because that could have been anyone.
Okay.
Oh yeah. The ticket was basically going to be like, look, Silas, man, I can't PvP for shit. This is like, I'm going to pitch this to you. I would like it to be like an agreement, something that another player that I'm going to interview did, where one person can PvP, the other one can't, but the one who's going to get killed is like, yeah, I'll die. That's fine. So that's what I was going to pitch. I was going to be like, I want Shaw to assassinate Silas, and I was going to see what he thought about it.
Would have made more sense too, because he's a cook.
That's right. I was basically going to poison his own food and be like, hey, do you want to sit down for a meal? Like, everything's crazy right now. Let's just have a meal. And just, and just poisons it.
That would have been the way to do it. That would have been sweet. I think that would have played out better than him losing his head over talking smack about Delara's brother.
It was still cool. I obviously, we don't want to take away from... It was very cool. When I found out, I think Shaw's response was, someone beat me to it. And I don't know who it was that he was talking to. It was either Mora or Osidia, but their reaction was like, really? And Shaw was like, yeah, I was going to do it. And they were like, shit.
Yeah, I remember logging in. Heard it happen because I had to step away for a couple hours, but I logged back in and I load into the forge where I'm at, and there's a surprise jail cell that was put up, and Delara was in there. Was like, oh, what's up, Roland? I was like, what's going on here, guys? They're like, where do you want us to start? And I was like, well, from the beginning, I suppose.
Yep.
And they were like, well, Silas is dead. And I was like, They're like, yeah, Delara killed him. And she was like, now hear me out. It better be good.
Oh yeah. Oh
you know what? Like, because it was when Delara was in jail. Oh, that's so funny. It actually wasn't Lorenz and all them, but the idea had been brought up. Okay, so I'm backtracking, and I'm sorry, I'm kind of all over the place.
No, that's fine.
Things are starting to click again because so much happened at the end of the season. But Delara was in jail, and we had a talk. And Delara was like, "Listen, you got to get me out of here." I was like, "I'm not so sure I could do that." They're like, "What about this?" And they were like, "Let's strike a deal." And I was like, "I'll tell you what." And it was actually, this is funny. This is gonna blow your mind, because I was like, "I'll tell you what. I'll get you out of there, but you got to do something for me." They're like, "Okay." I was like, "Make Roland king." And they're like, "Huh?" And then Andy had messaged me, was like, "Get out of game right now, join the Discord." I was like, "All right." So we joined. He's like, "I love this." He goes, "I want to let you know that Delara is the worst person to get to pitch your case." He's like, "But yes, we're gonna make you king." I was like, "Deal." So we started talking in character again, and he's like, "Okay." I'll make you king. And I was like, and you need to swear loyalty to me until that time comes. And he's like, done. So the case started getting pitched, and I kind of played dumb, and that's when Delara had pitched it to everybody else, and they were like, everybody was on board. But that's actually where it originated, was when Delara was locked up. Yeah.
Wow.
So I was like, yeah, it's big old secret that wasn't a secret.
That's cool. That's very cool. So let's see. God, what else?
So much.
Are there any? I'm just gonna start trying to ask specifics. What are things that kind of took you by surprise? And again, this is of course coming from your perspective as a new player to Valheim, not to Valheim, but like to role playing in this way. What sort of expectations did you have coming in?
My expectation coming in, it's pretty much D&D, but you don't have to wait for your turn to roll the dice.
Ah, yeah, okay.
That was my mentality behind it all, and it was D&D, but in live action, and you're not waiting for every single turn. So yeah, it's exactly what it was. I brought that up to somebody else, and that's exactly what they came back with. So it is essentially LARPing in a way. So that was how I kind of played it. Everything was like every action had a reaction, and then so on and so forth. So it was like I guess it was more so playing my card. Like, you don't have necessarily too much time in the moment to plan out your next move. So you've got to be smart in the moment with what you say and what you do and how you approach certain situations. So like people like Armory, for instance, I didn't have too much interaction with Armory, but like I had enough to know kind of like how I should approach him. And so, and vice versa, how he approached me, because like me and Armory were more like, I want to say acquaintances. Like we never really did anything like together, except at the end when like Echo and Pyre and all them were all gone and stuff. But it was like situations with him. I always had to, I wouldn't say I had to tiptoe. I kind of played my character, but I was more reserved, I guess. I kind of like sat back and kind of read the room, and I was like, okay, I shouldn't be here. And it was like stuff like that. So, but I guess I didn't really come into it with like any sort of expectation. I was more trying to feel out like, I guess, the rules and like what was allowed versus what wasn't. That was
like what the boundaries are.
So, yeah, you know, I was trying to see what lines I was okay to cross and whatnot. But I didn't really get to a point where like I ever really got in trouble. So I guess the way I played was pretty fine.
So did you manage to get through your first season without being pulled into a ticket and get warned about something?
No.
Nearly. Oh, that's the dream.
I did get hit with a 12-hour ban, and that was because I was guilty by association.
I see.
It was actually William Pocket and Jax. Actually, they were both using soundboards. And in VRP, that is a big no-no. And because I didn't openly speak up, because I wasn't really aware. I didn't know, because Pockets was just using a fart sound, and we were just kind of sneaking up on people. And the last place we snuck up on and used these was actually at Armory's place. And Pockets did like a fart sound or whatever, and they started going on this like wild goose chase trying to find us. And then all of a sudden, like, I'm logged out, and I'm like, oh boy. And yeah, and so Withers kind of gave me an ass chew, and he's like, I'm disappointed in you, Roland. I was like, please no. I was like, I love you so much. And but he was just like, you guys are on a temporary ban until the event tomorrow. And I was like, son of a bitch, that's like 12 hours away. And but I think it was right before the invasion of Nitwit's castle. It was that early in the season.
Oh, okay. So, wow.
Yeah, so I didn't, after that I kind of, so it was you. I don't think you shot me. I don't think you That's shot funny. Me. You either shot William or you shot Jax, but I don't think you actually shot me. Oh, I was the J. Jax and William were the deers. Yes.
I see.
God, we wore masks.
Oh, you're wearing the deer masks. Right.
Oh, no, that's so funny. I forgot about that. But, yeah, no, that was us, Armory. And I guess they were having like a serious conversation about something that was like story related, I want to say. And yes, the chuckle fucks. But yeah, it was we were the chuckle fucks and I was chuckles. And that was a nice little bit. But yeah, so I guess they were having like this like story related thing, and we showed up and we like interrupted, and Withers was not happy about that.
Oh, I
And there was
see.
the soundboard thing, and he pretty much came down on me because I didn't openly say anything about it, and I was like, I honestly didn't know that it wasn't allowed, so I'll take a hit. And he was like, yeah, you will. 12 hours. Like, oh
Yeah.
gosh. So that was that.
Womp womp. Hey, look, it's Withers. I make a little bit of fun. I have not been unscathed. Last season, I took a horse. Someone post the emote, read the fucking rules. There's an administration post a little bit further up from season 12, where reminding people whether it's one horse or whether it's like totally abandoned or whatever, or out in the middle of nowhere or whatever, you can't just take a horse. I was told off. That was my first interaction with Withers, actually, where what had happened was Amberhelm was like the tribe of horses, and I decided it was so late in the season. I think we were maybe a week before the final anything. And I decided, you know what, I'm going to go explore this land because it's all blank for me. I came in at the very end of the season. I'm going to go see what's out there. And I found this horse, and it was unnamed. It was named, and it was in like a little pen in the middle of nowhere. Next to a road, however. And I was like, oh, okay. We're the whole horse people, so I'm just going to take it for a ride. I haven't ridden a horse. We're apparently the horse people, but we run everywhere. So I rode it around, and I was doing like solo RP with the horse. Like I would take it by places and be like, "Hey, look, a berry. Oh, you're hungry. I'm going to give you some." And I was literally like talking to myself out loud. And I found Doc Alfred. Shout out to Doc Alfred for Drink Till the Bar is Dry event. That was awesome. Drink the Bar Dry, that's what it was. And I was talking to him, and he was like, oh, that's a nice horse, because I think it was like a 2-star pink horse or something. And I was like, yeah, I found it in, somewhere. And he was like, oh, you might want to, like, check with the gods, right? Because it was a Viking thing, so that made more sense than, check with the proper authorities. That's the phrase that I would use for this season. Check that it's okay. And it sort of dawned on me, because I had read the rules, but I just, my brain just conveniently forgot them because I was in RP mode. And I was like, oh yeah, actually, that's a good point. I should probably... And so I self-reported, basically, and I was like, hey, so...
I did a little oopsie.
So for the last 2 hours, I've been riding around on a horse that isn't mine. I've been taking very good care of it, and it's all safe and everything, but I was just reminded by another character that maybe I should check in about it. And I remember what Withers said. It was like typing for a long time, and then about 10 minutes later...
That's what he did. It's just in limbo.
And 10 minutes go by, and it just goes, okay, so what you're going to do is you're going to take that right back to where you found it. and you're going to leave it there, and you're never going to do it again. I was like, okay, yes, sir. Yes, sir, I will, sir. And
that's what it was, too.
And then 5 minutes later, an admin post goes up like, player warned for da-da-da-da-da. And I was like, oh, oopsies.
Oh, fiddlesticks.
So, like, I say that because, look, it happens, man. It happens to everybody. New player, old player. We've seen shit happen to old players. After the 4,000th horse theft, you just wish mostly for death upon yourself. Oh, God. But, I genuinely, in my mind, in and of itself, it's a harmless thing. But the rules are there for a reason.
Yes.
But
I do appreciate the rules. I just I probably should have read into them a lot more before starting, but I didn't goof too much, so I'm pretty proud of myself.
But that's the thing that I love about the staff. They'll come down on you, but they're not gonna like beat a dead horse. Funnily enough, they're not gonna be like, oh my god, now we're gonna like make fun of you and we're gonna keep coming after you. It's done. It's taken care of. Like, just don't do it again.
Not their first rodeo.
It's not the first rodeo. Like Withers says, after the 4,000th, yeah, like this is not the first time they've had to deal with this. Just don't antagonize them, and you'll be fine. It's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. And this season, I did get pulled in, but I felt really bad because I was like, no, not Essa. Essa's doing my story thing. I don't want to upset her. Where at the Goyle's church event where Ashland's monster is attacked, I was basically like, line of least resistance, what does Shaw do when he runs out of friggin' arrows? He hauls us back home to get the hell away from this freaky situation. There were no mobs directly around me, but it was still within, like, 12 in-game hours of the attack. So I jumped through the portal that goes to the portal hub and then back to Twin Crossing. And I get pulled into a ticket where it's like, you need to leave. And I was like, well, I'm back in Twin Crossing now. And she's like, did you go through the portal? And I was like, yeah, I thought it was like reasonable. And she was like, yeah, no, it's
collateral.
Fear, yeah, you were collateral damage in that situation. The soundboard collateral. But yeah, Issa made a very good point where it was like, look, fear RP, bro. And I was like, yeah, yes, I'm annoyed, but you're right. I'm annoyed that you're right. You are correct. I should have done better. And so I basically was I was just like, I'm sorry, it won't happen again. And she was like, okay, cool, close the ticket.
No, that was another ticket I got pulled into, was because like I wasn't, Roland's character really was that he just wasn't afraid necessarily, and Withers had made that comment to me. It's just like, per your character, like, show some discretion in regards to like fear RP. Yeah. And so like I don't remember what event. I think I do remember what event it was. We got pulled into a room where we found some secret or something out. We found something in the swamp or whatever, and then it led us back to an old laboratory that like we couldn't figure out what was to be done with it. And we got pulled into this room, and there were a bunch of cages and stuff all wrapped around the walls, and there were names of people on the walls and stuff, and books and stuff to go through, and this, that, and the other. And people, like, that was the first time where I finally started like expressing like fear RP. It was very mild because I wasn't used to it, because like that was Roland's thing. He just wasn't
happy-go-lucky.
Yeah, he was happy-go-lucky. He wasn't afraid. It was just kind of in the moment, like, yeah, fuck it, let's do it. I'm not scared of this shit. And I finally was just like, I don't know if we should be here, guys. I think we should start going. And then like a bunch of swamp guys started coming out of the things in the walls, and they were starting to pour in, and they were starting to destroy the cages just because of how many there were. And I was like, guys, I don't think we should be here. And then people started destroying stuff they shouldn't have been destroying.
Oh my god, no.
Oh, I know. And then when we finally left, it was me and like 2 or 3 other people that were pulled into a ticket. And I was like, oh god, what did I do now? And Withers was like, listen, Roland, I just pulled you in here to say, nice job. You did a lot to alleviate the damage in there. That's why you're here. You 3, though. He's like, you 3, though, however, I watched you break stuff that we made. We put the time into making this stuff, and we don't break your stuff on purpose. So we'd like it if you didn't do that to us.
Don't break mod
builds. Close the ticket after. Yeah. And like, get parried, casual. And that was that, and I was like, okay, cool. I didn't mess up this time. Thank God.
It is very intimidating though, but the staff do a great job of basically like they get the job done, and they usually make light of it. Withers is pretty damn good at that. But again,
it just goes to show how often they're paying attention.
Oh yeah.
For people that don't think there's admins watching, they probably fucking are. That's when you need to expect it.
Yes, absolutely right. And don't think of it like, you know, I should never do anything. Like, just follow the rules, man. It's super simple. I only got pulled into a ticket once because I did something that was very much that was my bad. That was my bad. I should have.
And if you ever have a question, just ask. Like I've done it
dog.
before too. Like I
tickets.
made a mistake of messaging all the admins at one time in general chat.
Oopsies.
Like, do it again, and he's like, "You're banned."
Oh.
He's like, "You're banned from the Discord for a day or something like that." I was like, "Ooh." Like, why are you not making a ticket?
Yeah, Withers banned 6 times before he was an admin. Crikey! Wow. Well, right. That's a scoreboard that you've got to beat there, Roland.
Oh, I don't look forward to striving to be that great.
The thing is, like, when I'm playing, I never feel like it's easy to accidentally break a rule. It's pretty hard to break the rules because they're incredibly clear. Like, don't raid somewhere unless you make a ticket. Simple. Or rather, like, raid and then make a ticket.
It's clear and surprisingly lenient.
Yes.
In my opinion, because there's a lot of stuff where I questioned. I was like, I don't know if I should be doing this. And then I never got pulled into a ticket. Nobody ever reported it. And I'd had a lot of people that in the Discord, when like there would be server resets and stuff, be like, no, I mean, that's RP. That's how it goes. And I was like, okay. And the one thing I had a question about, it was actually Thyra. There was a chest that William and I found on the very, very southeast side of the shoreline that we kind of all started on. And there was a chest that was filled with groused and black marble and ashwood. And this was still meadows. And this was probably 2 weeks in. And we found it. And me just being the curious critter that I was, I slapped my hand on that ward. And William goes, my lord,
I don't know if you were supposed to do that.
He's like, I'm gonna send you a letter. He's like, I'm gonna pass you a note. And in Discord, he's like, I don't think you should touch that. I was like, he goes, we need to make a ticket right now.
Yeah.
I was like, okay. Yep. And turns out we weren't to touch anything in that box. And we very quickly turned our boat around and sailed away.
And that's the thing. I feel like I can't speak for the admins, of course, but we've got 2 of them in here right now. We've got Essa and Withers. Like, if you make a ticket immediately and just come clean and like, hey, I just did this thing. I realized that I shouldn't have done it. You'll be fine. They're not gonna freak out. It's probably part of the reason why I didn't get like a temp ban or suspension or whatever from Withers the horse thing, because I was like, hey, I'm new. I should have known better. But also, I didn't do anything. Like, I didn't destroy a build or anything, and I'm coming to say I'm sorry.
I played the new cards so often because I was new, but he showed no mercy. So anybody new that comes in, you get like 1 or 2, and after that, it's like, come on, brother. Like,
yeah,
really?
Yeah. You can only play the new card maybe like once, and then that's it. Yep. and even then, the staff, they've got to treat everyone equally. They can't show favoritism.
Every time you touch the ground inappropriately.
Oh yeah, oh my god. I remember Maura talked about that at one point where, out of character in voice chat, where she said, the apology sign, that's the one! Left a sign, and sometimes she would come across one and leave a sign, and is like, this one wasn't Maura.
What else you got?
Oh man. So... Hey, chat, what do you want to ask Roland?
Oh, God.
What do you want to know about our Lord and Savior? Allegedly.
The almighty, the great Roland.
The great Roland, yes. Did Roland find his wings? What does that mean?
Did Roland find his wings? Okay, so that was a bit that me and Osidia had.
Oh, boy.
Roland went through this whole depression area, and like there was nobody that could like really replace the what were the chances? There wasn't really anybody that could replace Lorenz and kind of fill in that gap, and he was kind of lost for a while. And then Osidia came around and kind of showed compassion and warmth and like kind of brought Roland back to his senses and made him feel like that he could, he could still feel, and that there was still like something there, something like some sort of a purpose, I guess. And so Roland, being the singer that he was, there was a song from old Disney movie. Was it Thumbelina, right? And is that was one thing that they were sailing on the water, Osidia and Roland, because Roland was just like, she had this like thing about the water. And so Roland was like, well, how about we sail over there? And she was like, oh, cool. And so we're sailing, and then Roland's just singing this song, and it was like this thing. And so that was like the whole shtick. And then Roland went full like against Aberrance and this and that. And I had to play such a mean person when we were doing this bit. And I fucking hated it because Osidia was gaslighting Roland into believing he was a bad guy this whole time, because Mora had gone aberrant and she had this like split personality thing that she kind of did, which was really cool. And you played it really well, Mora, by the way. But it was like, Roland, anytime her personality would switch from Mora to Sweet One or whatever, Roland wanted nothing to do with her. Like, she'd like roll a dice or something and it rolled really low, and then her personality would switch and she'd be this new character. And whenever Roland realized that you were switching to the aberrant side of who Mora was, he would just like cold shoulder her and walk away mid conversation and just not want anything to do with her.
Brutal.
And oh yeah, dude, it was horrible. It was like even worse for Roland because it's like that's his sister, and he finally found family over here after he thought his family was dead. So like imagine how Roland felt, And so like Osidia caught on to that and was just like, Roland had made his like set his piece about like, once we get rid of the people and Echo and Pyre and all the big aberrants, like we're coming for you guys next, we got to cleanse the land, And so Osidia was like not having it. And at that time Osidia had like full converted to like river and had walked up out of the water like the tyrant you were. And you had this, like, quiet conversation in the back of Roland's shop, and it was like this like mean thing where like River was just hissing at Roland the whole time and getting him to say things that Roland would never say. He's not a mean person. And but yeah, Roland, did he ever find his wings? No, he made his own. To answer your question,
that's a good answer.
Had to self-rely on himself, because at some point Roland had to realize that you couldn't always rely on the people around you, because they were either going to betray you or they were going to die. And if it's one thing Roland wasn't going to do, it was going to fucking die. And for you, Withers, what were the challenges being in a giant hot group like Weisenbach? And what were the difficulties managing that group? Well, the biggest challenge was public relations. It was hard to get the ins with a lot of other groups because people knew Roland was Weisenbach. And whenever I'd walk in, it's like people were open books with other towns that were kind of peaceful with each other, but everybody knew who Weisenbach was. And at the time, Weisenbach was unstoppable. They were the powerhouse. You couldn't say no to Weisenbach, and if you did, you'd have to do it behind closed doors, because if they felt any sort of resistance, like they were going to push back. And there was nobody that could do anything about it, and Armory knows better than that. And I hate that we had such a bad start, Armory. I hate it so much because at one point, Armory, I don't remember what they ended up doing. I think it had something to do with the bugs that Maria had caged behind your tavern or whatever. But we went on this, like, it was pretty much Eliza and Lorenz, and I was just kind of doing my own thing. But Armory was like, Weisenbach is no longer allowed here at the shop. Get the fuck out. And I was like, if you can find someone that can get us out of here, you're more than welcome to. And it's just like, it was this awkward silence of like 12 people standing in Armory's thing. And he was just like, get out. And I was like, okay.
Dang.
And yeah. And then I ended up making my little shop just off to the, I want to say east on a little hill. And Armory approached and he was like, so what's going on here?
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, man, listen, I know we got off on the wrong foot. He goes, we sure did. He goes, we sure did. I want to let you know, I did not forget what you said. And I was like, it was in a bad spot, man. It was in a real bad spot.
That line honestly does go pretty hard. Like, if you can find someone to get us out of here, by all means.
And it was the weight of Weisenbach that I was throwing around. And then Weisenbach literally imploded on itself when Lorenz died.
Yeah.
And that weight behind what I said completely disappeared. I was like, I'm not as strong as I once was, so maybe settle down real quick.
Armory never forgot.
Armory never forgot, and I feel like he held on to it to the very, very end. Even when Roland was like, hey, we're being nice now, right?
We've got you here right now, Armory. Did he ever forget it eventually, or has he held on to it? Nor Ollie. Ooh. Made a lot of enemies.
No, because
Weisenbach made a lot of enemies.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they made a lot of enemies, and it was PR was definitely like 75% of my season.
Was never forget, rarely forget. So here's a question: if that was challenging, was it fun, or was there a point at which you were like, "Come on, guys, I'm doing my best here"?
It was a bit of both, actually. I thought it was fun because it forced me to, I wouldn't necessarily say lie, because that's one thing Roland didn't do well, is lie. But I had to figure out how to spin my words in a way where people were like, okay, I get it. But also I get back to Weisenbach and be like, y'all, I just saved our ass. I hope you guys appreciate doing business with this place still, because you are not making it easy. And they're like, what did you do now? And I would do a lot of stuff behind like Lorenz and Eliza's back, and then I'd mend relationships with other towns that were on the verge of just being like, no, screw Weisenbach, we never want nothing to do with them again. And I would go and I would do stuff behind their back to kind of amend it. And they'd be like, well, why did you do this? And I'd be like, because if I didn't, you'd have everybody else versus us. And they'd suffocate us. And not that it mattered, because we were self-sustaining anyways, but there were some stuff that was like a lot harder to get. And if we can't go and buy this stuff off of people, we're kind of screwed. And so it was a lot of, you guys need to chill, because it was Meadows' age where they were all kind of deciding, late Meadows, early Iron, where they were all kind of deciding to switch up and go like full aggro. And I was like, well, first off, hit the brakes there.
It's not going to end well.
We're not about to do that. Yeah, no, I was like, it's not going to, yeah, it wouldn't have ended well. I was like, because we are way too early to be making this many enemies, and I need to be able to walk into a town freely. Like, we can't have this, guys. Yeah. We can't do this.
Yeah.
And then it started the whole shindig with Wormwood, where we approached them and we're like, we need a bee because everybody needs bees and you're hoarding all the bees. And then Wormwood was like, well, you're going to have to fight us for it. And I threw the first spear, and that was a rat. We ended up fighting that. I know. Rolling through the first spear. And then everybody hated us after that. And then I had to do PR for that. And they're like, well, I understand your PR, but weren't you the one who threw the first spear? And I was like, shh, we're not going to talk about that. We're going to leave that part out. We're going to stop right there. You're going to listen to what I said before, and we're going to pretend like I never threw a spear at all. Because let's be honest here. And so they were just like, but you threw the first spear, didn't you? Hey man, somebody had to initiate it. We needed to be.
Yeah.
And we had the whole thing of like, we weren't going to keep the bee, because we weren't. We had no intentions of keeping the bee. We were going to give it to somebody else who had like 1 bee or 2 bees. And we were going to give it to them. But everybody was like, we don't want a stolen bee. Well, it wasn't stolen. It was tactfully acquired.
Or technically acquired.
Yeah. And we were just like, well, what? I was like, well, what now? We just did all, and it turns out we never ended up getting a B because 3 times we tried and 3 times we somehow broke a rule. And I was just like, y'all, listen, this is getting redundant. I'm tired of doing this for nothing. We're making enemies out of everybody. And I called it Roland. That was the continent that we lived on. If anybody else that has any objections, don't care. It's Roland. And there were enough signs to stake my claim. I was like, we are making enemies out of all of Roland, and we got nothing to show for it. I was like, we don't even have a freaking B, and that's why we were here. And I was just like, if you go to raid them again, I will not be there. And I was like, because I'm not going to be the bad guy in this situation. And yeah, that was a whole mess. But Wormwood slowly kind of died off right after that. So it was like, oh, all right. I later found out that people were not having good relations with Wormwood anyway. So I was like, oh, well.
The first ever interaction I had was as Shaw, because I was basically doing a road warden duty and checking in and be like, you guys all good? Do you need anything? Like, do you want me to pave a road or whatever? And I met the current leader at the time, Vic, and he was like, yeah, we've got this like Wormwood spirit thing, like welcome to the Wormwood, yada yada yada. And I was like, okay, cool. And he was like, yeah, if anyone tries to sell you Wormwood brew or whatever, it's like a bad replica of ours, and we will pursue legal action. And Shaw was like, okay, from who? There's no court here. What legal? And he was like, well, I'm gonna find it. And he said if we don't take a stand against this sort of thing, bad things are gonna happen. And Shaw was like, yeah, I'm sure they will. I think you're right. And Vic was like, you can't like go saying that to people. And Shaw was like, what are you talking about? And he was like, you can't just like tell people that bad things are gonna happen to them. And he's like, I was agreeing with you, but okay. And so from the very beginning, Shaw was like, these people are insane. They are insane people, because I just agreed with what he said, and he immediately turned around and was like, what? What are you talking about? So when I reported into Kalik afterwards, I think Shaw was like, I'll like deal with the south area, because I don't think I made a very good impression on Wormwood somehow.
I had before the interaction, because like me and William had stopped in Wormwood a couple times, and just us without Weisenbach, and we'd gotten really, really cool with them. And so when we showed up to raid them, I pulled out the spear, and everybody knew I could never walk into a place, pull out a spear, and people go, I wonder who that is. So I was the only one who ever used one, you know? So I had a spear on my back, and Vic was just like, Roland. He was like, listen, you don't have to do this. I actually like you. He's like, I don't care much for everybody else, but you and William. And I was like, William's on the side. He's like, great. He goes, but if you indulge in this raid right now, he goes, I will never speak to you again. I was like, okay. So Lorenzo was like, are you going to stab him first, or do I got to do this? Like, what's happening? And then that's when I threw the spear, and he goes, you've made your decision, Roland. I'm disappointed in you. I was like, yeah, get in line.
I'm disappointed in me too.
That's exactly what I was like. I was like, listen, man, I don't want to do this just as much as you don't want me to do it. All right.
So we had another sort of an add-on to Wither's question / what would you do different with it if you started over? If you started over with Weissenbach and all that stuff, is there anything that you'd kind of approach differently?
I probably... It was convenient being in Weisenbach because they did have an abundance of materials, and that's what I needed, because I was constantly killing stuff and farming, so like my spear was constantly broken. So that was the convenient part about it. As far as doing so much PR, it was like a double-edged sword. It was like, I'm doing PR for Weisenbach. This can only go so far, but at the same time, it's giving me a reason to join other towns and not join other towns, but like go to other towns and kind of interact with them and get on their good graces and all that stuff.
Yeah.
So it was like whenever I went somewhere with Weisenbach, they're just like, Roland, take this with a grain of salt. I'm not directing this at you. I'm directing this at Lorenz and Eliza. I was like, okay, you do what you got to do. And so it was like, it kind of worked out in that way. But if I would change anything, I guess it would probably just be either find a different town that's not as aggro, or, well, you know what? No, I don't think I would, because they kind of pushed a lot of story, Weisenbach did, and not necessarily like main story, but like they forced a lot of stuff to happen just off presence alone, I guess, because stuff would happen, people would hear, and then it would circle back to Weisenbach, and it's like, all right, we're involved in something, you know? So I guess I wouldn't. It was, for a first season, I did very much enjoy the route that I took. It was a lot of work. I will say that, but I don't regret it.
Awesome.
No, I don't think I would actually.
There's a lot of. I feel very much the same about the interaction that I ended up having in the last month of season. It's cool to have that. At the end of it, you look back and you go, "Nah, that was worth it. That was worth all of the mentally taxing mornings or evenings and weekends and stuff of the effort that you put in."
Yeah, I agree. It was convenient too, because like at night, like later in the night, because they're obviously EU. While they were asleep, not awake to cause any trouble, is when I would do a lot of my running around and, like, you know, mending the wounds, if you will.
I
And
see.
so it made it a lot easier. And it's really funny too, because Varian, before he took the forever sleep, he would approach me. I'd be in like Haven Home when they were in their new place, and he'd be like, "Hey, Roland, come here. Let me talk to you real quick, buddy." And I'd be like, "All right." And, you know, we'd hobble off to a corner somewhere, and he'd be like, "So when are you going to leave?" And this man, from the very start, tried with every fiber of his being to get Roland to leave Weisenbach. He's like, "You don't belong there, man." He's like, "Let's be honest." I was like, "I don't know what you're talking about." And because at the time, Roland was very loyal to Eliza, and that was like something. It was like I'd always like we'd be having this conversation with Varian, and I'd be like, "You better watch your tongue before I cut it out." And he's be like, "Roland, you won't do that." And I would just be like, "No, it'll happen." And but it was, for the longest time, Varian tried every effort to get Roland out of Weisenbach. He's like, "Well, when you want to leave, you let me know." He's like, "I'll hook you up." And I was like, "Don't hold your breath." And oh, where was I going with this? I don't remember where I was going with it, but
Full interaction. Tried his damnedest to
you know,
get you out of there.
it was, and it wasn't just him. Like, he definitely put in the heaviest effort, but there were a lot of people like, "Why are you with Weisenbach, dude? You're so cool." Like, convenience.
I have.
I have power here. And it wasn't till like after Lorenz had died where Roland found no reason to really be in Weisenbach, and I tried to keep it like a secret. Like I slipped up a couple times, but I was like, "Yeah, I'm not part of Weisenbach anymore." But I haven't really made the claim. And then Eliza approached me one time, because like I was like, "I don't want to be in a town where you're the cause of his death, because he's the person I listen to. You were the leader, but in Roland's eyes, Lorenz had the final say." And it was like a lot of stuff we did too. It was like, he's like, "I know Eliza said this, but we're going to do this because it's better." And I was like, "Okay." And so once he left, it was like there was nothing anchoring Roland to Weisenbach. And so that's when I kind of dipped out, and it's just like, yeah, I don't stamp Weisenbach on any of my actions, because I don't want Weisenbach to receive credit for the things I do, or to receive like blame for anything I do. And so that's when Eliza had approached me. She was just like, "You're not part of Weisenbach anymore." I was like, "Whoa, whoa." And I had to like really spin the.
Where'd you hear that?
Tall head. Yeah, that's exactly exactly what I said to you. "Where'd you hear that?" And so I was like, no. I'm still here. I'm still part of your town. I just don't give you credit or defamation for anything that I do." And she's like, "Okay." And it was like literally that easy. I was like, all right, say less. And so that's when I made my little shop forge thing on the west side of the lake. And yeah.
And then you became king.
And then I became King Roland.
Of
Yes.
whatever's left of New Gildemere.
What? Yeah. king of the essentially adopted all the former children that were. It's like a couple people from Weisenbach. It was people from Rivengard because Megan, who became Mikey, Eliza, who became Niffy, and Silas, who became Ron Claymore.
Mm-hmm.
And then Lorenz, he died and he became Bron Claymore.
I thought Bron came first.
No, it was Lorenz. It was Bron Claymore from Lorenz, Ron Claymore from Silas.
No, I mean like who arrived first. I thought Bron Claymore happened, and then Silas was like, "I'm going to be Bron."
Yes, it was Bron Claymore first.
Uh-huh.
So it was Indus and I initially. Lorenzo died, and then he came back as Bron Claymore, and he became our armor smith because we didn't have one. So it was me as a weaponsmith, Indus as an artisan, and then Bron Claymore as an armor smith. So we had everything we needed to like be successful.
Right.
And then after that came Ron, then it was Rhaegar. He showed up as Mist.
Mm-hmm.
And then Silas died and he came back as Ron Claymore. And then Eliza and Megan had died and they came back as Niffy and Mikey. Mm-hmm. And then Indus went on his psychopath streak and he became, he died and he came back as Brenna Claymore.
Yeah.
And that was the town.
So I've got a couple of things that I want to delve into because obviously Indus is a big part of this. It's a big part of like what happened with in the aftermath.
It's a big part of the season.
Oh yeah, little did I know. Because
same.
Yep, I met Indus I think thrice.
Okay.
So when I heard, oh yeah, there's a serial killer. Oh, okay. Anyway, and then a bunch of the people that I was heavily involved with are like, yeah, this guy, redirected the course of my entire life. I was like, oh, that's heavy. So there was something that I remember you mentioning. When we found Indus's Void Orb collection,
mm-hmm.
where you said this used to be run by some basically like a shadow organization. What was that?
Yes. That was a shadow organization that pretty much stemmed from Weisenbach, from the von Weiss family, which was Lorenz and Eliza. It was called Anto Barzul,
mm-hmm.
and it was pretty much called Give and Take, is what that essentially translated to. And their whole shtick was balance. So, the scales of balance, not order, balance. And so at one point when I first got involved with Anto Barzul, it was the task that I received because when I rolled the dice, my scales were really out of whack. But I rolled a really easy task, and the task I was given was to deliver. This was before we had access to like Black Marble, Grouston, and Ashwood. But the admins, to get a portal for that guild, we had to deliver all of the Ashwood, Black Marble, and Grouston appropriately to each town. And it was just get rid of it all in the right manner, basically, was the quest that we had. And so we kind of did like a dice roll to figure out who got what amount of what. And then it was my job to deliver each stack to everybody, to all the towns, and there was like 11.
Oh.
So it was it was a lot. But Meridia had like 20-something stacks of just each. And I was like, holy crap. And that was like 3 trips in itself.
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of people were just like, we'd show up and they'd have like black marble structures. I'd be like, oh, this is really cool, trying to play the dumb game. And they were like, yeah, it was found it in a box this morning when I woke up, and there's a sign attached to it that just said balance, and there was nothing else. It was just all this stuff in here. And like some people were like, we just left it, we didn't touch it, like we didn't know what to do with it, and it was just this big mystery. And just like, oh, the nameless acolyte telling me about his duty to enact balance while I sit in the corner playing with a coin. But that was like our whole shtick. And I remember we showed up to Rivengard back when it was like, so there was the initial Rivengard
Mm-hmm.
where they had first started, and then there was a spot they had that they'd moved to right after, which was like
Further inland, wasn't it?
northwest of there. No, okay, so the second spot was inland, but they moved. They had a third spot that was more like northwesty from their
Oh.
initial spot, I want to say, and so we showed up there, and Silas was extremely aggressive towards us, and it was me, Indus, and Lorenz. And so Silas is like drawing out, but he's like sending out ravens as we're sitting there trying to like talk with him. And he ends up getting like I want to say like 3 or 4 people to show up and kind of help him, and they all started attacking us, and we ended up beating them or whatever. And then the server freaking crashed as we were leaving. So we ended up sticking, all the stuff had dropped off. It stuck, thank God, because that was such a pain in the butt to haul up there. But we ended up beating him, and we dropped the stuff down in there, and we put the sign that said balance, and we walked by, and Silas was like, yeah, get the fuck out of here. I never want to see you again. I was like, all right, man, listen, I like you. Don't be playing with me like that.
We just gave you a bunch of free shit.
Yeah, good stuff, like 2 progressions away type stuff. And but no, it was a good little bit that didn't necessarily last long, because then Lorenz died, obviously, and he was kind of the runner of that whole thing. And then it was kind of pretty much a secret little cult.
I was
And
wondering
they would
how.
go around enacting violence every so often, because like they would, some people, they deemed some people on a list to become out of balance, so they had to go right the wrong by either violence or a means of them. So like Wormwood, that was actually a a mark, if you will, by that organization. That wasn't just like, hey, we need bees, we're going after Wormwood. That was like, okay, they rolled a dice, there was a number, it landed on Wormwood, they were like, they had this many bees and everybody else has less than them. We need to put them back in balance and put everybody else in balance as well. So that's how the Wormwood thing came about.
I see. Interesting.
Mhm.
Because one of the things that I remember, I just figured it must have been, finding it in a chest somewhere because he was able to get on more than I did. Kalik, he said to me, I got some more materials there in the construction chest. I was like, okay, and I looked in there, and there was like 10 stacks of Grouston, I think, maybe more, as well as a shit ton of black marble, about 6 stacks of black marble. And I just sort of looked at it and I was like, oh, okay. Like, I was sort of thinking like a player in that situation, because he was offline at that stage. And I looked at it and I was like, oh, he must have like gone exploring and found it, or had some sort of admin thing. But because Shaw doesn't know that these things are from 3+ progression things away, he was just like, oh, okay, yeah, that's pretty cool. I don't know what I can do with any of these, like, they're construction materials. So what I ended up doing was, I did what I usually do in my single-player games for the Forge, where I have stone in the rest of the Forge, but, like, the work area where the smelters are, I make that black marble floor. I don't know why, I just think it looked cooler. So eventually I did that, and then I just still had all this black marble sitting around that I had nothing to do with.
Yep.
But it was cool. I've been wondering where that came from all season, so...
Surprise, it came from Weisenbach, everybody's favorite enemy.
Little do we know.
We were nice as fuck, damn it.
Yeah, we were nice as fuck, except when we weren't.
Yeah.
Give me about a couple of minutes to use the bathroom, and then I'll come back and I'd like to ask about Indus.
Of course, of course.
Be right back.
Silas, I also wish we sang more. It was very pleasant when we had the opportunity. I feel like I didn't sing enough. I think I sang more in the beginning, but I had more time in the beginning too because I wasn't really involved in so much, and there was just a lot to do at the end. Everybody's not wanted king. I heard the whispers, you peasants. We do need a royalty season. I had zero intentions of actually, like I said, I had scrapped the idea entirely. I told William outside in like Discord, I was like, yeah, I don't think Roland's becoming king. He was like, nope. I was like, okay, good. I'm glad we're on the same page. And then, surprise, surprise, resurfaced. I'm gonna make Silas a king in the next season. Whatever you have planned, I'm going to figure out a way to make Silas the leader of everyone. It may not fit in with the story, but it'll happen.
All right. Settle down, settle down. We need royalty season. That'd be interesting.
Yeah, we're talking about making Silas the king of the next season, no matter what.
The king of the next season, not of the world inside the season, but of the season. We're going to make Silas the player an admin, and he can choose whatever things happen that he wants.
Yeah, Withers, when are you gonna let me voice a character that's important to the story?
Yeah, get him in there.
Yeah.
All right, so how did you meet Indus? How did that all go down?
Met him through. We actually showed up to. Mad trailer voice.
In a world.
We actually showed up to. Yep. In a world where both our cars were totally underwater, but we went over to. They said they had to handle some business or something over there, and at the time, I think Indus and Eliza had some sort of like romance thing going on that was really outlandish to me because they were like two children basically speaking with each other. It was awkward, but anyways, so we showed up there and they were kind of handling their business and everybody was outside talking, and then we ended up getting into this like sparring like session that everybody would do after a certain amount of time spending in somebody else's town. And Indus and I ended up sparring and ended up beating him. And he was just like, oh, you're really good with that. I need to practice more with you. And so we did. He'd show up to Weisenbach, we'd spar. I'd show up to the Iron Reach, we'd spar. And that was just kind of him and I going back and forth. And that's initially how we first met, was kind of in the beginning. Like mid to late Meadows is when we first initially started scuffling and interacting with each other.
Okay. So then, what was Roland's... Hearing about the serial killer, what was your interaction with the murders? Did you read about it in the paper? Did you have connections in character with any of the people who were murdered?
I did. Falco, he was one of our armor smiths at Weisenbach.
Okay.
He was murdered. And he was kind of, I woke up one day, I logged in, and I went to go craft myself a new spear, and I just seen this bloody mess all over the floor with like signs that kind of explained everything here and there, and I was like, oh my gosh. I was like, Falco's dead. And I sent out like 3 or 4 ravens. I was like, I was like, somebody died in our shop and there's honey everywhere. And it was Falco and Marco. Actually, Marco was one that I interacted with a lot as well, and this was around right after he did his horse races and stuff, and then he got offed, and I was like, damn, Marco too. And even William was just like, Marco.
I thought Marco got killed in the Primus fight.
Did he?
I thought he did. I might be wrong. I might be
maybe I always mix up Marco and Falco, but either way. Falco was like my first like one that like really hit where I was like, okay, yeah, so Marco died in the Primus fight, but Falco was the first one where I was like, damn, they just be hitting everybody, and but I never really like thought anything of it, and I never really Indus did a really great job at like hiding it when he was around and like talking about it, and somebody would bring up the fact that like somebody had died and it was the killer who used the honey, and he was just like, oh man, that's really, tragic essentially, and he hit it very well to even where like the people that were really perceptive to like catching on to stuff like that, like Lorenz, he was an extremely perceptive individual and he caught on to a lot of stuff early on, but that was one that totally escaped him, and I was like, oh, you even fooled him, that's crazy.
Got everyone right up until the end.
I know it. Holy what? Well, some of the people from, and I won't give up too much, but there was a town that kind of had their suspicions from the start.
Oh yeah.
And so they kind of had him under the radar. They just kind of couldn't nail anything to him.
Yeah, there's no evidence.
Yeah, they couldn't nail anything to him up until Wormwood. So that was, and it was like then when we were in Wormwood and we found the 3 dead bodies there. I think it was Vic, Timothy, and somebody else.
Millie.
And I'm Millie. Yep, that's the one. And I'm sitting there and I'm looking over this stuff and I'm thinking about a lot of the stuff. I'm not gonna give up. I'm gonna let Indus.
Oh yeah.
I guess this isn't really ruining his thunder because I'm sure he's got so much. But it was like Timbrasa, the monks, Lucan especially. He had his suspicions. Like the monks had, he had a bunch of people from a couple different towns that were all kind of investigating. They had their own little group, and they had all been like, I kind of low key think it's Indus. They're just like, we don't have anything to really stamp on him yet, so we're just kind of watching him. But I had started like remembering stuff that was like written in the books and stuff that were left at some of the death sites that I'd shown up at, and Hannon's in particular really struck me because the book had said something along the lines as, I'll make her apologize and she'll never do it again. And I'm thinking, who did Hannon wrong? And then I remembered Indus used to be a part of the Bramo report, and he had
up
had
to the mic.
Public. Oh, I'm sorry.
We can hear when you're leaning away from it. Do you move around a lot when you're talking?
No, I was just getting really comfortable in my chair.
It's fine. It's fine.
But the book that was left at Hannon's, site where she was killed was inside her own little building where she had her portal and stuff, and it had said something along the lines of like, I'll make her apologize, she'll never do it again. I'm thinking, what the heck is that supposed to mean? I didn't think anything of it. And then I thought back to Indus being a part of the Bramo report one time, and he had requested something to be published in there. And I guess she like didn't publish it correctly, and it got skewed, and it kind of like made Indus look dumb. Oh. And I was like, holy cow. And it's like that moment right there. I'm sitting there talking to, I think it was Kestrel, and I audibly gasped. I was like, oh, no way. And I looked at Kestrel. I was like, it's Indus. And she goes, well, no shit. I'm telling you, it's Indus. I was like, well, no, like, here's why. And so I brought it to his attention, and he kind of like stuttered, and he was like, what are you talking about, Roland? And I was like, no, you're not about to gaslight me, sir. And so we just started like, I started piling on question after question after question, and it all just started like the pieces started falling into place. Every time I said something and he answered, I was like, got him. And with every serial killer, they all have like an ego.
Yeah.
And so Lorenz, he pulled me aside. He's like, Roland, he goes, every serial killer has an ego, right? Like it's their job. Nobody likes their job to be criticized. He goes, so what are we going to do, Roland? I was like, we're going to criticize. He goes, right. And so we just started like defaming like all of the like dead bodies. Like, wow, I guess this couldn't have actually been the killer. Like, this is really sloppy. And so Indus started rolling dice to
Oh,
yeah, he started rolling dice, and he had 3 really good rolls in a row, and I was like, fuck, we really got to press this. And then he had one really horrible roll, and he was like, honestly, I think it looks really good. He's like, I think whoever the killer was did a great job. It looks like a masterwork and a masterpiece and this, that, and the other. And I was just like, at that time, I was King Roland. So I was like, you're under arrest, sir.
yeah, yeah.
You're under arrest. And he's like, off of what? And I was like, we're going to cross that bridge when we get there. And it was so good how like when I had that moment of realization, it all just kind of started falling into place. And I was just like, holy cow, this motherfucker really pulled the wool over my eyes and befriended me. I started a shop with you, you snake.
Yeah.
And then see what else was it? We brought him back to the jail, and we continued to press him. And we was just like, this is sloppy work. Even this death doesn't seem like it was the killer because blah blah blah. And he finally was just like, he rolled super high on a roll, and he was just like, I don't know what you guys are talking about. He goes, I guess when we have a proper trial, we'll cross that bridge. And then we were just like, there's got to be some evidence of something. And so my brain initially went to go to the Old Iron Reach on the South Shore. That's he spends a decent amount of time there, right? And so Braun had taken a group of people, and he had run all the way over there. And I think Mist and Mikey were kind of running that way, but they were really slow because they were still new, so they didn't have the endurance.
Oh, yeah.
But they were coming up the hill where the old Anto Barzul base was. And at that time, we'd abandoned it.
Mm-hmm.
So Mikey was like, hey, I'm about to get off for the night. I think I'm going to rest in this little house. And they walked into the house, and I immediately get a Raven, and it's Mist. He's like, he sent me a picture of what was set up in there. And he goes, King Roland, he goes, I think you need to get here now. And I immediately sent a Raven to Braun. I was like, wrong area, Anto Barzul, be there. And we showed up, and we walked in there, and it's just names of everybody that had died, and it's got all these, and it made sense because we had just gotten a fountain for the sprites or whatever it was called. And Indus was like, I need as many of these as you can get. And so there were those orbs, the glowing sprite orbs. They were all on the walls, and it was like the souls of everybody that had died or that he had killed. And it had the names, and there was like books and stuff of like ledgers and like a journal of how he killed everybody and his emotions through the whole process and like this whole everything. So I took one of the books, I took a bunch of pictures and stuff. I walked back there. I was like, so Indus, I'm gonna read you something real quick. And just, I want to know your take on it. And I flipped to like the third or fourth passage, and I started reading it. And then as he starts typing in there /me, jaw drops. And I was just like, got him, coach. And so I was like, I started reading. I get to the end, and he goes, you know what? Fuck it. And then he just goes full psychopath. And it was so cool.
I remember he did an amazing job of keeping that
it was
up.
Oh man, he did a good job.
It's
I think
to do the ranting lunatic without breaks. Unscripted, improvised.
He locked in and just stuck with it, and it was amazing. Like, he changed the way he spoke, his tone, his pitch, everything. It was just so perfect. And I'll never forget finding out, and I messaged him in the Discord after. I was like, you dog, you absolute scallywag. And he was just like, it took everything in me not to, he's like, I had to befriend Roland. He's like, it was the safest bet. I was like, damn right it was. But man, he played that bit so good, and I can't believe he drugged that out as long as he did. It was so good,
Mm-hmm.
and
I remember
just
I
the
walked up
planning behind everything.
when I got there. He was mid rant, and I got up there and I was like, "What the fuck has happened? Oh my god!" So I'm very
I think
glad.
Vile had a recording of like the whole thing, and at the time, or it was Vile, I believe.
I've got
No,
a
it was
recording
Ezra.
of it.
Ezra had a recording of the whole thing as well.
Oof.
And at the time I caught you, it was just as you had showed up, and I
Mm,
literally heard your voice in there, like, "What the fuck is happening?"
yeah. Yep.
It's like, and it was really cool. I had to rewatch again because I was like, "Man, that was what a moment that
Way
was."
has a stream of it. Sick. Yep.
Oh, perfect.
Awesome reveal for everyone who it mattered a lot to.
I'm excited to hear Indus on here.
Oh
Honestly,
yeah.
that's gonna be so good.
This is why I'm doing this, so that
I
I
know.
can get into it. You can hear it from like beginning to end, the perpetrator of this, because I respect Detarian, who played
Mhm.
Timothy, who was the death broker, who was the one
Yes.
that Sai would hide behind, so that there could be no meta. Yep.
Oh, and I didn't realize that until afterwards. Sai
Ah.
was like, yeah, Timothy was like my cover up, and I
Yep.
was like, dude, what a class act
Fantastic idea. Fantastic idea.
it was. So any last, I don't want to hold up anymore. I know
I
Osidia
mean,
is
shit.
trying to get in here.
We've been here for 2 hours. Uh,
We have.
yeah. So,
We have.
uh, what would you tell yourself earlier in the season? Because I know what I would tell myself. Like, if I could go back to the start and be like, "Hey, me, XYZ." Is there anything in particular that you'd, inform yourself about, warn yourself about, that would improve your experience, change your experience in a good way?
Um, I probably live closer to the population.
Ah, okay,
That's
yeah.
Weisenbach being so detached from everything. We missed out. The only reason I had a lot of interaction as I did was because I was out traveling,
Mm-hmm.
and I'd hear things, and it was a lot harder, like I said in the beginning, because we did live so far away. So interaction was very few and far in between. Um, and be honest, nobody really wanted to travel to Weisenbach for two reasons. One, it was too far away, and two, it was Weisenbach. So, a I think that's actually my plan for next season, is to kind of establish like a central point between like everybody, somewhere nice and close where I don't have to travel. Just like a central hub is kind of what I'm going for. So just be closer.
Yeah, Central Hub is definitely the way to go. Yeah, I should have gone to Meridia. Meridia would have been sick. I think.
Yep. That's a nice little place. I love Meridia so
Yeah,
much.
Meridia was really cool. And do you have any like admin appreciation? Because obviously we've talked about we talked about with Bacon, like the whole team, the whole staff team does a colossal amount of work. But were there any kind of standout moments where you were like, "Oh shit, that was cool as hell," and that was done by a staff member?
Um, a lot of the stuff I kind of like, as far as like events and stuff went, like it was kind of like, if you can't do this as an admin, like we're doing something wrong. What I have to say is like, when there was an issue or somebody needed help, was how, and I'm sure they've heard it a million times, and you're going to hear it a million more times, but it was how quickly they acted to kind of resolve something. And it was never like, you didn't take the harshest like when it came to like punishment, it was never the harshest course right off the rip. It was like, get to the bottom of it and figure out like a good enough route to go about it, so that like it's not super severe, because at the end of the day, the admins do want to see people having fun.
Yeah.
And that's something I can respect, because it's not about ruining it for somebody. Because even if an admin in particular doesn't like certain person. Like you can hate a person like in and out of character, but at the end of the day, you still want them to enjoy it, and you're not going to ruin it for them just because you're an admin and you can.
Yeah.
So that was something I really appreciated, was how uh, quickly they resolved things or worked to help in certain situations. Nobody was ever left, in limbo for a certain amount of time and missing anything. So that was something I can appreciate them for, was how quickly they worked and how often they worked. Oh my gosh. I think Withers said at one point he had like upwards of like mid 40s of tickets one day. And I was just like, good God. Yeah, that's crazy.
My heart hurts.
Dude, I know. It's crazy.
It's one of the reasons I asked him, like, hey, do you need more people? And he's like, no, we're pretty full.
100% help.
But I'm like, man,
I would 100% help. I think it would be just a whole different like respect for it, I guess. And messing around on like other servers, because I'm in a server with like Silas and Rhaegar, and we're just kind of building stuff, and they're teaching me how to build, and just learning, like, it pales in comparison to what they do here. But just like figuring out commands and stuff, I'm like really trying to like kind of figure it out, to kind of learn, and like hopefully one day get to that point where it's like I can help them in some way, shape, or form, so that's kind of what I'm going for.
And what is something that no one ever asks you that you wish they did?
I knew this question was coming.
It always trips everybody up.
I know. I was waiting for it, and I didn't think it was going to be the next one. It was something that no one asks me. Gosh, I could drag this out because I truly have no idea. It's like I've been asked a million questions this season, and gosh, I honestly don't have an answer to that. I don't have an answer. I guess nobody's really asked me how I would essentially, like, it's always like generic questions, like how's Roland doing, and like, oh, did you hear this, that, and the other. But nobody ever asked me. It's like, I was never put in a position outside of being like king, I guess, but like big matters, like nobody ever asked for my input, or like how I should fix this, or how I should help in this way. And it was like, maybe that was just the character, I guess, because I'll be completely honest, my opinion on everybody else, how they viewed Roland, was like, I figured everybody thought Roland was a big dumb idiot just because of the way he talked and just his personality and stuff. So like, I figured that's probably why people weren't, but Roland was not the big dumb idiot. And there was a lot to Roland that wasn't really unpacked, and there's questions like, how would you do this, how would you resolve it, and such and stuff. So I guess more like in a means of like helping with like stuff that wasn't like combat related, because when it was like, hey, I need somebody for a bodyguard, would you mind, Roland was like, sure, fuck it. But yeah, traveling bard.
You kind of were. Not every bard has to be musical.
It's true. No, it's true.
You had a squire and everything.
It also true. Short-lived, but true.
I remember I think maybe the first time I ever encountered you was you and William were sailing the river north, and I happened to be nearby, and I was crossing the bridge, and I opened the bridge for you. And I heard, I think it might have been William.
Twins Crossing, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was like right outside the Road Warden Guildhall. And it was either you or Roland who was like, you have been graced by the presence of Roland. It is the best day of your life.
My favorite thing, and William and I called it a drive-by Roland. See somebody on the show. It was one of the few things that we actually meted. But we'd be like, my lord, we're coming up on somebody. I'd be like, yes. And we drive by and be like, behold, it is I, the great Roland. It is a pleasure for you to make my acquaintance.
That's the one. That's the one.
Well.
That's the one.
And then
oh
we just
my
drive
God.
off and not say anything else.
It
was my favorite thing to do.
Out of character, I fucking lost it. I was not at all prepared because I heard like the voice and I was like, oh, okay, it's it's the silly voice, and then it was like, it is a pleasure for you, like in third person, to, to be graced by.
That was like, and it was something I did when I walked into town. So we're like, "Oh, Roland, nice to meet you." We're like, "Yeah, it is nice for you to meet me." Like, what? And I'd always be like, "I'm so humble," and people are like, "What?" William would be like, "Yeah, my lord, for sure."
Yeah, totally.
The humblest.
You're the most humble.
That was probably my favorite thing outside of the signs that everybody found was
Oh.
doing drive-by Rolands to people. Oh, it was so good. I'm so glad some people got a kick out of that.
It was fantastic. Oh yeah. I think I made an appreciation post for it, I think, where I said like that was the funniest thing that I've seen all month.
That's awesome. Oh, I'm glad.
All right.
That makes me happy.
Thank you
I
so
totally
much for
forgot
coming
about
on.
that. Yeah, of course. Thanks for having me. This was a blast.
If you have anything more that you want to share, like throw it in Discord chat, throw it in the Twitch chat, because we're going to be on for a little bit longer with Osidia to talk about. I mean, we had Andy talking about being an antagonist through the lens of like a PvP in a fight. We are going to find out what it's like to be an antagonist who never needs to lift a blade.
Oh yes, the worst of them. Snake.
Absolute scoundrel. Sea snake.
But thank you for having me again. This was awesome.
Thank you so much for coming on. Until the next time, we'll both be around the Discord. I'm sure we'll see each other.
Of course. Have a good night.
Right, take care, man. All right, we are going to take a little break for a few minutes. I need to stretch my legs because I've been sitting here for 2 hours. Stay tuned. It's just going to be a few minutes, and then we will talk to Dreamy Blue, Osidia LaRue. Surname not really known during the season. And we are back. Hello, everybody. I hope you are prepared for what you're about to hear, because it was very cool to get my own reveal, but now we're going to share it with all. Stand by. We'll be with you shortly. Ding dong, Osidia calling. Or rather, calling Osidia. Greetings.
What?
If I read my instructions correctly, I have to give you some fish food before you'll talk to me.
Oh, fish food. What kind of fish food?
I mean, there's only two things that you need to know about this food.
Oh, well, okay. Are you gonna tell me it's food and it's for fish? Because
see, you do know what it is. You know exactly what it is. You didn't need to
I
ask.
hate it when you do that.
That's why I do it.
All right.
All right, here we are, the Scottish lady from Fellhaven herself.
Hello.
All right, we're just gonna dive right in. Who the hell are you? And how did you get here?
I'm not Scottish. I'm actually American.
See, American as hell.
You might have thought I was Scottish,
That's
but
right.
I was not.
It was a good voice.
Thank you. I appreciate it. It was one of my goals this season.
It was. What were your other goals? You had a list of them.
I did. It was like keep up an accent throughout the whole season, learn how to block and parry, because I didn't. I'm pretty new to Valheim in general, so I really don't know these things. So I wanted to learn how to block and parry. I wanted to have a relationship with my character, like a romantic relationship for my character that wasn't heterosexual and monogamous, because I do that every season and it's not reflective of who I am, and it's very sad. What else? There was like one other thing, I can't remember. That was most of it. Oh, and kill somebody. Yes.
And kill somebody, which you did do, which we will talk about.
Which I did do. I'm sure you have lots of questions set up for me.
I don't really have questions set up for you. We're basically going to do what I've done so far with everyone else, where it's we'll kick off with what is your history with VRP and role playing and Valheim in general.
So, well, thank you, Turbo. I appreciate it. I've been role-playing for a long time, like probably since I was in middle school. I started in like text-based RP servers, and then when I got into like high school age, I started doing like role-playing game servers where you could like voice RP and in-game RP and do like the /me's and the everything. I actually started in like Ark Survival.
Dinosaur
I was
Land.
part of a lot of like... Yes, Dinosaur World. I started like a lot of... that's actually how I met JC. We were both on an Ark Survival server. It was like a D&D sort of that setting. So it's not even my first like video game roleplay experience. And then I've been playing D&D for a long time as well. Then I think JC and I had only been dating for like a month or two when he was like, hey, I found this Valheim server, do you want to play? And I was like, I don't know how to play Valheim. And he was like, that's okay, it's a roleplay server, so just, you know, we're gonna have fun. And I was like, oh yeah, I've been on roleplay servers before, I could do that. So I started in season 9. I think it was like pretty early on in the season. We started playing together. I didn't do a lot that season, like story-wise, because I was trying to figure out how to play the freaking game. And then season 10, I did a little more story. Season 11, I got really invested in it. I had a great time there. I missed most of the mini seasons. I did play 12. I got really invested in 12. And then 13 was a lot of fun as well.
So let's talk about 13.
You don't want to talk about season 9?
We can talk about season 9 if you want.
No.
I'm sure. What could go wrong?
Well, nobody's going to be interested.
So, who was Osidia in Gildemir? For real. Because we're going to go into who she wasn't in Gildemir later on.
this is the real story, the real deal story that very, very few people knew about. Osidia was basically like the disowned child. She had like a loving family with a family business, and she didn't want to do that. She wanted to do her own thing. And, you know, I had sort of gone off the lore for the story of like the industrial district, and there was the woman who was in charge of all that. Her name was Jane something, and her thing was like, oh, well, if it doesn't have a purpose or a use or a practical use, then it's worthless. And so that was pretty much how her family was. So she wanted to be a cook. They wanted to make ship parts and, you know, run the family business and make money and not die. She didn't want to do a lot. She was selfish. And when, you know, when her talents weren't appreciated, she ran away. She went to live with her good friend Ronan for a couple years. Ronan was a character in the game. As many of you probably met Ronan. I ran the tavern with him.
Played by Steve.
Played by Steve, who should be sleeping but is sending me Snapchats.
Tell him to get in the chat.
He's not going to. He's going to pass out.
Well, tell him that I told you to tell him to get in the chat.
Yeah, that's going to convince him.
Yeah, that'll work.
So, Osidia and Ronan had been friends for a couple years pre-season 13. And Ronan actually had a little sister, and her name was Sloane. Sloane died because she, you know, she had some medical needs and her family couldn't afford it, so she did pass away. And then in that, basically that lapse of, like, you know, her family's in mourning, they just lost their daughter, that's sort of when Osidia shows up. So from very early on, hello, my love, I see you.
There is a certain... There's a certain...
JC is now watching.
Yep, Jesus Christ himself is in the chat.
Jesus Christ, my lover.
That sounds like an anime.
It does.
Volume 2.
So very early on in her life, it was like she's got these greedy intentions because she wants to do what she wants to do, and she's gonna be selfish and run away from her family, run away from home to follow her dreams. But also then, you know, her best friend and his family, they're in mourning, and they have this hole in their life, and she conveniently shows up to fill it. So for a while, it was like Ronan's father, who was a chef, taught Osidia, you know, how to cook and how to, you know, do all the things she wanted to do. And for him, it was sort of like a replacement, and that caused a lot of strife in their marriage. So she made things really tough on the household. And then Ronan and his mother, they were farmers, and so there was sort of this awkwardness between the family. It was like, okay, well, Osidia, you know, she lives with us, and it's nice, and we do like her, but also we can't replace our daughter. You know, she died, and it was a very sad thing. But from an early age, Osidia was maybe not intentionally, but she saw what the power of manipulating people like this could do, and if it could help her get what she wanted, then that was what she had to do. She had to do what she had to do to make her life what she wanted, and nobody was going to hand the life she wanted to her. She lived with Ronan for a while. Even like as childhood friends, the two of them, you know, there was some unkindled candles there. There was definitely a couple sparks that could have been but never were.
Full of wicks unlit.
Yeah, right. And we made that very clear, like from the early days. You know, everyone knew, like, oh, that's Osidia and Ronan. They're either siblings or they're in love with each other. And the strange answer was, well, yes and yes. They were childhood best friends. They did live together for a short while as kids. You know, they sort of grew up together. And he did sort of replace her sister, but also, yes, they were into each other. It just never happened. So that's sort of where she came from. And then after a couple years, you know, people started going missing, and LaHale's taking people for his experiments. She doesn't talk to her family. She's doing her chef things, and she gets a couple letters from home, and her mom's like, hey, you know, people are going missing around our area. You know, we miss you. I wish you would come home and, you know, just make up with your father. And she's like, no, I don't want to do that. And then, you know, she gets a letter one day, and it's like, hey, your father and your two older brothers went out looking for people that have gone missing, and they have not come home. So it was at that point that Osidia decided that she had to go back home. And this plays into the selfish bit as well, the manipulator. She basically didn't tell Ronan and his family anything. She just disappeared. She completely, the same way she did her first family, like her blood family, just up and disappeared on them. Went back home to the industrial district, and she didn't have like any knowledge on how to be a smith and how to keep up the family business, because she wanted to be a chef. So she was trying to like support her mom, who was, getting older, and her little sister, who also no experience. So 3 women who don't know how to do anything. She's trying desperately to make ends meet and keep them alive. And, her father and her 2 older brothers are gone.
Just trying to look after little Osidia.
They're poor. Yes, it's little Osidia. Things aren't going well. The shop goes under, and she basically, she works long nights. She'll go like to the river and like go clamming or go fishing, which are things she used to do as a child with her brothers and sister. Now she's doing them for survival, and she's like fishing and clamming and cooking and selling food like late nights by the ocean to the sailors. And that was where she got her hatred for sailors, because they were not the kindest to her. And I just don't think I have to say much more. They were not kind to her.
Yeah,
it was right into her story.
They were very bad, naughty men.
They were bad men, and so that sort of sparked that for her. But for most of her life, the water was a symbol of, like, at first it started as like a childhood nostalgia, because she grew up on the river. I actually have like her document and her like Spotify playlist and all the things that I designate to her is called the River Child, and that's where her silly little nickname came from when she became River, because she's the River Child. So she grew up, it started as nostalgia, being with her brothers and sister on the water and fishing and swimming. And I wish you would close the door when you do that.
Are you talking to the cat?
Yeah, sorry. Okay.
How did I know? You were talking to your little Uti.
My Uti. It started as, nostalgia, and then it became, okay, this is what I have to do for survival. And then there was a night when, she said, goodbye to her mom and goodbye to her sister, and she went out and she was working and fishing and clamming and cooking and selling and trying to avoid these men. And that was when the city went down. So her family was, at home in the industrial district, her mom and her sister, all that was left of her family. Ronan's family is somewhere. She doesn't know where. She abandoned them. Her dad and her brothers gone. She doesn't know where they are. And the city goes up in flames, and she's already like on the pier. Like, she's already at the dock. So that was why she escaped, because she was working. The city went up in flames, so she just fled. She did not go back in for her family, which is one of her biggest regrets in the early days when she was still Osidia, and she had those regrets, is that, she didn't go back for her family or her brother or her mom or her sister or anyone. So she figured probably that, like, Ronan and her family, they all died during the invasion, which is true for her family and Ronan's family, but as she found out later, Ronan survived. The part that really nobody knew was that the boat that she escaped on, it had 6 sailors on it. And I even posted some things about this in her lore post. But there were 6 sailors aboard the ship that she was on. And all of them had been, unkind to her back in the city. And so this was the night where everything just sort of snapped for her. She lost her family. She lost everything she, had. And she had been dealing with this abuse for a long time, a couple of years at that point. And she just snapped. She killed all 6 of the men on board her ship. She departed Gildemir on a ship of 7, and she arrived on the shores of the Wildlands as a party of 1, covered in blood, hoping that nobody had seen her ship and knew what she did. And she just sort of had to go into the world now and think, okay, well, what do I tell people? Who am I? Because, it would be a great shame if people knew who I was back then. If they knew that I was Osidia LaRue, the girl who abandoned her family, and she didn't want to be known as that. She didn't want, her father's shop fell apart, and a big thing for him was honor. So she was like, well, I don't want people to know that I'm the reason my father's shop fell apart, and I'm the reason everything fell apart. So that was why throughout the season, she never told anyone her last name. I think I told one person Osidia's last name because the name of the shop was LaRue's. So she was like, well, that's my family name. People will know me as the girl who ran away. I'm not going to use it.
Mm-hmm.
And she also, early on in the season, she would say like, oh, I'm not a chef. I just run this store. So she even, like, her profession even, she wouldn't tell people, at least in the early days.
So
that is most of the...
Yeah. So she washes up on the shores of what you call the Wildlands. Interesting that you would call it that. Wonder why.
I have been calling it that since the early days.
Ah.
I've been calling it that for a long time.
So Shaw was serendipitous.
Yeah, he's got the foresight.
Apparently. I just thought it sounded cool. And that's not... He wasn't even... He was just called that back in Gildemere because of his behavior.
Mm-hmm.
So, she washes up on the shores of the Wildlands. Where does she go first? Where did she end up?
I had received before the season, some out-of-character communication to meet up with people in Fellhaven. So I knew that I wanted to go to Fellhaven, but I didn't know, like, my awesome market event. I'm sure we'll get there. I didn't know, like, who was going to be there. I try really hard not to plan too much into my season and, like, who I'm going to spend time with or who I'm going to live with or who I'm going to find. I try to just strictly go off vibes. Like, if I find you and it's working, we're hanging. But I did receive an invitation to not only go to Fellhaven, but also Roland was going to be there, who I had background with written into my story. So I did need to find him eventually. So Osidia just starts heading north. I washed up, like, I think I showed you where I washed up. It was like the bottom right corner of the continent, pretty close to where the ship is.
Yeah.
So that was where I washed up, and I just started walking north. I came across what later became my boyfriend's tavern. What is it called?
A rumor mill.
The rumor mill. I came across the foundation of what would one day be the rumor mill, but at the time was like just a hideout that 3 dudes were living at, and then they cleared out, and then Damon and Phoebe were there. And that was where Osidia met Barragond. At first, his name was too complicated, so we all just called him Burgundy. Everyone said his name wrong like 4 times, and she was like, I'm just going to call you Burgundy. So he was Burgundy for a long time, and the name really did stick for a couple months. So she meets Barragond, and that's important because Barragond, for him, it was like love at first sight, I think. Like, he saw Osidia, and for him, it was like, wow, I want to be near her, but we'll get into that.
Mm-hmm.
So she meets Barragond, and, in his mind, he's like looking for some friends of his, and in her mind, she's like, I just killed 6 people. I gotta go. I can't stay here. I gotta move. Yep. He's like, hey, I'm heading north to meet up with some of my friends. Do you want to travel with me? And I was like, yeah, I think north is probably a good way to go. And, I heard that there's a settlement starting up there, so let's head that way. So the 2 of them head up north together, and they reach Fellhaven. And, they're sort of talking, and it's just like a little group of people. It's like Zariel and I think Kinro and just a couple other people. And who else was there? Hannon and Ronan are there. And for a moment, and this was funny because even out of character, Steve didn't recognize that it was me because I came up and I'm like using my silly little accent.
Oh, yes.
And they're all sitting around the campfire talking, and Ronan, out of character, Steve, is staring at me trying to figure out if that's me or not because I haven't said my name yet, and also he doesn't recognize my voice. But also, it worked out because in character, Ronan and Osidia had not seen each other for 5 years. So, like, they grew up. They changed. Ronan got a lot more muscular because after Osidia disappeared, he went into the military. Osidia, She's got the rings under her eyes from like working late nights. She's disheveled. She's poor. She's, gruntled. She's got a little blood on her, and she's been warned. The world has put her through the ringer. So definitely in that 5 years, they changed enough where it was like, is that you? Did you die, or are you here in front of me? By some strange twist of fate, are you here in front of me right now? And also, out of character, Steve was like, is that Dreamy? So he finally is like, Osidia, is that you? And she's like, I thought you would have died. And he was like, he said something like smart back at her, and it was from that moment that we knew what sort of dynamic they were gonna have. It was like, oh, they're gonna bicker, they're gonna argue and rant at each other, and just like that was this like setting the tone moment for what Osidia and Ronan were going to be, which was awesome. It was so cool.
I love it when it's emergent like
the only
that.
person who, yeah, it was really cool. But I think probably the only person who knew anything about Osidia from Gildemir was Ronan, and even he didn't have all the pieces. So it was really very secretive there for a while for her.
So you make it up to Fellhaven. You've got Ronan. Beregond is hanging around. Were there any significant events that happened immediately after that, or is the next significant event like the attack from Nitwit, for example?
There were a couple moments where I had to define my character, and a lot of defining your character out the gate, it's important to make a good first impression. And so every time I made a first impression, I made it very clear what it was that my character did. I really hate this aspect of VRP where you get into the world and you're starting to do something and people go, what's your profession? Because they want to know, who can I get my sword from? Who do I get my clothes from? Who do I get my food from? And there's so much more to the character than that. So I just try to ask people different questions, but I always get that question, what's your profession? So I would tell people very clearly in our first interaction with Osidia, I would say, oh, I'm an assistant wine taster, or I was back in the city. And they'd be like, oh, so do you make wine? No. Or I would say, I told Beregond, oh, I used to work at the petting zoo back in the city. And he was like, oh, you don't have a craft? And she was like, no, I used to work at the petting zoo. And he's like, so you're a farmer, you deal with animals? And I was like, no, I used to work at the petting zoo, I was a tour guide. And he's like, oh, okay. I told Dovriel I was a shoe cobbler. I told another person I worked at a high-end tavern. Every single person, I made it very clear to them some random intricate detail about her life, about somewhere she used to live or something she used to do. I actually had like a whole predetermined list because I wanted them to be so distinct and interesting that they wouldn't forget. They'd be like, oh yeah, that's that girl that does that really random thing. Like, anyone could be a carrot farmer or a sword maker. Like, those are little, buzzwords that are going to get lost. But a petting zoo, that's interesting. Like, I'm going to remember that. And I wanted people to remember it. There was a reason that I made them so memorable, is because I wanted it to pique the curiosity and try to dig for more. And nobody ever dug for more. And that was where I ran into this, like, I made it so obvious. I am so blatantly lying to you. Every time somebody asks me, I would never pick the same one. I would pick a different one every time. I've got a list of 20 different oddball professions, handpicked. Because I wanted people to know I was lying. I wanted it to be very obvious. And the only two people that keyed in on it were Ronan, but Ronan knew that Osidia had something that haunted her from the city and she didn't want to talk about it. Mm-hmm. So every time that she would lie in front of Ronan, he would turn a blind eye because he was like, this is my best friend. She's hurt. Something's going on. I'm not going to interfere with this. Let her do whatever it is she needs to do. Mm-hmm. And the second person who dug into that was Beregond. He was the only person who took the bait and dug into it a little.
The Burgundy detective.
The Burgundy detective. It wasn't until he caught her telling someone else where she came from that he was like, wait a minute, what's going on?
How did it progress from there? Because you said that he dug a little bit. How much further did he go with it?
So we would talk about it, and I would even reference it too. Like, there was one sort of between Wessenbach and Fellhaven, the original Fellhaven. There was like a cage with like crabs and bugs and necks and all sorts of aberrants in it. And I had it labeled on my map as the petting zoo.
I saw that place.
Yeah, it was one of the first landmarks we saw after Twin Crossing, or what would be the rumor mill.
Yeah, I remember that place. Holy shit!
Look at all these like caged animals, and I'd be like, oh, this reminds me of the petting zoo. And so for him, it was like, oh, this is linking onto what she told me earlier. This solidifies it because I've got more evidence that, she's mentioned it twice now. This must be the real story. And then, I think it was a couple weeks later, we were dealing with the threats of the nitwit tax and all those things. And there was a new person in the group, and I don't remember who it was, but they had said like, oh, Osidia, what do you do? And I had said, oh, I used to sell jewelry at this little store, like down by the merchant square or something, like something random, just something dumb. And Baragon was like, when did you do that? And I was like, well, I did that pretty much, I don't know, maybe like 10 years I did that. And he was like, I thought you worked at the petting zoo. And I could have said, yeah, I did that too. I did a lot of jobs, but I didn't say that. I said, what are you talking about? He was like, you told me you worked at the petting zoo. And I was like, are you sure? What's gotten into you? Like,
I never told you that.
Are you remembering right? I just started gaslighting the shit out of him. And at that point, for him, it was really world-shattering, because for him, it was like he was supposed to deliver Osidia to Fellhaven, because he needed to go north, and then I think he was supposed to go to Wormwood. So he was going to go north to Fellhaven, stop there, meet some characters, and then go west for Wormwood. But he went to Wormwood. He wasn't, feeling the vibe. He wanted to go back and have more roleplay with Osidia. Baragon was into Osidia. He wanted to be near her. He wanted more of her. So he went all the way to Wormwood to meet his friends, and then came all the way back because he wanted to be around her. So in his mind, I think it was like, I could go with my friends from the city that I've known for a while, or I could take a chance on this girl that, I like her, we get along well. I think I'm going to take a chance and literally set up my entire life in Fellhaven just because she's there. There's no other reason for it. And in her mind, she's like, I hope nobody's on my trail.
You got a live one.
No, literally. So, then, yeah, so he literally stayed for her and then found out, like, why is she lying to me? Why is she gaslighting me? What's going on? So it was a little, and he tried to dig into it, but they were in a group of people, and she's just sort of like laughing him off and like changing the subject, and the group is changing the subject, and it was really convenient. It worked out really well for me, because the group just sort of swept it along, and they were like, I don't know what the fuck this is about. I'm not going to dig into it. Now, it would have been cooler if they did dig into it, but they did not. I wish they would have, but
so
I got away with it. And
so what else happens in the timeline? Zariel is killed. Attack on Fellhaven.
So
Zariel dies.
She was killed around the time that I was leaving. So it was, I think, just after I left Fellhaven was when she got killed.
Right.
So basically what happened was the Zariel, who was Unholy Darks this season. I wish I got to spend more time with Unholy Darks. He was so cool, and he's really good role player too. So I honestly, I feel so bad that I ended his storyline, and then, but he was ready and he wanted to, but I'm getting distracted. Zariel starts Fellhaven, and it was a preseason thing they'd planned out. We want to do the town sort of like this. This is the rough idea for what we want. These are going to be some of the rules. And a lot of the rules were like, about building. They wanted to create like a tight-knit, like aesthetic city that looked and felt like a real market city. But we had a lot of new players. We had a lot of people who took advantage of the rules and just sort of like went extreme with it. So we were at the point where we had 10K instances in some places, and I play on a shitty little laptop, so I physically could not handle being in the town. I literally, my laptop was like chugging. Not only that, but it was really far out on the map, and to log in and shut up, JC. He knows that. That's why he likes hanging out with me.
We've had conversations long enough that I know. I'm very well aware. I welcome it.
But yeah, essentially, there was a group of people that were leaving, and it was like Amber, Nacho, Steve, and Andy. And I knew that, Amber wanted to hang out with like Steve and Andy and Nacho just wanted to be wherever Andy and Amber were, and Steve wanted to hang out with me and Amber, and I was pretty much just there for Steve and maybe Amber. But it was like, that's the core group that I was playing with. We were vibing, we were getting along, and the rest of the town, it was either like they weren't online at the same time as we were, they weren't, on the same page as us or whatever it was. And then there was a thing where it was like, hey, Fellhaven's really far away. Do we think maybe we want to move the town over and get a little closer? And some of the town, really didn't want to do that. They really wanted to stay where they were. And that was fine. But, for me, my computer chugging and being so far away from everyone I wanted to interact with was hard. Amber wanted to do her newspaper, and that would have been really hard from that corner of the map. Nacho wanted to have his horse derby. Again, would have been really difficult from that corner of the map. And then Andy was playing a hobo, and Steve was playing a farmer. So it was like, well, they could go either way. I didn't really care where I went. I just wanted to be near Steve because, we started a character together. We're playing every single day together. It was like, okay, well, I got to be near this guy because this is where all my story is.
Mm-hmm.
And then Bacon was there, and I felt so bad that I had to leave Bacon and Mora behind, and Burgundy, and I did feel bad, but at the same time, I was like, okay, well, my story was with Steve. I gotta go where Steve goes. It was at that, we had like I'm sorry, Bacon. we had a market stall. We had like a thing going where he would make the crops, and then he, quote unquote, would cook, quote unquote, the food, and Osidia would just work the stall and sell it. It did work out for the best. I agree.
And so thus Meridia.
Right. And then Bacon and I, we always try to get us to play together during the season, and we never do. Because one of us will move away, or the time zones, or whatever it is. So we were so excited we got to play together this season. Is unreal. But yes, so goes Meridia. They moved out, and Osidia is like, oh, Baragon, I'll visit, and he's like, okay. And then, he ended up staying there for a little longer, and then again picked up his entire life to go follow Osidia.
I happened to be. I visited Fellhaven. I was going via to my hall via Fellhaven because I'd just done a huge copper haul, and I was headed back. And I stopped off in Fellhaven. I was like, "Oh hey, what's up? I remember you. We met really briefly like 2 years ago." And he was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna be moving soon. I'm gonna be shifting all my stuff." And sure, I had no reason to ask why. He was just like, "Yeah, it does seem kind of like abandoned up here." And he was like, "Yeah, basically everyone's left, so I'm gonna go to Meridia." And that's how Shaw found out the story about the split of Meridia and Fellhaven.
That is so ironic because from Baragon's perspective, he was like, "I'm packing up my entire life and changing my entire world a second time to pursue the same love person of my life."
Yeah.
Not knowing that would soon belong to Shaw.
Oh
At
boy.
the end of the season, that girl would belong to Shaw.
Who knew?
Who knew? Yeah, so crazy irony there. And I think, it's worth mentioning that we met one time when I was in Fellhaven.
Yes, we did. Right at the very beginning, after Kalik had made that road. And for people watching, I went up there because I was basically doing road warden things to be like, how's the road? How are you doing? Do you need anything more? Do you need to commission anything? met Osidia, and I think you were just chopping wood. And I think what you'd told Shaw was like, yeah, like I'm just chopping wood. That's what I do. I think that might have been what you told him, where I think I was like, you know, how's Valheim, you know, what do all of you do here? And you're like, well, I just chop wood. That's what I do.
Yeah, that makes sense. That sounds like something she would have said.
And there would have been no reason for him to question it, because for one, he was on a mission, and you know him, when he focuses, he's like, all right, I'm gonna go do this thing. And it was just like, where's Marco? I heard that there's a dude who sells horses. I want to go talk to him. And you gave me a bit
Ironically,
of a tour.
I was chopping the wood for Marco, because Nacho does not like to grind, and I don't mind it, so I was cutting wood for Nacho for his stupid derby.
Stupid derby. So
It was a great derby.
it was cool. I wish that I'd been able to go to it. It was great. There was a moment during play where I was passing through south. Yeah, I was headed south, and I stopped at Marco's derby next to the campfire because it was a server reboot. And I come back on, and he shows up. And I'm about to leave, and he's like, hello? And I'm like, oh, hey, Marco, is this your place? Because, of course, there's no way for me to know. And Marco's like, yeah, like, it's good to see you. What are you doing here? And he was like, oh, yeah, well, I'm just passing through. And he said, you make weapons and tools, right? I was like, yeah. And he was like, a gift from fate. He was like, all of my shit has literally only just broken. And I was like, oh, okay.
Oh, that's so funny.
It was amazing, because in the end, out of character, he was like, bro, this is actually destiny.
Yeah, Fellhaven had no weaponsmiths.
Yep.
There were like 3 cooks, 1 or maybe 2, 3 with Zario. There were 3 armor smiths, 3 cooks. There were like 4 farmers. There were 2 merchants, and there were no weaponsmiths.
Well, this was
not
Meridia.
one.
This was his derby at Meridia that he had at Northwest. Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, our weaponsmith in Meridia was Adeline,
Yeah.
and she didn't get on very much, so we didn't have one there either.
But yeah, he was just amazed. He was like, holy shit, so I fixed everything up. I made some good money off of him too. I think I charged him a little bit extra, and I made a lot of good money from him.
Well, that was the thing about Meridia. It was because, you know, we had admins and moderators in our town, so it was like, and, you know, veteran players, so it was like, okay, well, we really want to push economy. And so it was literally like in our town Discord, there's a rule. It says, you know, every time someone does a service, it must be paid in gold coin.
Yeah.
I mean, no trading, no bartering, no freebies. You may not walk into the Meridian market with no money and expect to get something for free. You may not walk into the tavern and expect to get a drink for free. It's a tavern, not a charity. That said, the prices at our tavern were the lowest across the board because Ronan and Osidia came from poverty. You know, they had nothing. His sister died because they couldn't afford medical care. Osidia, the circumstances with which she had to make money were awful. But, you know, they both came from poverty, and they never wanted people to not be able to afford to live or eat or get their medicine. I did not go to the rumor mill because, you know, funny enough, my time zones don't line up with JC's in order to go to his, you know, whatever it is, and see him. In season 9, we didn't live together, and in season 10, I moved in with him halfway through. So season 9 and 10, we had bits together, and then after that, 11, 12, 13, impossible for us to get time together in game because now we live together. And we have opposite schedules because of work and transportation, so I can never find time to RP with JC in character.
It happens.
Funny enough, so I went to the rumor mill like twice.
I went there a handful of times, a small handful of times. So
Phoebe would always come to my tavern and tell me I wasn't charging people enough money.
and then, weirdly enough, you would tell her the opposite. You are charging too much.
I'm charging too much money.
Yep. So, you're in Meridia, you set up a tavern with Ronan. And it gets called the Ranting Raven for a very good reason.
For a good reason, because all we did was argue.
And
I think that was part of the Ranting Raven's charm. People loved it. I mean, then we started doing the Ranting Raven reviews, the raving reviews on the board, and people loved that too. And I didn't want to do the tavern bit. It was like my third time doing the tavern/chef bit, and I was just over it. I didn't want to do a tavern, but Steve was like, it'll be fun, and they can do it together. And so she was pretty much doing it for Ronan. It wasn't her dream to have a tavern. She wanted to be a chef, yes, but not to have a tavern.
Someone mentioned the market event. Your awesome market.
Yes,
event.
That was Silas. He did ask about the market event.
Go on.
The market was part of the Meridian mission to, coin. It's got to be coin. And that's why it was so great to have Timbrasa as our neighbors, because they were also like, yes, I see you are people of the coin. We too are people of the coin.
The markets seemed really, really cool. Unfortunately, they were run on Mondays for me, so I could never attend it. Otherwise, I think we would have met a hell of a lot earlier.
I mean, the markets were awesome. We had EU people come. We had people across the map would come to the markets, and they were really cool. I mean, in past seasons, there's always been a market day of some sort where people do an event very similar to that.
Yeah, that's a cool way
At the last season, the market day was in the Moot, and they did that numbers game that Steve and I did this season. If you ever played the numbers game, I think that's exactly what Turbo was referencing, was the numbers game.
I see.
I don't know what it's called, but there was basically a part where he came over to the stall that I was at, and he was like, "What's this?" And Osidia starts explaining the game to him, and he's like, "This is really complicated." And he just slash me, picks nose, slash me, eats booger. I don't understand this. Here's some gold coin. Okay, bye. And then threw some gold at me and ran away.
I raided that place
I
eventually.
remember Ascension. Yeah, it's funny because I explicitly said, hey, if you need medals, come raid the market. The wards are down. Meridia's dead.
Yep.
Come raid Meridia. I'm giving you permission. Just don't touch my tavern. Because, the locks were on, and you're like, okay. And then you came, you went with Thyra, whatever, raiding in Twin Crossing or whatever. Kaliel saw you and then sent Osidia a letter that was like, hey,
right.
Be on the lookout for thieves. And she was like, I told him he could steal from me, so I don't really know if he's a thief. But pop off, King.
So, it's funny because that raid loops into... Jesus, we're getting ahead of ourselves. Okay, so...
We are.
Let's try and hit the big points, because we've got a lot to cover, and I don't know about you, but I don't want to be here for 5 hours.
We could talk for several hours.
We could talk for several hours. So let's hit on the big things that other players... The whole point of this is so that other players are like, what the hell what was your deal? So one of the big parts was Osidia was lying to everyone. Everybody. Mm-hmm. Lying about what she did, who she was. Baragon was head over heels for her for whatever reason. And then she gets kidnapped.
I think, honestly, you could go before that and talk about more behind the scenes stuff.
Okay.
So there was obviously, a little bit of out of character favoritism for Nitwit because, it was Steve. And, all of us love Steve and Meridia. That's why it was such a big deal. It was like, oh, it's Nitwit. We hate him. We have to kill him. And then, we try to kill him. But it was like, oh, Steve.
Of course, I forgot. Woodwife.
The Woodwife, that's probably one of the most important pieces of Osidia's story because it's so pivotal for her. So it wasn't until, she had met Nitwit a couple times and, she would be afraid of him and whatnot and they would fight or whatever. They would raid on our town. But then when Nitwit went away and it was like, okay, time to go, kill the Aberrant and figure out, where we can find Lahail and get some clues, get some answers. They go, they do the dungeon, and at the end, Primus comes and takes him away back to the city. And the part about that was, from Osidia's perspective, she watched Nitwit, who she knew, he was he had told them about like his woodwife, his beautiful woodwife, and she's my giant. Don't touch her. She's mine. You can't look at her. You can't have her. And made such a big deal about like this was his loved one. At that time, there were no other aberrants. So it was like, oh, this must be all he has. There's all the graves of his friends. They've all died. You know, he's got a couple friends, but they keep dying, and there's no other big aberrants. It's just him. So he's got this woodwife, and, you know, he's got no friends. He's got nothing left. And then he's whisked away to the city. They take him. And she's like, first of all, we had no idea whether or not he was coming back. We assumed not. We assumed he would either die there or be held prisoner there and not come back. And it reminded her of when the city burnt down and she was whisked out of the city onto a boat for her own survival. And she left her mother and sister behind. And she had always thought to herself, it was one of her biggest regrets. She didn't go back for them. So she had always thought to herself, well, if they're out there somewhere, I would hope somebody would take care of them, because she was the one taking care of them. She was the one providing for them. She knew it probably was, you know, not very likely that they were alive. But if they were, she would hope someone was caring for them. So she saw Nitwit get whisked away, and she was like, well, if it were my family, I would want someone to look out for them. Even if I didn't know them, if I didn't like them, Nitwit is, you know, the enemy. He did attack and kill a lot of our people, but I would want someone to look after my loved ones. So even after the, you know, Meadows and Dark Forest era is over and the next biomes are opening up and the next aberrants are coming out and the story's progressing, I was visiting the woodwife 3 times a week, and I would just like sit next to the statue and see if anyone would come up, and nobody ever did. I think Pyre came once, but it was after I started bringing people, because I realized after a while there's no RP out here, but I am weaving a story that's going to be very important later, and it did come out to be very fruitful and very important. But I'm getting ahead of myself. Basically, I took one time I took Baragon, and I was like, well, this is my secret project. You can't tell anyone about this. But like, I've been taking care of her. I've been coming up here and repairing her boards and making sure the locks are still on and not letting anyone harm her until he gets back, because this is his family. This is all he has. So someone has to take care of her. And no, she's not a real person. And no, he's not my friend. He's the enemy. And no, none of this matters. But for her, it was helping her deal with that guilt of abandoning her family, abandoning Ronan's family, abandoning her family again when the city burnt down. It was helping her process that and sort of come to terms with everything that had happened for the city. Actually, the flower crown that she has, if you have seen the flower crown on Woodswife's head, I made that, and Steve used the hammer to put up there, which I thought was cute. It was so cute. I was like, she needs a little crown, so that's where that came from. And I took Lucan up there once, and Lucan left blankets and stuff for the aberrants and food. And for him, it was more like, you know, they're people too, and I'm just going to open that bridge. If they want help, if they want to regain some semblance of humanity and they have it in them, the bridge is open. The door is open. It's there. I've done my part. And even if they reject it, I can at least have that conscience of knowing I did my piece. And for Osidia, she was like, I don't give a fuck about that. I'm doing Nitwit a favor, but I'm kind of doing it for me because I need to heal from this.
It's more of a selfish act than an actually benevolent one.
Right, and that's literally the core of her character. She's selfish. She is gonna do what she needs to do for herself. Everyone else is whatever.
That is what she was like.
Yeah, she was very selfish.
So then she basically wins Nitwit's favor with this action, because he finds out, or he notices. When did he show up back on the island?
It wasn't until Swamp Era. I think it was after the Primus started coming around. It might have been before, and I might have just not seen him, but, you know, it was sometime between. But piece of candy, I know. It was sometime between, between Swamp's opening and Primus appearing. It was sometime in there. I mean, Nitwit comes back. And there were a few different instances where this came to light. He attacked the swamp fortress that we had for Meridia, and I think it was like me and maybe Alder, or maybe it was Baragon. I don't remember, but it was me and somebody else were there, and Nitwit came and attacked. And he basically tore the door in, and he was, messing with things, and he had basically said, like, I recognize your smell. It's all over my wife. And she was like, well, you went away, so I took care of her. I wanted her to still be here if you came back. I didn't know you were coming back, and I figured you would be really sad if something happened to her, so I was taking care of her. And so it's from that point that she sort of earned his favors. He realized, like, oh, you're not hurting her. I'm not smelling you because you did something bad. I'm smelling you because you're the one who put that crown there. You're the one that's been repairing her and taking care of her. So from that point forward, he stopped messing with them. Now, I didn't get any, like, in-game gifts from it. Not at least at that point. It was not until Mountain's Age that it became fruitful for me, and even then it was only a little bit. It was more story than anything. I didn't get like a staff or a sword or anything cool. It was mostly story, that's how I like to roll. You could give me a level 10 fire staff like Morgan did in season 11 and I'll go to fucking town with it, but I live for the story. I like the story more.
Yeah, we love
it.
So
we'll get into that as we progress, but
so then, is it at this point that you wake up tied to a post?
When did I get kidnapped? Oh, by the sculptor, you mean?
Yeah.
Gotcha. So that didn't happen until Meridia had basically started to slow down.
Mm-hmm.
So it was like, Amber was moving, so she wasn't there. Andy, had his outside life. He was busy. There was Steve was doing admin stuff, so he was busy. Adeline stopped logging in. Who else was in my town? Nacho, died to the sculptor. So that was a good little while later. In that downtime, I had, established my distaste for Orcus immediately, because it was like, oh, there's a sailor that's coming around. Oh, you led one of the grand... Oh, well, fuck you, buddy. Like, that was immediately her interaction with him. What else? It was a dark sort of time. Fellhaven was nearby, and, Osidia would go over there sometimes because it was good company. Mora was there, Ollie was there. It was like, this is where the good company is. I had met Cass there, who played Vile, and Vile was one of those characters that, like, the minute you saw him, it was like, I have to know what's going on. This is awesome. What's happening here? So I think that's probably a better place to start. So, I meet Vile, and I'd heard rumors about Vile, and, hi Cass, how are you?
Yeah, hello in the chat.
Him, being a friend of the Primus, and, out of character, I knew that there were some people in Meridia that were also friends with the Primus, but I didn't know that I didn't know that in character. Osidia didn't have that information. But I knew that Vile was friends with the Primus, and Vile was experimenting with the I-tier, and gently listening is so funny. She sort of meets him, and it's in this weird spot where he's like, well, I need some armor made, but I can't have it made, and Orcus is like, oh, well, I'll do it, unless you're a filthy aberrant, and then start going off, and Vile's like, I'm just gonna... fuck off, and Orcus is like, no, I'm gonna fuck off first. So Orcus leaves, and he's like, come on, Osidia, let's go back to Meridia. And she's only there with him because he's Amber's friend. If he had not been Amber's friend, if he had not been Hannon's friend, Osidia would have tried to kill him a lot sooner. But, she held off, because she was like, it's a sailor, I wish he was dead, but he's a friend of a friend, so I can't. But she didn't like him, and she saw this opportunity present itself. And at first, again, it was a really selfish desire. It was like, well, I can't kill this man, but this guy, who I think is really interesting and I want to interact with, needs his armor fixed. And Orcus is an armor smith, so I could get the armor fixed. I could do it. So why don't I manipulate them all? I'll twist the bug guy around my finger so that I have to be involved with him more. And I'll twist Orcus around my finger so that he thinks we're friends and I'm helping him out. And then I'll turn the dagger on him. So you got blamed. That's so sad.
More got blamed? Oh, dear.
So I go, Orcus storms out and he's like, come on, Osidia, let's go. And I go up to Vile, never having met him before. And I'm like, hey, give me your armor. And he's like, what? And I'm like, right. And he's like taking his clothes off. And I'm like, I've never met this guy before, but I'm going to twist you all around my finger. So I'm like, give me your armor. He gives me his armor. And I'm like, I'll see you later. And he's like, okay. And he's just like, there was no like communication. It was just sort of like a wink and a nod. And we just sort of connected right there. Yeah, like
to get spare pants. Oh, poor Vile. You always got to bring a spare with you, man. I always bring those Ida trousers with me everywhere I went.
Yeah. So anyways, I go back to Meridia with Orcus and I give him my armor and I'm like, here, can you fix this armor for me? I just need to repair it. And I give him the materials and everything, the same ones that Vile was going to offer him, but Orcus didn't take him. And Orcus fixes it up for me and he fixes my horse cape. This was at the point that Cutie Pie had come over and killed my horse. Oh my gosh, Osidia's horse! I forgot to talk about
that sounds sad. What happened to the horse?
Osidia had a horse, and basically, it was just like a 3-star red-eyed horse that nobody wanted because it had red eyes, and only the 1-star pink-eyed horses are good. The other ones are shit. They're just awful. Yeah. But nobody wanted this horse. It was 3 stars, red-eyed, beautiful horse, in her opinion. And the reason that was important is because Osidia's name is a play on Poseidon. Yes. And Poseidon is the Greek god of the ocean, storms, and horses. So if you pay attention to the motifs, and even the, High Speed Daddy was talking about, Osidia's got this thing with the water. She's always the fucking water. It's because it's named after Poseidon. It's the ocean, storms, and horses. So she had this horse, and she was like, I love him. He's a big, beautiful horse. I love him. And then he became lightning infused after a while, which I thought was perfect. I was like, oh my god, it can't get any better. His name was Triton.
Very nice. Yep.
Which, obviously.
Little Mermaid. Yep.
I forget if it's... I have to Google now really quick.
Me too.
Triton is the son of Poseidon. Mm-hmm. In Greek mythology. So... she has this lightning-infused horse, and her name is, anyways, very important. So he died. Cutie Pie came and killed my horse. I later found out that was an accident. He didn't actually intend to do that, and he offered to spawn them back in, and I was like, no, it's okay, because I did a whole bit about it, about how, this was really sad for her. And Orcus made her a cape with Triton's fur, so that's why I always wore the horse cape.
Look at what you did, Ski.
It's the cape of my son.
The cape of my son.
Oh man. When that cape broke, I took it to Haddon and I was like, "Can you quote unquote use this cape to make a new cape?" And he was like, "Yeah, you got it." Anyway, where were we? Cass. I get his clothes fixed up. Orcus leaves. He thinks we're on good terms. He's gently flirting with Osidia. She's laughing and flirting back. And Cass comes around. We talked for a little bit. Hi. And that was the point where, I give him his armor back. He gives me a little money for it. I'm like, Meridia was a really shifty town. You had Alder, who was the shifty goods dealer. You had Rowan Farrow, who was the Words of a Fox guy.
My god. I fucking loved when we were in Meridia and we were basically looting everything that wasn't nailed down. And we hear Vile and I are Vile comes over to me and says, do you know where Osidia went? And I was like, no, I don't know. She probably went to her place to get whatever's left in there. And then Osidia yells, you two, get over here right now, in text shout. And We go over, and we're like, what the hell is it? And you said, and she said, I have just discovered the stupidest secret. I finally solved the stupidest mystery.
So mad. And it wasn't even that it was a bad bit. It was that every time I wanted something and I was like, oh, this lock is down, I'm gonna go rob these guys. But God fucking damn it. I'd be like, I'd come in and I'd look, I'm like, okay, this chest's empty, and then I'd find that fucking book, and every time I would delete it because I was so mad.
I know.
I'd be like, guys,
Yep.
fucking guys.
The words of a fox everywhere. Like, Drago, you were playing Armory, but Argus Wombsbane. I never learned that name in character. I know, sure heard the name Argus from Mora, I think. And only just heard Argus, but that didn't mean anything to Shaw. But, yeah, Mysterial Barrel of Books. Not that mysterious. But those were frigging everywhere. Even after I thought that I deleted them all from the Road Warden Hall, I still found another one at one point. I was like, what the fuck? How long has this been here?
He had so many. The barrel was just full.
It was completely full.
Made by unknown. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember I warned, sure, whatever, you get it. Warned Haddon, because I went and talked to him, and I was like, hey, you work with a guy called Fox, right? And he was like, yeah. And I was like, you need to have a look at this. And I showed them the book, and they were like, okay, what am I supposed to do with this? And Shaw was like, because, nitwit, if the nobles, if Weissenbach thinks that it's your fox and it's not, then bad things are gonna happen. And they were like, okay, I'll talk to them. And I was like, okay, good. Shitwit.
Every time someone says nitwit, I just I tee. Like, I'll be at work and someone will say like nitwit, and I just giggle.
It's a little tree guy.
Oh, it's a baby nitwit.
A baby nitwit. And then they promptly get skewered.
Always. Yeah, so basically Meridia was a shady place. You had the sleeper agent and the thief and the shady arms dealer, and one of them was working with the Primus, and one of them was, Adeline had some dark past that she was running from, and Baragon was just there because he was into Osidia, and
Baragon was just there.
Baragon was just, a puppy in love, following Osidia at the heels.
Unlucky.
For the entire season. Very unlucky, and, I think I made an appreciation post about it, because at the end of the season, there were 11 different people that Osidia had manipulated.
Oh,
in some way
yeah.
or some form.
Can we have...
especially romantically.
Can we have the list?
It's in the appreciation tab.
No, I mean, what you did.
Oh, yeah, I mean,
keep the list, right?
To the best of my ability.
Yeah, who it was and what you did.
To be fair, it's 11 people, so I might miss some of the details, but...
It's alright.
Yeah, I mean, there was... Do you want that list now?
Yeah, if you like. Give people a bit of an idea of what's coming.
So there was, and again, I have such a huge shout out for these people, because you can't play an emotionally manipulative character with no out of character coordination. You have to say something, and it's more of a shock, and it's more, maybe rewarding in the short term if you blindside people, but it can be really painful for them and really fuck up everything they're doing. So you have to be very clear with these people from the start that something's going on, and it's not gonna be happy-go-lucky, and they should not make long-term plans for your character, because she is at some point going to backstab them. So again, huge out of character appreciation.
I got that warning all the way throughout Osidia and Shaw's relationship.
Oh yeah,
you made it very clear that look, this is yeah, he got the best ending. Anyway.
So there was Ronan. That was, from what I said at the beginning. She, she was in love with him. She moved in with him. She tore his family to shreds, and then she abandoned him. And then, they both live. She pops right back into his life. And he, just lets her do whatever it is she needs to do. He doesn't question it. He doesn't ask questions. And, she was in love with him. That was, that was Osidia LaRue's true love. It was Ronan. It never happened because, they couldn't get the timing right. It wasn't meant to be. But that was number one. Then there was Barragond, who, at first she didn't ask it of him. She wasn't asking him to follow her around and give her the world, but he did. He would send her like chests full of blueberries, and like he would go out and pick flowers for her, and he would send her gold, or he would do all sorts of things just to be there for her, to give her things. He would her a good price at his shop. He would go out and do things for her. All sorts of shit he would do for her. He was going to buy her a crown because he knew she wanted one. And he was going to ask her to marry him. And honestly, I'm really glad that he didn't, because I would have had to say no. And I don't know. I just didn't want to break his heart like that. Like the same way that High Speed Daddy was like, it sucked to play mean Roland. It would have sucked to say no to a marriage proposal to a guy who just really loved her. Like, that would have sucked. There was Roth, and that comes more with. There's actually the part in chronologically that we're getting to, and Mountains opens up, and we went into the wilderness, and Nitwit's got a house up there. And we go in and we talk to Nitwit for a bit, / Nathaniel. And, Nathaniel has his eye tier, and he turns into Nathaniel, and he's competent and capable, and he's a sentient human. Roth drinks the rest of the eye tier, and Roth, starts undergoing his changes. Osidia was manipulating him as well. She, they shared a kiss, and she said some nice things about him, and she did like him as a person. They were good friends. But she was using him to get information, to get closer, to understand, to help Nitwit out, whatever it was that she needed to do. She was using him. There was, and I feel so bad to say it because I see you in.
Oh, I think the internet's just shat itself. Stand by. Guys, you're always gazing in some way, Maura. Okay, all right, there we go. We're back.
All better? All right.
Yep, you're back.
So there was Maura. Maura was basically Osidia's, without really knowing it, she was how Osidia. Dreamy Dives live on Twitch is crazy.
Fell off a cliff.
That was how she got information from Fellhaven and the Haven home. There were a couple times when she would use Maura almost like as a shield, because everybody loved Maura, and Osidia knew like this is a big part of her character, and Yuzren, this actually really well, that a big part of Osidia's character is she doesn't extend her love to people, because the more people that you love, the more you will have to lose later, and she does not like to lose.
She does not want to lose.
She does not like to lose people.
Not after she's already lost everything.
So she saw Maura receiving all the benefits of having this love with everybody. She's got all this love for everybody, and it works out great for her. But Osidia doesn't want that because she doesn't want to lose. So she uses Maura as this shield. She's like, oh, well, I'm friends with Maura, so can I get blah, blah, blah. And, from there, it would just, she was very much, even if Maura wasn't aware of it, she was very used. It was very, I felt so bad. And then there was even a point in the season where Osidia stole from Maura. Where after Roth died, there was a book in Maura's house that was poetry that Roth had written.
Yep.
And it was poetry about the ocean. And, need I say more? Osidia stole it.
It is sitting in my bedside cabinet at the Road Warden Guildhall.
Yes. I did steal from Maura one time.
On Osidia's side of the bed.
Yes, yeah. So that, and also that was a catalyst for her going at it with Roland, but we'll get into that. She very briefly flirted with flip and used him to get information in Cloud City, but it was very, very brief. There was Ollie, who was, oh my god, Ollie got the worst of it. There was a time where, you know, Osidia and Ollie were like, you know, like chest to chest, like fingers on the chin, like will they, won't they? You know, like it's getting steamy in here. Are they gonna kiss? Like what's about to happen? And then there were times when, you know, Osidia would be so wounded, she was completely at Ollie's mercy. Ollie would heal her, and Osidia would immediately get up. And Bacon, this was one of our best scenes. It was so heartbreaking. Osidia literally, Ollie finishes tending her wounds, as she's done several times before. Osidia gets up, and she holds her arms out, and Ollie comes in to hug her. And I had done slash me, like, it's not piercing you, but there is a dagger held to your back. And Osidia basically threatened her.
Whoa.
Yeah, it was intense.
What?
Oh my god, it was so intense.
Why?
I don't remember why. Because I think, was that when Ollie found out that Osidia was an aberrant? Is that what that was?
Oh, I see.
Oh, yeah. That's why for a long time, and this sparked several other things with Lars and all that stuff. I don't remember what it was, but I don't remember what it was that Ollie had done that made Osidia threaten her. Or, you know, honestly, it could have just been something Osidia did.
And face the truth of who she was. Whoa.
It was, okay, so she wasn't an aberrant yet. It was about the city. This was after the sculptor tried to kill her. And she lived, and Ollie patched up her wounds from that, I think, and was trying to take care of them. Osidia was like, listen, this is who I was in the city, and I think that's why the sculptor came after me.
Oh, I see.
The sailors and the shop and her family. So that, you know, so she learned the story of Osidia LaRue, and she was like, basically, don't tell anyone or I'll fucking kill you. And that it was at that point that Ollie started, like, it was no hoods in town, and you must show your face, and you need to identify yourself. And Ollie would just shut down the minute that there was danger, because, and she would mention in character things about it too, and I thought it was so cool. I just love role playing with Bacon. Like, I couldn't say enough great things about Bacon. You know, he would usher people out of town, or like even venturing a couple steps out of town for Ollie was like, she would get stressed out, and she would say, like, you know, even the people that I love dearest have held knives to me before. I've seen it all, and I've gone through the worst. And it was really good. Oh, so good. It was so good. But yes, Ollie was definitely manipulated a lot by Osidia. Especially as Lars, and we'll talk about Lars as well, and who Lars was, and why Lars was. Because that was something that I don't think, Zrin, you got to see the tail end of it. You got to see them solving the riddle, but nothing about what the fuck was that?
Yep.
Why was that? Why did that happen? Who the fuck is Lars?
All Shaw knows is it was some persona. And that's it.
Mm-hmm. And there's a good reason for it. It was great. But it goes into that, you know, manipulating Ollie, because Ollie just has this, she's got Osidia holding daggers to her back, and then she's got this random guy that comes around and gives her pies and gems and gold, and he gives her presents, and then he says some mysterious shit, and he fucks off. Like, is he gonna try to kill me? He's meeting me outside town, like alone in the woods in the dark. Like, is he gonna try to kill me? But then he would leave her presents. So it was a lot of like mental torment for her, and it was still coming from Osidia, intentionally or not. So yeah, she got probably the worst of it, and that's why, you know, I think I held on to Ollie for so long, because the way that they connected, it was awesome. She deserved to be in those, like, the top 3 people that made my season, the top 3 people that I mentioned in that poem where Osidia left. Like, she deserved that spot. I have, like, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I got 5 more people on my list.
Okay. Let's fly through them.
We got Orcus.
Oh, yes. So, for those who don't know, what happened to Orcus?
Osidia hates sailors. Osidia has killed... before, in the city, she killed 6 sailors because they were awful to her, and she just hates sailors. Orcus was a sailor who openly opposed Aberrance. Bacon did get to witness the murder of Orcus. It was awesome.
Cool.
Shut up. So, we had planned it out of character, so it was completely, on his terms. And he was an open opposer of Aberrance. He had made threats on Vile and all the other Aberrants, and, he was making negotiations with Ollie, threatening a lot of things. Basically, it was at a point where she was like, he's getting too dangerous. He's going to all the towns, trying to tell them, like, you can't let your people consume Aether. He had been a threat for a very long time, but he had also been under Osidia's thumb since Vile was the only Aberrant. Because not only was he friends with Hannon, but he was, he was at the tavern 24/7. He spent so much gold at my tavern this season, it was unreal, and I felt so bad killing him. He would flirt with Osidia all the time. They'd gone on multiple dates. But it was sort of this thing where it was like, she's doing it so she can have her thumb on you. She was not interested in him at any point in time. And if you had witnessed the date scenes, you would have felt the tension. You would have felt the awkwardness, and like it wasn't working. But they were going with it because it was like, oh, well, it's all a thing. Yes, we all knew, but, Aberrant's Anonymous. So, Orcus, after Silas's big event, we had planned to go back to my tavern, and they had a picnic date. I even have a screenshot that I posted in the Discord and the Pix channel where it's like...
It's a great screenshot.
Osidia. It's a pretty... I set out, like, an entire, like... picnic blanket with like a pie platter and pies and wine and all these things, and hidden inside one of the pies on an item stand is a black mushroom. So she poisons him and he chokes to death, and as he's like dying, he's like, why, like, what did I do? And she reveals to him like the gills and the spines and her teeth, and she's like, you will not hurt me or my family ever again. Never again will I let a sailor put his hands on me. And he dies. He goes into his bag and he just starts drinking every potion he's got, because he's like, oh my god, I anti-venom somewhere. I have to have anti-poison somewhere. And he's drinking everything and nothing's working. And in his bag, since he was going on his, anti-Eider spree, he had confiscated some Aether from someone. He had that in his bag, and in his panic, because he knows he's dying, he just drinks everything. He doesn't know he drank Aether. He's just uncorking every bottle and swallowing it. So he drinks Aether. Osidia doesn't see it because, she's having her moment. And then it's not working. He's dying. So he leans to the water to reach for his ship because, his boat, he was a sailor, he loved his boat, and he falls into the water. And as the Aether is taking over to save him, he's not only dying from poison, but he's also drowning. And so that was how Orcus became Bane. He floated. Yep. He messaged me about it. Yes. Is it all coming together now? So he becomes Bane. He floats down the river to the monastery. And he wakes up as Bane. And... Orcus... Yep. So he floats down the river and he wakes up as Bane. No memories. All he knows is he hates the water. Because, river killed him. And so that was how Bane and Orcus died and then was created.
It's also how I have his boat now.
Yeah, we destroyed the Stormrender. I did sing him a little song as he was dying. It was very siren. Yes, so that was Orcus. Then there was Roland, who, like, I won't touch on it too much because Roland pretty much explained, but basically, he lost Lorenz and he felt like he had no one, and then he came around to Osidia, and him and Osidia were flirting, and she was there for him, and she was trying to help rebuild him as a person. Was she really? No, she needed him alive so she could have a hand in Wessenbach. So there's that. So for a while there, Roland was like, I don't think aberrants are so bad, because he was into Osidia, and Osidia was an aberrant. So I did a couple songs for Roland as well. We did Let Me Be Your Wings, and that was fun, but so hard to do in the accent. But that was my dipping my fingers into Wessenbach pool. And then there was Indis, which was beautiful the way it came full circle, that he tried to kill Osidia and then later was on a date with her, and it really came full circle. But why that was a good thing that she was flirting with Indis and why she went on dates with Indis. First, for her, it was like, she needed her fingers in this pool as well. She needs information from him. So it's beautiful because basically what he wanted as the sculptor was to send a message to the world about art and like how raw and powerful and beautiful it can be. And just like life, it's like it's serious. It's not just something to look at and go, oh, that's cool. It should be treated as such. Life itself is a masterpiece, as is death. So these were, the sort of things that motivated him. He came to kill Osidia. And I guess I'll just go into that now, because I think that's sort of where we are. We missed a couple things, but that's sort of where we are in the story.
I think, heading upon this is one of the most critical parts. So give me a couple of minutes, and I'll be right back. Feel free to chat with the folks in chat while I refill my water bottle, because I am very dehydrated.
Good idea. Good idea.
Be right back.
See, Mora, I don't know if you did that because you were trying to help Osidia get information, or if you thought Roland and Osidia would be a good match. But, like I did with most of Osidia's quote-unquote victims this season, I had messaged him out of character, and he was like, hey, where's this going? And I was like, I just need you to know right now, Osidia is not a forever character. Do not plan Roland's forever around Osidia. She is temporary. She will use him, and she will leave him. So it's something important to keep in mind, is there's always out-of-character communication as well. And I had told him up front, I was like, hey, Osidia is going to use you, so... Yeah, I had met you in the very, very early days when you were parading around the Dark Forest as Rage, I believe. I don't remember who I was with. It might have been like Lucan or somebody. But other than that, River saw Argus at the Fellhaven raid, so I was there for that. And I saw Argus there, and a couple of other times, mostly as River, though. Because I started hanging around Fellhaven a lot more, because that just became Aberrant Town. Yeah, I really didn't get to meet you guys. I didn't know that Essa was playing Caitlyn until like 2 or 3 weeks before the server went down. I had no idea. Yep, that Bacon, that definitely, that's why Osidia was like, nope, do not, Bane not friend, Bane do not. And we can talk about the Aberrants Anonymous as well, and what sort of happened there.
Right, what are we talking about?
Just answering, responding to things that they were saying in chat.
Oh, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, comms and consent, huge. Very huge. One of the first things that Dreamy did with me when the trajectory appeared evident was she's basically like, hey, this is what's going on. Although, funnily enough, the first message that you ever sent me was, hey, how long are you going to be on? And I don't know when that was. I think that was when we were figuring out you coming to make food.
Mm-hmm.
And then...
Because I didn't think it was going to be like... I didn't know it was going to be like a whole thing. I thought it was just like, oh, I'm going to go make food for this guy. I didn't know it was going to be I was going to try and manipulate him to try and get information from the east side.
It's just that interesting. A little indulgent of me, but we'll get there. So,
okay.
the sculptor.
The sculptor.
Where do you want to start?
So, it's so difficult to say. Okay, so at this point in the story, she's friends with Vile, who is the only known aberrant. She's friends with Roth, who is slowly becoming an aberrant. And I think also, what is her name? The dragon aberrant that stopped playing for a while and then came back. What was her name? Ezra. Ezra was an aberrant, but nobody knew that, and also she had stopped playing. So it was like Vile, and then Roth was starting to become an aberrant, but, you know, it's like a couple months long process, so we were sort of waiting on that. Osidia is like, things are not going well for her. Meridia is dying. People stop logging in. And for her, it was like, okay, well, all she really has is Ronan. That's the love of her life. That is, you know, he's fading. He's around less and less. Ezra told us she was a dragon / lizard aberrant. The bird aberrant was Ollie. And the Raven Queen, of course. But those were the bird aberrants. I had never met Ezra, so I didn't even know like what her bit was. I had no idea. Shut up. Yeah, Alia also became a dragon very late in the season.
Oh, yeah.
What else? So, you know, she's got her 2 friends are aberrants, and then like Meridia is dying. People are going away, and at the time, you know, like it was like, you know, she was getting really depressed because it was like, I really just don't have much going for me. Like, what's the purpose of even killing Lahale at this point? Because so many of us are dying. We can't even trust our own people. We've got this murderer running around killing people. They're all like, you know, the towns are all fighting and stealing from each other, and we're all arguing over politics and aberrants, and well, it's not even worth it anymore to be alive. Like, she, at that point, she had pretty much given up. And she went to Ollie about it once or twice and was like, Ollie, I just feel tired. I'm down. I there's nothing left for me. And it basically, at that point, I was considering re-rolling, because basically I had been there for Steve in that group and Meridia, and that group was all dying off, and so I was like, you know, maybe it's time I just re-roll. And then there was a sculptor bit. So I had decided, I had asked, like, hey, I don't know if I'm ready to end my character, but, you know, what if there was a bit where, like, he caught her and then she got away? And they agreed to that. A lot of out-of-character consent for that. Indus, the sculptor, quote-unquote, came, and he came in the tavern, and he basically said, like, he made small talk for a little bit, and then he was like, you're the girl from LaRue's shop. And, you know, he brought up, like, her backstory and what she was, and, you know, what she did to the sailors, and it was like, you know, things that only someone who was there could have known.
Right.
And for him, he was like, I've seen, you know, I watched you abandon and tear apart family after family. I saw the way that, you know, you were abused and what the city did to you. You came here looking for a fresh start. And so for him, it was like all the murders that he carried out, they all had words. But for her, it was a fresh start. It was a new beginning. It was a new horizon. It was an open ocean. It was freedom. And he wanted to capture that with her. So, you know, he chases her through the woods. He stabs her a couple times. He downs me. And then he basically ties me up and drags me along the coast to the far east. There's like a ruined boat and, you know, some stuff. And there's a video in the videos tab. And, you know, he talks about, like, with her, he's going to capture, like, the colors of the sunrise on the ocean and freedom and what it feels like to have a fresh start. And that's, for him, he thought, and you can read, like, through his letters too, it was like Osidia was supposed to be, like, his magnum opus. And the reason for that being was she was in such an awful state of mind where she was like, I don't want to be here anymore. There's no purpose in my life. It might be better if I just die. So everything that he was talking to her about his masterpiece and his art and why he was spreading that message, she was understanding it. She got it. And that's why she was so scared. That was why for a minute there she wanted to live, because she was like, my life has gotten so bleak and so dark to the point where I understand what the fuck he's talking about. I need to change something. I want to live. I've changed my mind. I want to live.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he's saying like how he's going to kill her and how he's going to make her up. And she says, will you just do one last thing? Will you tell Ronan how much I love him? That's all I need to tell the world. Just tell Ronan that I loved him. And he's like, okay, I'll tell him. And then he starts to make his art with her, and she's bleeding out actively, and he's like, fuck, I forgot nails. I don't have any nails. And so he ties her to like the ruins of a ship, like on the shore. And it's very ironic in that moment because it's like reminiscent of fleeing the city and how she has always associated the ocean with freedom, because it's like leaving the city and killing all those men. That was freedom for her. So he ties her up on this boat and he runs off to get the nails or whatever. He actually logs out. He's like, okay, this is your chance to get away. That was wonderful. And at that, and I swear it was fate. Okay. I swear it was fate. Out of the woods comes a little grayling. And I'm just like sitting next to this boat in the water. And she's quote unquote tied up to this boat. Mm-hmm. And this grayling comes out of the woods and hits me. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to take this as Nitwit sent this woodland aberrant to my aid, and it cut my bonds. So that's when Osidia gets up, and that was how Nitwit and all her things that she did for Nitwit over the years came to her rescue.
Uh-huh.
So it was even more ironic then when it was like that was his crowning work, and it was to the point because she understood what he was talking about, and she was telling him, like, not only talking with him, but like sort of getting into it with him. Like, yes, I understand, and like this is how this works, and this is how this explains this message. And because of that, he almost wanted her to live. And I think that's why he tied the knots poorly, because he wanted to see if she could be the new beginning that he was going to quote unquote sculpt her as. And she was. She ran away and she had her literal new beginning because she received a new outlook on life, and she lived because of that.
Dang.
And that was why it was so full circle for him to see Osidia become an aberrant. And, you know, on that date, when they went on, when he finds out she's an aberrant, he's like, he just admired her at first before he even knew, because he was like, you really did become a fresh start. He couldn't say these things to me because he was still Indus, not the sculptor, but he, you know, he's seeing her. It was incredibly poetic. He's like, wow, I wanted to change the world with my art. And I couldn't change the world with my art. Killing you would not have changed the world. But I changed you, and that's enough for me. And that was why he wanted her to live. So she lives, fresh start. They go on the date. He's just in awe of her. He says, in an alternative universe, and an alternative timeline, Indus and Osidia, like, actually are a couple. And they murder people together. And I was like, you know, if she wasn't an aberrant, maybe, because it was that damn good. The fucking Stockholm syndrome. If she was not an aberrant, but the fact that she was an aberrant and she had been abused by men all her life, it could not have been. But the sculptor, and then we can come back to our list later. The remaining two on the list, it's like Indus, Shaw, Kaliel, and Roland. So that's my 11 for you. But this sort of ties back into the mainstream story. So at this point, she's been attacked by the sculptor, and she's got a new outlook on life. She's got her new beginning, and she's like, I want to live. She's got all these wounds, and, you know, she's struggling. She's holding on, but she's struggling. Ollie comes to treat her. Ollie's there. Devriel's there. A bunch of women are there. Lucan shows up, and she freaks the fuck out. She's like, get away from me, get away from me, get away from me.
Why him?
Barragond, who I don't know. I don't know why he was there. I don't know why he showed up. I think I might have texted Canary out of character and been like, hey, do you want to come to Rydia? And he'd been like, maybe. But he was a good friend of Osidia's. She trusted him with a lot of information, like the Woodwife and her perspective and her friendship with Vile. She trusted him with a lot of those things. So he was a close friend to her. She trusted Lucan. And then he comes over and he's like, oh my god, you're hurt. And he tries to come... I don't think he did. I think he was looking and he could tell something was off about the way she was acting. So he, like, held back. Then Baragon comes in, and at the time, Baragon thought they were dating. Osidia had different opinions.
They were just fooling
Baragon
around.
thinks they're... Oh, yeah, Osidia was using him, definitely. But Baragon, in character, thinks they're dating. And so he's like, oh my gosh, the love of my life, the woman I want to propose to, is laying here dying. And he comes up to her, and he reaches to go to put a hand on her, and Lucan goes, I wouldn't do that, because he can tell she's acting weird.
Uh-huh.
Baragon does it anyway.
Uh-huh.
Loses her shit. Loses her mind. Starts screaming, don't touch me, get off me, get off me. And so from then on, there was like a 2-week period where men were not allowed in the tavern. Osidia was staying in the tavern with... She was like sleeping in Ronan's bed because... Right, and fucking Ollie's trying to like... She's bleeding out.
Oh,
like she actively... If
love of...
nobody had come to my rescue, I probably would have CK'd. But she's bleeding out and she's dying. And why this was so significant for her and why this became the turning point for her. You know, she has this injury and Ollie did an amazing job at patching it up. Ollie's instructions were, do not move around because you will undo the stitches and you will tear the wound back open. It'll not heal correctly. It'll get infected. Do not get it wet. Do not go in the water. There's bacteria in the water. You will infect your wound. It'll be bad. I'll have to redraw your dressing. To be fair, Baragon, like, has his heart on his sleeve. So for him, you know, he thought a completely different thing from what Osidia thought. He thought, like, oh my god, this is the love of my life. I have to help her. And Osidia thought, it's the guy that I fool around with sometimes. And also, I've just been attacked and I'm dying. And also, I hate men right now. So get away from me. But he didn't think that. He thought something else completely. So
yeah.
I get it.
He didn't know any better.
So why this was a huge deal. Ollie tells her these instructions. The very next day, we're attacked by the dogs, Sebastian and Sebastian and Sebastian and Sebastian and Sebastian, and all of their... Oh, the drunken Tyriad. That was a whole thing. Lars actually saw that. I'll talk more about Lars later. So the day after, we get attacked by Glacian Pyre's dogs and all their forces. So she has to fight. She has to defend herself and her town, and she's got a new perspective on life. She's like, I'm not going to let my people go down. Ronan is not present for this fight because, as you all know, Ronan plays Sebastian. So we've not seen Ronan in a couple weeks, in a while. We not see Ronan. We defend the town, and then everybody logs out. You know, I don't see... Meridia pretty much was dead, and then he came on for the raid, and then they all left again. So... she tears the wound open because she's fighting, and she gets more wounded because, again, she's fighting while injured. So Ollie healed her again, and then Ollie's asking her, you know, about the sculptor and why all that is. And Osidia tells her that story, holds the knife to her back, threatens her. That sparks the whole thing, whatever. Then she has to go, like, serpent hunted. There's, like, a serpent attacking the coast. And so her and Orcus, Silas... a couple other people, you know, they're defending against the serpents. So she's swimming and fighting and throwing spears, and it's a whole thing. So her wound is just getting worse. It's wide open. It's infected. It's not healing. And she basically, her body starts shutting down. Not only that, but her desire to go on is also fading again, because she's like, when Ronan was attacked by Pyre, she took care of him in incredibly intimate ways. He was bedridden. He could not walk himself to the bathroom. She, like, took care of all his medications for him. She fed him. She kept him warm, dressed, clothed, redid his bandages. She took care of him like she was married to him. Because she loved him. They loved each other, and they couldn't get the timing right. Anyways, then, you know, it's her turn. She gets beat the fuck up by the sculptor. She's scared for her life. The only man that she would have let in would have been Ronan. And where was Ronan? Nowhere to be found. Gone. There was no Ronan. He was not there for her. So for her, it was like, the love of my life is not here to take care of me. Clearly, it was unreciprocated. Clearly, he didn't feel the same way about me that I felt for him. And I'm glad I never spoke up about it, because clearly it didn't matter, and it was all a lie, and it doesn't matter. So, you know, she's lost that part of her hope, and her willingness to go on. And you know, she's like, I just threatened Ollie. Like, I'm clearly, you know, I'm not worth anything. And the one thing that kept her going was, you know, she was like, why is it all worth it? Even if we kill Lahale, like, my family's not coming back. What are we doing this for? And she was thinking about, like, her little sister and how much she missed her. Her name was Osidia, which was a play on Hestia, another Greek god. And, you know, she missed her so much, and she did everything for her. She, a lot of the things she did in the city, all the torture and pain she endured, was so her sister could eat and survive. And she died. But there is one person who's rising into her life that she sort of looks after like a little brother, and that is Vile. And Vile, you know, he is the first aberrant, followed quickly by Roth. And, you know, she's thinking about, you know, Vile and Roth, and she's like, they wouldn't be able to protect themselves if I went. Do I really care about them? And the old answer would have been no, but it was the fact that she was in that mindset where she was like thinking about her sister and her family, and that's where the family comes from in the Aberrants Anonymous, is because Osidia was like, this is my family. She's like, if I go, who's going to take care of Vile? Who's going to look after him? And he didn't need to be looked after, but, you know, from her perspective, she's unhealthily clinging to this family mentality. So she's like, I need a shortcut. I'm going to die. My body's shutting down. There's nothing anyone can do because I've gone against all of Ollie's instructions, and also I threatened Ollie. Ollie's not going to help me. What do I do? How do I keep going? And so the only answer she had was she did have Itir. She had stolen it from someone a while back and just held on to it because she was like, I don't know what to do with this. So she had Itir. She takes the Itir, and this was when things start to change for her. She goes a couple days. Things are weird at first. She's just tired a lot. Her wounds are slowly healing themselves, but it's a slow process. For a while, she thinks she might still die. And then she's taking more and more of it because she's slowly growing addicted to it. And she's like, okay, well, I'm going to have to get more of this sooner or later. I'm having dizzy spells. Sometimes I fall asleep and I wake up in places I don't remember. There's big portions of my days will just disappear out of nowhere. What was happening was the purpose of the Itir is to take whatever imperfections that a person may have and eliminate them to make them the strongest version of themselves, or at least from what I interpreted of the story. And so for Osidia, that would have been, at first it was, you know, her physical wounds on her body. So the Itir took care of that. And then it was, you know, her fear of men. She wanted to be scary. She didn't want to be scared anymore. She wanted to be the one that was scary. So all of her wounds healed, except for the scar that went straight through her eye on her face. That one stayed and actually got bigger because in her mind, she thought it made her look scary, and she wanted to be scary, so it got bigger. And then she had, like, her fingers turned, like, black, and she started to get, like, she would get dizzy in the sunlight, and she would be sleepy or dizzy or whatever it was. And that was when this persona of Lars started to show itself. She would have these episodes where it would just completely take over when she was, you know, she didn't have enough Itir to keep herself stabilized. And the reason I chose Lars was because it was what Osidia thought she was. In her mind, she was the LaRue child. So it literally is just a play on her last name. in this altered form, she had some bits and pieces of her memories, but only the really important ones. So she knew like the people she cared about and the people she wanted to protect and the people that could help her. That was all she knew. So she knew Ollie is safe. Vile, he's safe. Mora, safe. Roth, safe. She knew that these 4 people were going to be safety for her. She could go to them. They could either help her find the ITR or at least they would not try to kill her. So a couple of different people throughout this time had met the figure known as L, or Lars for LaRue. And Lars didn't talk very good. I basically, like, her mouth would sort of go numb. And I had even said to Vile once, I had said, Lars' mouth doesn't work good because Lars' face is damaged or something. And that was Osidia's way of gently lying to him, because it was true. Her face was damaged. She had this awful scar on her face, but it didn't affect her mouth at all. It was mostly the eye tear, and all she knew was that, you know, she couldn't tell them who she was, and she had to get eye tear from them. So one of the first things she did was, I gave you so many clues, Cass, and you just dropped them all on the floor, but it's okay. I gave you so many hints. It's okay.
You did your best.
One of the first places Lars appeared was Finnan's farm in the maze. Basically, Osidia went through the maze with, like, Rowan and Dove, Ollie, a whole group of people. We all went. After the maze was finished, Vile and Roth went to do the maze. And these were the only other 2 aberrants at the time. So at the time, it was... You would have. If you had remembered Hesetia's name, you would have remembered. I guarantee it. But the 3 aberrants at the time, it was literally Vile, Roth, and Osidia. And they didn't know Osidia was an aberrant. So she followed them because she was like, these are my people, I guess. Like, this is where I belong. So she followed Vile and Roth into the maze and just sort of followed them around. My intention at first was, I hope they think I'm an admin character. And I had even sent a message to Essa and been like, hey, Essa, just in case you're wondering, I'm in the maze for a second time. I'm not taking a second prize. I'm just impersonating and I'm just like goofing off and having a good time and trying to prank my friends. And I hope like they think it's funny. And she was like, oh, do whatever you want. And I was like, okay, great. Bless. So, yeah, Cass, you have to take notes. If I had taken notes, I would have figured out who Indus was sooner. I feel it in my heart. Anyways, so she follows them around and we go outside and it's raining and she's like, oh, I'm cold. And Roth has this, it was like a Surtling head, but he had said like, oh, well, my mother, quote unquote, my mother, it was Edna, gave this to me because, you know, after I started taking the ITR, I've been really cold. And she gave this to me to warm me up, but the cold's not bothering me anymore, but it seems to be bothering you, so you can have it. So he gives Lars this Surtling. And, you know, at first Lars had purple hands, but then after Roth gave Lars the Surtling, Lars's hands turned black. It didn't burn him at the time, but that would slowly lead into Osidia's thing with the fire. So she, you know, Roth gives Lars that, and then I think we might have gone to Cass's house, or I might have fucked off. I think I fucked off, and then I went and I saw Cass and Vile, or not, fuck, they're the same person. I saw Cass and Mora a different time. I saw Vile and Mora a different time, and I followed them through the mountains. We went on an adventure together, and I was doing everything I could to lead them astray, but also lead them back on track. Because I had said, yes, Ollie would remember she treated those burns. That's how Osidia burnt her hands. We played hide and seek in the mountains. Yes, it was so much fun. But that was me, you know, dropping hints without dropping hints. Was no, I'm not a friend of the doctor's. Because I think Vile was starting to put together, oh, your name is L, and you're clearly an aberrant. I think you're an admin character. L for Luke LaHale. This might be LaHale. So, but I made it very obvious that I was not LaHale or an admin. I was just a little girl being silly. And also that Lars was friends with Nitwit. I made it very clear that Lars was friends with Nitwit. and was trying to help Nitwit get his medicine, which was something that Osidia was trying to do. Because if you didn't know, the Nitwit was always fighting Primus for his medicine, so Osidia, being a friend of Nitwit's and always, helping with the Woodwife, would try to get him the potions, and which later helped Vile and Osidia and Ollie get all the ingredients to make the Eidir, so that the aberrants, the control group aberrants, wouldn't, turn into monsters. What else? Who else did I meet? Oh, Ollie. I would come to Ollie and just follow her around throughout the forest, in the town. There were some times when Lars was more of a persona and he was more lucid and he could speak. There were some times when Lars was pretty nonverbal and he struggled with his speaking. But I left like 2,000 gold coins, 20 locksmeat pies, amber, rubies, just anything valuable and shiny that I didn't have a name on it. I think actually the coins I left were either Nitwit or Primus coins. I can't remember, but I specifically either gave you Nitwit or Primus coins. Alia actually caught me once outside, like snooping around, spying on you guys, and she asked him to leave or take off his hood, and Lars was like, no, I'm not going to do that. I would jump over the... Oh, Herd. Yeah, I left you a lot of money. Because you had literally said, like, in-game, like, oh, I do all this work, and nobody ever pays me or says any thank you, or there's nothing in return for me. I just, the good of the people I serve, and so I stuck 2,000 gold in your box. Someone must have taken some, that's okay. What else? But that was a lot of, too, the reason that he was leaving Ollie all those gifts was because Osidia felt so bad about what she did. She was like, there was no reason for me to threaten Ollie, and she didn't deserve that. And look, like, I've ruined her. She's so timid. She can't go anywhere. She's afraid of everything and everyone, and it's my fault. So she was sending Ollie all these gifts to try and make up for it, and Ollie was like, stop fucking doing that, and Ollie was like, leave me alone, and she was like, had no consciousness of what was going on, because, she's... entangled in the Aetir, and it's got a hold of her. That was before the Aetir really started to take shape for her. At first, it was very vague. It was like, well, she's dizzy, or she can't remember where she went, or she's having trouble speaking, or whatever it was. But it wasn't until she really regained her love for the ocean, and that was why she wanted to go on, was that she started to become the Serpent Aberrant. It started with the purple hands that would burn with heat. Her eyes were sensitive to light because they were adjusted for swimming deep underwater. She literally became a serpent, so her eyes were adjusted for the deep dark, and the sunlight would hurt her eyes. She was averse to fire because she was a creature of the water. She would dry out very quickly. She had like gills along her neck. There was one time when she was really behind on her dosages, and she jumped into the ocean in the middle of the lake, and went swimming, and they were looking for her and they couldn't find her, and she was having the time of her life, going wild at the bottom of the lake. She caught a fish and then was like sitting in the corner of the tavern hissing and eating a raw fish, and then Ollie went ahead and took care of her, and she was like, you're an aberrant. And Osidia was like, maybe. And Ollie was like, you're eating a raw fish. You're an aberrant. And they gave her her Aetir, and she immediately, like, spits it out. And she's like, why are you letting me eat raw fish? This is disgusting. That was when there was still a lot of Osidia, like, left in there. And she was like, this is disgusting. Why am I eating sashimi right now? But as the Osidia became more and more entangled with the Aetir, she started minding those things less and less because it was who she was at that point. So she actually came to enjoy raw fish. She had the poisonous teeth that she could retract. Like the serpents in game have like those really long fangs. Mm-hmm. I imagine they were like that, and she could retract them at will. And they were poisonous, or venomous, I think is the word. And there was a venom that she could use to mostly bite people with, but she had to let it accumulate for a long time before that could happen. And also, I would always get their out of character consent for it. What else? There was the magical bond that she had with a couple different people. And the reason that this worked so well for the character was she was already a very like greedy character who prioritized her freedom and like manipulating people, and all of those things very much fall in line with like a mermaid, a siren. So a lot of that just, it felt so natural. It was like, yes, she's a manipulator. She sends sailors to their death. She loves the ocean. All she wants is her freedom. She's selfish. It fits so naturally. I was like, yeah, okay, this is the siren now.
Yeah, she's very
So
selfish.
there were multiple people. Yeah, there were multiple people throughout like the course of this that had some sort of like bond with her, where it was like they could hear her singing. Like if the moon was out, they could hear her singing from across the map. Or there were different things like he found a whistle at the bottom of the ocean that she gave to Mora, and
he's safe now. He's safe. You can't see Caleb anymore. I do not consent. I deny your CK ticket.
So anyway, she had, you know, all sorts of things start to come in as I was experimenting with the ITR more and more. And that's pretty much how she became an aberrant and what she was as an aberrant and why all that happened. The whistle was great.
The only time I ever experienced the whistle was like, I think Osidia and Shaw were just hanging out at one point, and then Osidia's like, I have to go. And Shaw's like, huh? What? So, I have to go.
It was awesome. It was basically a whalebone whistle, and it was shaped like a whale, and when Mora would blow it, it would make no sound. But if she was next to the water, fish would start jumping out of the water. That was basically all I told her. So it makes no noise, but for some reason it freaks fish out. Whales still get out of here. And essentially Osidia could hear it from wherever she was. So sometimes I was at Shaw's place or like in the water. I did a lot of poozling. I would be like under Roland's dock, like poozling. The underside of his dock was actually really expansive, so I could sit literally under his forge with Poozle and just chill. Yeah, it was awesome. What else? Yeah, essentially anytime Mora needed Osidia, she would blow the whistle and Osidia would go immediately. Because it was an awful sound. It was pretty much how I had described it.
So, these fucking hell. So Lara's, why did Lara's disappear? Why did Lara's stop appearing?
So Lara's stopped pretty much because it was the beginning of the ITIR taking hold. It was a really rocky period.
Right.
And that's why Osidia was so like bitter about like all the new aberrants. It's like, oh, they drink one ITIR bottle and they suddenly gain all these powers. It wasn't fucking like that for Vile. It wasn't like that for me. It wasn't like that for Roth. We immediately, like, we struggled. It was like, the ITIR doesn't know what to do with me yet. I haven't taken enough of it yet, so I'm struggling. I'm losing myself. I'm like fighting it. My body's fighting it. I'm trying to give into it. Essentially what it was she had not had a direction yet. The ITIR was trying to make her stronger, but it didn't know how. So as she's struggling, she's going to use people for help. And then as she's taking more and more ITIR and she's slowly gaining control of it, she's having more of a like, she's getting less and less blackouts. She's having less and less spurts where she can't control it. So basically she learned to control it and she became the serpent aberrant, whereas before she was lost. She was just a victim of the ITIR, and then
just a girl who was thirsty. She, in the beginning, she was just a girl who was thirsty.
Yeah, she was just trying to live when she didn't want to before.
So, Jesus, what came next? I'm trying to think.
I know there's so much stuff. I guess probably like the ITIR research, which led into the founding of the family.
Yes. Let's talk about the founding of the guild.
So the guild, I don't remember whose idea it was to start a guild. I think it might have been mine because it was Osidia's, like, she wanted to have family, and that was the motivation that kept her going. It literally started as, like, Vile was an aberrant, and then Roth was an aberrant, and then Osidia was an aberrant, and then they had the sexually frustrated scientist who was trying to take care of them and then accidentally became an aberrant. And then, you know, Osidia's ex Baragond, he had a great orf that lived in his house, and he would be like, "Oh, that's my uncle. He's an aberrant. Like, I found him, but don't kill him, please, because he's my uncle. I want to cure him."
See part 1 for the aforementioned sexually frustrated scientist who accidentally became an aberrant. We talked to Bacon in part 1. The VOD is on Twitch if you want to hear what Bacon has to say about what the hell happened to Ollie.
What the hell does that mean?
Socially anxious doctor. Well, you know, for anyone who wasn't here for part 1, because we find out what it means to have accidentally become aberrant, because I was very curious in what the answer to that question was. Our little mushroom addict.
Yeah, so I think that pretty much came from her wanting to have a family, and the aberrants of the control group are popping up left and right. And so I honestly don't think many people knew for a long time that Roth and Osidia and Ollie were aberrants. We kept it undercover for a very long time, which was awesome. A lot of secrecy going into that. And I think one of the reasons that I wanted to have a guild was, well, first of all, I wanted to build something, but we didn't get a guild hall, which I'm still a little sad about, but oh well. But also, I thought it would be a great way to drop hints about, like, hey, just so you know, we know you guys are concerned about, like, you know, Vile and maybe Roth and maybe one or two others being an aberrant. But we just want to publicly announce to you, without telling you who they all are, that there's enough control group aberrants on the server for us to make a guild about it. So if you think Vile is your only problem, I just want you to know there's 5 more somewhere.
I remember,
and they've been aberrants for long enough that they have powers.
Yep. In the Discord, I remember seeing that a little further up. I saw that message, and I was like, yeah, it is actually one of those things that would probably freak out a fair few players. Like, oh, there's a lot. There's way more than we thought.
Yeah, that was the intention.
Oh, that's very funny.
And then that yeah, Vile is so cute. I love Vile so much.
Everyone treated Vile like a problem, but he was terrible at being a problem.
Yeah, he's just a little guy.
Didn't know about Kate. Was Kate an aberrant? Huh. I mean, there's no reason that I would know. Jesus. I never met her. No, I met her once, and she told me to fuck off. Me and Kestrel. So, you know, it was shared.
Kestrel was awesome. I wish I'd seen more of Kestrel.
Kestrel was awesome. Kestrel and I have been talking about doing a tavern thing next season. Because I said that I would totally be down to do that, like, performative tavern owner thing. And she was like, you need, like, a bunch of people to cover the time zones. And I was like, well, we basically have the opposite time zone. And she was like, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, fucking Justin and I should run a tavern. Oh my gosh, JC, we should do that bit we were talking about with the Fae that never see each other. Anyways, I don't want to derail the chat with that. But
we got the Aberrants Guild. The family becomes, begins to form. Everyone starts hanging out more.
Or not at all. That was their thing.
That was their thing. So
yeah, there was a lot of that guild that was just dedicated to, especially in the early age, just getting the I tier. And Nitwit helped a lot with that, and that's where those favors come in, where it's like, okay, Nitwit, I helped you take care of your wife, I helped you make sure you got your medication, you need to help us get ours.
At this stage in the timeline, I don't think I know much about what was going on, because I remember seeing that the guild was established, and I think maybe it was a few weeks later that Shaw stepped back in onto the scene of the map. So what happened after the formation of the guild? What are some of the the highlights and main milestone points that happened?
So much of it is like behind the scenes stuff, and I could just talk with Cass and Bacon all day about it, but there was so much. I mean, Vile had all his labs in his house. Bacon had all those labs in the underground, in the med bay. There were a lot of scenes where a lot of them, I feel like, for me, the highlights are involving Roth, where he's, his whole bit was basically that his weakness that the ITR was trying to eradicate was his feelings and his memories of the past. So in order for him to be stronger, it had to get rid of feeling. So that's why he became a stone golem, because stone golems don't feel things. They're rocks. And so for him, colors were less bright. He couldn't taste his favorite foods. He was cold all the time. He was really slow to react and to respond to things. But in exchange, he was so durable. He was literally made of stone. He wasn't he couldn't one hit you or anything, but it was going to take a lot to take him down. And so a lot of our arguments and highlights come from that, with them being, essentially two ends of the same, two sides of the same coin. I'm sorry, I literally came up talking and I was like, holy shit, it's got lore, and then I was like, let's kill it.
Yeah, Morgan talked about it during the chat with him. I highly recommend go watch Morgan's segment in VOD 1, because it was so cool to talk to him.
Rock, I'm sorry, guys.
Why have you done this?
It was essentially that Osidia was becoming more and more volatile because she was literally a creature of the deep. And that's why her and Roth butted heads so much. For both of them, the ITR needed to take away feelings and memories and things that made them weak. And for her, that made her an animal. And for him, that made him an object. So for him, he slowed down and things had less feeling and sensation, and for her, things sped up. She got wild and feisty, and she was experiencing things in a new way. So bye, Mora. Thanks for coming by.
See you, Mora. Thank you very much for tuning in.
A lot of their highlights come from arguing. There was a scene where, we're in the med bay and Osidia and Roth are arguing, and she's pissed off because she's like, you don't care, you don't feel anything about this, and she's getting pissed off, and he's like, huh? Oh, yeah, I guess. And she's like, does this family mean nothing to you? Give me an answer. Talk to me. Tell me something. I can't deal with you. And there's a lot of arguing back and forth, and they're both off their medication. So for him, being off his medication means he's cold and he's emotionless. And for her, it means she's wild and she's acting like an animal and she's very violently emotional. And so, Osidia attacks Roth, and, Baragon's trying to do damage control, and Ollie's like, here we fucking go again. The 4th time this week with these fucking aberrants. I can't keep them dosed because we don't have any mushrooms to make the I-tier. So I can't take care of them, and they're fucking eating each other alive. This is the 5th time I've done this week. I'm fucking tired of this shit. Vile's, trying not to go off the walls. Poor Ollie. Yeah, and I think, the second someone steps in and tries to do damage control with Osidia, it was always roll 20, roll 20, roll 20. Because I had to decide if you were getting bit or not. And most times, more often than not, you were getting bit. Yeah, Vile's just trying to fucking exist. He's like, I'm just a fucking guy. I'm just here. There was also another scene where, of Roth, he takes his medication, and then all those feelings come back because it undoes that and it brings him back to his senses, very similarly to how Nitwit is just his crazy creature self, and then he takes his Itir and he's Nathaniel again, and he's intelligent. There was one where he took his medicine and he was so upset with all the emotions that he was feeling that he just got shit-faced wasted and then started running through Haven Home, like exposing all their secrets, and they were like, we might have to kill him. This was also the time when, you know, Vile was starting to show the hive mind personalities, which was so cool. Oh my god, it was one of my favorite bits. Also very rewarding that I got the secret glow ending, which is really cute and silly.
A secret glow ending? What is that?
Yeah, so if you haven't interviewed Cass yet, Cass, his character Vile, had multiple personalities that would come out. There was an intelligent one, there was a violent one, and then there was like a silly, playful, friendly one. And I don't remember if Cass said Osidia was one of the only people or the only person that had gotten to experience the silly friendship one. But his name is Glow, and he's like one of the hive mind personalities in Vile's head. Yes, you had to like go special layers to get that RP to begin with. And then it was sort of like a toss-up of which hive mind you were gonna get.
Okay, so Osidia is almost killing Roth. Because I remember you told me about that. Where
there were multiple occasions we thought we were gonna have to kill Roth.
Where Osidia was basically always the one who was saying, yeah, I think we're gonna have to kill him. And it's not a joke.
Mm-hmm. And that, I think, just further enforced, you know, like, she cared about him, but above all things, she wanted her freedom. She wanted to swim free in the ocean and never be afraid of men again. And right now, in the current moment, she needed to protect her family because together was the only way that they were going to achieve that freedom. She could not have done it herself. Cass, I literally thought you were going to. I was waiting for you to do it. I was like, he's going to do it. He's going to do it. And then you didn't. And I was like, oh my god, we're not doing it? We really were. We have a separate Discord for the Aberrants Anonymous Guild where we were talking about, like, is it time to kill Roth? Does Roth have to go now? What were we talking about?
Yeah, well, kind of just going through scenes. Coming up after, I don't know, so you start getting a hold of Iter. I guess maybe is that when Mistlands opens up?
Yes. Mistlands was right before Mistlands had opened up. I had my first interaction with the Raven Queen.
Aha.
Mm-hmm.
Very important to talk about Echo.
Incredibly important. She was like the main I don't know, the main like person that Osidia looked up to at that point. Once she had someone to look up to, she had her family and she had Nitwit who was helping her. It was sort of like someone that they do favors for, but then she had Echo, and it worked perfectly. Like, I was in Tekkits with SF for like all of my transformations with Osidia and going through all that and trying to figure out how they were going to work together. And it fit really well that Echo was the one that did the research with serpents. And I was like, well, that's perfect because, you know, that's Osidia's thing. It's water and serpents. So we had met like just after the tower ritual was complete, and the Mistlands were about to open up, and she had met Osidia as Osidia was inspecting one of the towers. And they basically had their little chat where Essa was like, she called Osidia her little star, and she was like, you are a beautiful Aberrant, and I'm surprised Pyre hasn't taken a liking to you. And it was from that point forward that Echo was like, I'm going to come and check in on your progress. And, you know, just basically, you're my experiment now. And so let's see what you can do. And from that point forward, Osidia went forward and created multiple new Aberrants. She didn't create Ollie as an Aberrant. Ollie did that all on her own. But, you know, it was like, well, me and Roth and Vile need to be there for this new Aberrant so that she doesn't struggle as much as the rest of us did. So they were there for her. she turned Orcus technically into an aberrant, but also, you know, she took one of the major aberrant opposing pegs off the board, which was really important. There was Kaliel, who she turned into an aberrant, and who was working with the Raven Queen very intimately as well. And then there was Shaw, who she turned into an aberrant, again, for the Raven Queen.
Mm-hmm.
And the Raven Queen came by multiple times, and every time it was like... It was the only time that Osidia would kneel or bow or recognize that there was some greater force. And it was her, because it was like, you are an inspiration. You are the reason that I have this freedom, and you are the one that researches the Serpent aberrants. So you are who I answer to.
Hey, I'm so happy that I've had that reaction from Armory. I'm so happy.
It's just looking at it.
I'm so happy. Yep, Shaw was an aberrant.
Shaw was an aberrant.
Very late.
Dun,
Very
dun,
late.
dun.
I think about a week and a half into the final month of the season. Maybe a little bit earlier.
Oh my god, Cass Vile was an aberrant.
Bro, Vile was an aberrant? What the hell? Yes. We'll talk about that. I'll probably... I don't know. Because this is not about me, this is about the other players, but if...
I feel like a lot of the ending part of my story is about Shaw. I mean...
Yeah. So we'll get into that in due course. Otherwise it would be far too indulgent of me to go, let's talk about my character.
Oh.
I think Issa's about to say something. I think she's about to say something very sarcastic. Is she going to be like, Osidia was an aberrant as well?
Echo was an aberrant.
Whoa, no way. Lahale was dead the whole time.
It was all a hidden
secret aberrant was Kate. That is
camera TV show.
That is something that I didn't know.
Dun, dun.
Kate was an aberrant. Was Armory one?
Armory said it in the chat like 3 minutes
ago.
ago.
Yeah, I saw that a while ago, but yeah, there was no reason for me to have known. Nah, Armory wasn't. No. But
yeah, after I did my thing, I haven't logged in since.
We'll talk about... Because I want to talk to Essa. Essa, I want to have you on here at some stage. You can go on the list. Armory's on the list. I want to talk to literally anyone who wants to come and talk about their Season 13 experience. I want to talk to them. I want to hear stuff. I want to ask stuff. So... Yes, you.
Yes, you.
Who, me? Oh, interesting. Okay, so you started creating aberrants. You became the progenitor of the next, of the new control group, as Echo called us.
Which was so difficult because there were so few people that, wanted to go that route.
Mm-hmm.
And if you, expose yourself to someone and then they don't want to do that, they are now your enemy.
Uh-huh.
It was very scary.
Yeah. So, well, even then, rewinding, again, may be indulgent, because, so the Raven Queen. So she meets with you, you become her experiment.
I wish so bad that I got more time with Echo.
Yep, me too. I know the feeling. So you start going around, you get Kaliel, you get... Ollie did it to herself.
Bane.
You get Bane. And I saw Bacon talking about how Bane wasn't allowed in Haven because in case he remembered.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he had said one time because there was a bunch of aberrants fucking off in Alias, and Bane was there with a couple other people, like Baragond, Eliana, just like a bunch of random people. We were all fucking out just south of the Haven. And Bane was there, and he had said something like, who's this one? And River was like, River is River, duh. Which was like, River's persona was so cute and silly and fun to play, especially at first, because she was just like completely carefree, silly little siren. But it was very much a ruse. It was like, if I play this like Osidia, I will be known. So the less I pretend to be Osidia, the better. He had said, like, who's this one? She was like, oh, well, River is River. And he was like, River bad, water not friend. Because yeah, Bane had no idea, but it was in case he remembered. Which was so scary. So scary. Is like at any point in time, you know, something could click for him, or he could just decide, you know, because all he knows is water is bad.
Yeah.
Water is foe, and River is water. So River is foe.
Yes, that's right.
But it was like, this is the person that killed you. This is the person that made you the way that you are. So if he ever found that out, oh, it would have been bad. And we didn't know. I mean, he had told me out of character. He was like, no, he doesn't have that capability. But I have no idea, like, what if the admin takes hold of him and they restore his memories? Like, anything could happen.
Yeah.
Anything could happen.
Yep.
So it's very scary to make sure that that didn't happen.
So what happened shortly after you had your interaction with the Raven Queen? What sort of events unfolded?
I had a lot of, you know, the turning people into aberrants that transpired. There's a lot of... I know. And I loved my Raven Queen kisses. Her and Pyre came to the town one time, and it basically unfolded in front of a couple people that, oh, Osidia has been in cohorts with the Raven Queen for a hot minute. And that was sort of where it came out for Ollie. And I'm so glad Bacon's still here, because I have a lot for Bacon. In that scene where Pyre and the Raven Queen come to Fellhaven, and Pyre sets out her throne, and she's sat there all sexy like, and Essa's like, you know, petting Osidia on the head, and she's like, that's my girl. And you know, it was, oh my god, I felt so special. I love hanging out with Essa. She's so cool. Anyway, sorry. There was a scene where it was basically like the Raven Queen said something to Osidia, or told Osidia what to do or something, and Osidia just without hesitation, even though Ollie is standing right there watching her, she's like, my queen, yes, my queen. And she just like sits on the floor, like right in front of her. And it was interesting because Osidia doesn't bow to anyone. She doesn't prioritize anything. She doesn't think anyone or anything is more powerful than the ocean and water and the forces of the sea. And so to see her bow to Echo for Ollie must have been huge. I mean, and then for her to be like, oh, clearly she has some sort of hold over you, and it's not new by the way that you're doing that. And I think Echo had like kissed Osidia's forehead and like said like good girl or something, and that's not normally Osidia behavior, but Osidia was like, yep, yes, my queen. And so in front of Ollie, all that unfolded, and so that was probably a huge moment for Ollie to understand, like, oh, there is something that Osidia puts right where, you know, almost above this family. She would bend to Echo first, or, you know, at the very least, it would be difficult for her to decide, do I bend to the family, or do I bend to Echo? Which led to, once the two of them left, a lot of really interesting dialogue between Ollie and Osidia, because Ollie's like, what's all that about? And Osidia has to explain. And then Osidia had... yes, Osidia had asked her, or no, Ollie asked Osidia, if the only thing that stood between you and the ocean, the only thing that stood between you and your freedom was me, would you kill me? And I'm like, what's the most cunning way to answer this question? And so Osidia responds, how do you expect me to answer such a question? And at that point, like, Ollie hugs her, and she's like, oh, well, like, it's okay. And, you know, the problem with that being, the answer would have been yes. Osidia would have killed Ollie.
Oh, yeah.
And it's really sad, because at that point in the story, like, they were lovers. They were very close, interesting, like, intimate friends. Osadia's life had been in Ollie's hands more times than I can count. But again, going back to Osidia's origin story and why the ITer capitalized on her personality the way it did. She was greedy and selfish and manipulative, and the ITer just capitalized on that, made it better and stronger, and made her better at doing all those things.
The throne event, I could have sworn I heard about that. I think that was after I had started taking the food. Because I remember hearing about it, and it was another one of those things where I'm like, God damn it, I logged off like 3 minutes before that happened. So I constantly missed those events.
It was so unfortunate, and I know Essa's work schedule got a little funky, and I love interacting with Essa so much. She's so freaking cool. And it was even better then when, like, you know, that was just the first one. That was the first time, or maybe it was with Vile, I can't remember, that Osidia's intentions with the Raven Queen had been unraveled in front of an audience, which was fine with me. I was totally down for it, because it made it interesting. A secret is not interesting unless somebody knows you have a secret.
Uh-huh. Yep.
Other than if nobody knows, you're just sitting in a corner by yourself going, I have a secret, and then you know about it, and it's like, okay, they don't know, they don't fucking care.
Yeah, that's right. Why would they? Yeah, why do they care that you have a secret when they don't know you have one?
Exactly. So it might have been Ollie or Vile, but that's pretty much how that happened. And then similar things happened in front of Kaliel, which was big at the time, and then that led to Osidia turning him into an aberrant. There was Shaw and Mora and all these people that got to witness as Osidia is trying to save Shaw by protecting him and all those things. It's unraveling in front of everyone. Like, clearly she has some sort of, she bows to this queen for whatever reason. And especially in the early days before Shaw became an aberrant, when she was like, listen, this is the exact same thing that happened to Ollie. You are not different. It will happen to you. You will succumb to it if you do not do what I say. I have all the research that says in Ollie's lab, she's got all these notes about her own transformation, how she started consuming the mushrooms that had the ITer and how she, you know, became addicted to them. And then that's how she became, and she's experimenting with the ITer, and she's around the ITer, and she's around all the aberrants. And it's like, I'm sure at some point over some beaker or vial, she inhales some part of some experiment or just exposure, pretty much. It was all over her. She was doing all these experiments on the trees and everything. And I think that was a big part of that as well. I lost my train of thought. I don't remember what I was talking about.
We've got, well, one of the, what other interactions did you have with Echo? Beyond sort of brief meetings, were there any large integral moments?
So there was the beginning one, which I talked about briefly. There was the one with Ollie and Fellhaven, which I just talked about. And then after that, a lot of my interactions with Echo were with either you or Cass.
Right.
It was mostly group settings because it was like, well, now we're a family. We're no longer independent units. And we all know pretty much everyone's standing that they're in. So it was all mostly group settings after that. And especially with, you know, Essa doing her best to spread her time throughout the rest of the server and also have a life and a job. Unfortunately, I only had so many interactions with her. But the ones that I did have were very wonderful. And I think I'm probably not talking about them because in my head it's like, oh, well, you were there. You don't need to hear about that. But then I forget I'm talking to the other people that are listening. So Shaw had been given the magical staff by Essa. And it was a thing where it was like, I think you can... Oh, you can't do that to yourself. It'll be season 12 all over again.
Nah, yeah, don't do that, man. Come on.
There was 1 or 2 nights where the RP with Strain got so juicy that I was like going to bed at 7 a.m. I was like, I can't go. It's so good. Oh, you poor thing. Oh, Essa. But yeah, there was the thing where Osidia was like, listen, I know a lot about this I-tier food because I've been cooking it and Ollie's been cooking it, and we've been doing all the experiments and the research on that and her transformation. So I have all this information. I'm giving it to you because I need to keep you alive so I can manipulate you a little longer because I care about you and I don't want you to go anywhere. So, she's taking care of him as best she can. And then he either, he pushes himself too hard, or even though he takes the proper precautions, it's still not enough, or whatever the case was, where it takes over him and he's at the point where he's going to die. And it's at that point where, oh my gosh, this is one of the most gut-wrenching scenes, because Osidia was upfront with Shaw. She was like, we're just fooling around.
Yep.
There's nothing more to it. I am going to one day let the I-tier swallow me and just jump into the ocean and swim away and never come back. And I'm nobody's forever. I don't want to fall in love with anybody. This is just temporary. And Shaw's like, oh, cool, great, got it, cool. Yep. Then, they're spending a lot of time together. She's taking care of him.
Well, for the folks who don't know, like Armu probably doesn't know this. How did we meet? How did Shaw and Osidia meet?
Literally, you came to my tavern and you were like, it was your last ditched attempt to get some RP for the season, and you were trying to get some food, and I was like, yeah, I'll give you some food. And so I sold you some stuff. And then
colossal amount of fucking food. I had to do a return trip.
It might have been like just the way that Shaw would ask, the way that he would speak. It made me like interested in the character. I was like, there's something more here, and I want to interact with him more. And I wish I'd gotten to interact with him sooner. And I think you had said you were literally about to send me a message on Discord and ask if I would come over and make food when you heard me knocking on your door, which is crazy because it's across the map and Osidia doesn't normally make house calls.
Well, yeah, the first time, that was the second time. The first time, originally when I went to get food, it was for me. I was like, I want my own stash because I was still trying, stupidly, to try and keep the road wardens as a thing. Eventually, I basically turned it into that public rest house thing, which was a lot better use of my time. And it should have been a better use of my time way early in the season. And that first time, I think I sent you a raven where I was like, hey, thank you, the food is great, but I want to supply the road wardens. Could you come to me? I have like a shitload of ingredients. I can't do anything with them. Could you come and, put some stuff together? I have coin. I'm happy to pay you. And it was entirely just a transaction. And I think that's when you might have flipped me a message and said, how long are you going to be up? And I'm going to be up for a while. Okay, cool. In that case, I will respond to your raven and I will come and do that. So that happens and we start talking. And Shaw starts asking questions.
Oh, it was the best. It was so awesome.
And it's not... Because this is just not how Shaw operated. He's not... Hey, how's the weather? I think one of the first questions he asked was like, what'd you do back in Gildemere? Who were you? I think that might have been how he worded it. He was like, who were you back in Gildemere? Not what did you do. I think that might have been what got her attention.
And I just want to take that 10 seconds as well to draw back to literally the beginning of this, where I said, like, in Fellhaven, nobody dug. Nobody asked questions. Besides Baragon, who only asked questions once he realized the information was conflicting, didn't dig just to get to know her. Didn't dig for any reason other than, oh, now I'm confused. Literally nobody was digging. This was the first time, so late in the season, somebody is finally digging at my character. That's what I need. She needed, and I made it so obvious. I made it so clear. I gave them all the hints. Nobody wanted to know. Nobody cared. They were like, that's fine. You can just lie to me all you want. It's fine. You can manipulate me. That's cool too. Yeah, do whatever you want. That's why, out of character as a player, I came back, because I was like, this guy's gonna figure it out. He's gonna understand.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to have to spoon feed it to him, or yeah. So, I mean, it's that simple.
So it sounds like a bad movie. So we got to talking, and I think, like, I know that you had said, okay, you need cloudberries because it was the time of the time of the lox pie. You're like, I can make you a bunch of pies, I can make this, that, and the other thing, but you're going to need these. And I was like, okay, sure, no problem, I can go get those. And there was always just an afterthought, because the whole time I was like, who is this person? Because no one is ever just one thing. And that's the way that Shaw thinks. So he's like, okay, so you've been talking about how you did, like... And the thing, I remember that when she told him what she did, she was like, yeah, I worked on ship parts. I built boats. So for whatever
that was true.
So for whatever reason, she was telling him the truth about who she was back then. And she talked, I think she was like, I had a sister, I knew I didn't really hang around with my family much. There was a lot of, like, I used to play in the river with my siblings. And Shaw was like, okay, who were your siblings? Tell me about them. Yeah, and just, he was just himself.
This would have been great if Cass was there, and if Cass had... But Cass didn't remember.
So he was just himself, and then the second time, I think like a couple of days later, I basically went on a plains hunt. I was like, well, I want food, and I want to supply this thing. I want to supply this place with, the stuff that you told me to get. So I went and got the stuff. I think that was the last time I ever roleplayed with Radan. I think I met Radan out there. And I was like, I'm looking for cloudberries. He was like, how many? And I was like, how many can we find in the next 2 hours? He was like, alright, got it. We're going to get a lot of fucking cloudberries. And I filled up a whole barrel, I think. Because I was like, I don't do things by halves. Fuck it. If you want cloudberries, I'm going to give them to you. And so, a couple of days go by, and I send you another raven. And I'm like, hey... I got those ingredients, I can bring things to you, and I'll have space, and I sent it off. And I think you had sent me a message like, how long are you going to be up? And I was like, yeah, I've got plenty of time, that's fine. And I just started getting shit ready, and I started putting things into bags, because I was like, because I'd said in the Raven, I will come to you this time. Like, I know it's a long way, don't worry about it, I'll come and you can use your facilities. And I walk to the gate, and I open it, and there you are. You're standing right there. And like 10, maybe 20 minutes have gone by. And I open it, and I say, I was just about to come to you. And I think Osidia said something like, and I can just imagine in, the TV episode, she's like wringing her hands together, where she's like, well, I wanted to come here. And I was sitting here like, what's going on? What's happening? But I was just like, okay, well, let me unpack this stuff. I turned off the ward because you were the only one there, so I could just keep an eye on you. Continued just... You
didn't keep an eye on me enough to see that I wrote on your sign until after you had left.
Yeah, that didn't bother me. Like, they're there to be written on. Yeah, just continued chatting and talking. And then... Oh, God, I don't even know where that goes from there. I think they just continued hanging out. I think she just kept coming over. Because there was no reason to go to Meridia.
Right. So what had happened was... Shaw had started picking up incredibly quickly, because nobody else had, about all the little clues that I was leaving everywhere. Like... the gloves and the fire.
Oh, yeah, the fire.
Having something on her arms, and he's like, what are you doing? And she's like, protecting my hands.
So, yeah, that makes sense, but you seem like you're a cook, though. What do you mean? Like, you seem to be taking incredibly careful precautions to protect yourself when you're supposed to be a shit cook.
Exactly. I've been cooking for 20 years. I own a tavern.
Exactly.
The boots are right there.
Yeah.
Right.
There was something off.
I think the turning point for their relationship, when it finally turned into something substantial, and it was like the point of no return, was when we went down to the old Iron Hearth.
I can't remember why we went down there. I know that Shaw had talked about... We were worried about something. We were like, something's happening, something's coming, we're pretty sure we're going to be attacked. And I remember that I'd said, I'm pretty sure the swamp was like encroaching on the southern coast at one point. Because I was genuinely convinced that that's what was happening. along west of Ironhearth, there was just a little bit of the biome that every time I went back there, I was like, it's totally getting closer. I swear it's getting closer. And so I was like, all right, well, I think that's what Shaw thinks as well, because he's very paranoid about all of this stuff and he's very careful. So Osidia was like, yeah, okay, show me. Let's go take a look.
I just need to know, like, from your perspective, like, everything that was going through your head, like, as that was happening, like, as we were venturing there, and, like, how that all culminated for you, because that was, you know, I write my stories for myself, but they are no fun if nobody else enjoys them, and if not for other people to enjoy. I mean, it's not a story if it's just for me. So
you were good company, just in general. You were actively taking part in the role-playing, where I would ask a question and you would answer, and there would either be a question attached to your answer, or you would say something that would prompt something else. It was never a closed conversation with you. Even when Osidia was being very closed off, there would just in me, I was like, nah, I'm gonna keep poking. There's something else. You're holding back. I can tell. I can just tell. You know, I'm rolling my insight checks and I get a perfect 20 every time. And then we get down to Ironhearth, and I think Shaw just starts reminiscing. He's like, man, this was one of the first places that I ended up at. And we started talking about, I think, after we'd washed up on shore, I think he'd asked, like, how far along the shore, you know, what was it like for you after you washed up? Obviously, that was a pretty touchy subject. That gets a little bit dangerous the closer you get. And then eventually we talk about, I think we had talked about how Vile had been experimenting with the boiling water and trying to figure out a way to deal with it. And, oh no! We looked out into the distance, and I think, oh no! And I looked out, and on my screen, I was like, oh, there's a landmass there. Has that always been there? And I think I said that in character.
Literally, it's at, like, the end of the very, very end of the render distance.
Yep. And Shaw was like, has that always been there? He was like, I think that's Gildemere. Because I looked on my map, and I was like, well, that's south, and we landed on the southern coast. And Osidia was like, has that always been there? And I was like, fuck, I don't know. How far away do you think it is? And that's when it started with Osidia being like, do you think we could get there?
I think I could get there.
And
that was, you know, at that point for her, it was like, now, being so secretive about being an aberrant and everything, that was information she probably should not have revealed.
But there's no way for Shaw to have pieced together, this is a serpent lady. There's no reason that would have happened. But
exactly.
She said, you know, I think I could make it there. And Shaw basically gives the response of, don't be ridiculous. But I think what he said is like, really? Like, do you actually think that you...
He had said something like, it was very much along the lines of, don't be stupid.
Yeah, like, that's ridiculous.
You may be fond of the deep, but you are not of it.
Yeah.
And it was very poetic because he was very wrong.
Yes, absolutely. How was he to know? And she is like,
exactly.
No, I think and she just fucking leaps.
She took that as a challenge.
She just books it and jumps. And I told you in DMs, but for the benefit of this stream, I was standing there and there was like a split second of what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Because as a player, I'm like, is this a CK?
She's gonna
like,
kill herself.
Is she gonna do this? Or is this either a CK or is this I'm gonna have to RP, like dragging her back to shore? Like she's delusional, because at that point we'd had a bunch of conversations about, hey, she seems to really like the ocean. I wonder why.
Like more than a normal person should.
Yeah, exactly. Like there was clearly some love there, and so for sure, bruh, because of the amount of things that had happened, Shaw was like, has she become deluded? Because people have gone insane on this island before. It's happened like over the past however many years. People have gone mad, they've attacked people, all sorts of shit has happened. And it was very clear, she's a little bit different. He didn't know to what extent, of course, but he was like, there's something going on here. And so she dives in, and I remember you saying that you'd looked back, and I did do like the little wiggle. Like left, right, left, right.
Right, left, right, yeah.
Where it was...
what do I do? What do I do?
It was genuinely like, fuck, what do I do? And again, in that split second, like, several things happened at once. Where first I was like, is this CK, or am I gonna, like, drag her back to shore? Either way, that's super fucking dramatic. I'm here for it. And then I was like, and then in that same moment, I was like, what would he do? He would dive in after her and try to help her, because that's what he tries to do with his life. He tries to help other people. So, almost without hesitation, with the tiniest, basically just assessing the situation.
This was milliseconds.
Oh yeah. Just boom, throw I go. And what did you say your reaction was?
I literally was like, oh my god, he's fucking crazy, because I spent all that time, as soon as I became, like, as it was solidified that was Osidia's power and that was the extent of what she could do, I was carrying a stack of Poozle, 2 stacks of blueberry juice, 2 stacks of raspberry juice, the Vomineer potion, the Ratatosk, everything, so that I could live up to the RP standard of what I was saying my character could do.
Yes.
People would be like, "Oh, you're walking on the bottom of the water." I'm like, "No, she's swimming.
She's swimming.
She's breathing underwater. She's a fish." But go off with your Poozle, okay? I could have stayed under there for literal hours.
Yeah, I dive in there. Yeah, go on.
He dives in, and for her, one of her things was, and it was really not OP. It sounds OP, but it's really not if you think about how little in Valheim you're actually in the water. But if there was contact with the water, especially she's in a body of water and there's something else in the water, she knows it's there, like a serpent hunting a fish. Like, I can feel when the prey enters the territory. So she's in her serpent brain, in her realm, in her element, completely gone. She's like, she doesn't even remember why she jumped into the water. She's like, I'm gonna swim over there because I can, and I'm gonna be free, and I have the power to do that. And that's
because I want to
swim over there, and and I want to, and I'm free, and I have the power to do it. And then she feels behind her prey enter her territory, and she's like, it snapped her back for a second. She's like, what is going on? Why is that him? Is he behind me? I forgot he was there. Is he following me? Why is he following me? He's gonna die. What is he doing? He's gonna drown. And the whole time he's shouting at her, please don't go. You're gonna drown. You're gonna die.
Drown. You're gonna die. And then he says the 3 words.
That's so dramatic.
Don't leave me. Because...
Did you ever watch Beverly Hills Chihuahua?
No. No.
There's a scene, it's a really cheesy, cringy movie, but there's a scene where there's like a little baby chihuahua, like the little main protagonist, and she tells the German Shepherd, she's like, don't leave me, and he's like, don't turn around, and then he turns around and goes back for her.
Aww.
It reminded me of that. I'll send it to you.
So...
yeah, Beverly Hills Chihuahua. See, Cass gets it.
So he says that, and at this point, I think I'm down to like 25% stamina, and I'm like, my life is still on the line, and that's where that survival instinct of Shaw's comes in, where he's like...
And I was way ahead of you, too.
You were so far ahead. Yeah, you were super far ahead, because you had like the swim speed stuff. And
swim speed and my swim skill. And,
yep, I don't think you'd popped the Poozle yet, because Poozle drops movement speed. Because I remember watching you swimming away, and I was like, I'm not going to fucking catch her. And then, of course, the survival instinct kicks in of Shaw going, what am I doing? What the hell am I doing? I'm going to drown for this girl. Really? Is she really that important? And, of course, there's that terror of, he's like, her life matters because I believe that life matters, but my life matters too. So he turns around. No, I think I continue on forward, and I look down, and I see, like, you're walking on the bottom, and I was like, oh, Poozle, right. But then I was like, nope, keep it going, and so I start going back, down a healing potion to not fucking drown anyway, so get the wounded timer, get back onto shore, do my best choking
literally,
impression.
I think I had done, like, that she was dragging him, like,
yeah,
she was trying to come back for him.
Yeah.
Because she wasn't going to come back, but it was the fact that she did come back.
Yeah. So doing my best, choking, like, spitting up water and shit, knelt down, and he's like, I think he said, what are you? Or what was that?
Because she had pulled her hood down and she was like looking over him like, "Are you okay?"
Because she's totally fine and there's nothing wrong. So he's like, "What are you?"
Yeah. You know, she's got one purple eye that's like glimmering at him, and she's got these gills that are like peeking at him from just above her collar. And for the first time, he really gets a good look at her up and close because she's in his face trying to make sure he's okay.
Yep, in the daylight.
Yep. Squinting in the daylight, and you can see her like her serpent pupils like narrow in the light, and all the little clues that, you know, might have gone missed before because they were inside, or you know, she was just that good at hiding it
in shadows or whatever it may be. So she tells him. She doesn't say, "I am an aberrant," because that wouldn't be dramatic. It's like, yes, what you think is true is true. And I don't know what Osidia's reaction in the moment is in reaction to this, because Shaw basically just does what he always does, and he goes, "Okay." Like, all right, didn't expect that. That's not something that I thought was going to happen, but...
It was a really good reveal. It was so dramatic. It was so good.
Yeah, just...
That's one of those moments.
He's overcome with all sorts of emotions happening all at once. Like, he's almost drowned. He's almost died.
Yes.
For a ridiculous reason in his mind, but then it all comes clear. That question's
still lingering in his head. You know, like, was that going to be worth it? If I had died just then, would that have been worth that?
Yep. Why did I do that? But it's because he, for a moment, and this never happens to him, is he panicked. And when you panic, when you are desperate, you do irrational things. And the reason, because this is, you know, the reveal stream, why would he say that? Why would he say, "Don't leave me"? Dreamy, the player, knows. Osidia, the character, knows. At the time, maybe it wasn't clear, but the implication is certainly there. It's because he finally found someone who gets him. Someone who believes that strongly in, I do what I want. I live my life by my rules. No one's gonna tie me down or be in control of me. Someone who can meet him on his level, rather than just "how's the weather?" Is like, when I ask you a question, you actually answer the question, or at least you say something that furthers conversation. Unlike everyone back in Gildemere.
You had said to me one time or another, something along the lines of, you know, one of the first times that you really grilled into me like that with the questions, I had stopped speaking.
Yeah.
And it took you a moment to realize, oh, she's not confused. She's thinking about it. She's actually taking the time to think about that.
I could feel the gears in your head turning, because there are a couple of clues. One, instinct. But also, because there's always that risk, right? When you're RPing, like, has your internet connection gone down? Did you accidentally mute yourself? Did your audio die? Whatever. But I asked a question and you went silent for about 1 second, and then for another 2 seconds, you had your mic open, but you weren't saying anything. And that was that moment where I was like, oh, she's actually thinking about what she's going to say. She's not just saying the first thing that comes to her head. She's actually thinking, what would Osidia say? And that's fucking role-playing. God damn it. You know, maybe you're playing a character who just says the first thing that comes to their head, but Osidia is not one of those characters. Osidia is she's a predator. She's a calculated, decisive person. And that's the reason why Shaw got along with her, because so is he. Hey, you don't say much. Yeah, have you ever thought about why that is? It's that phrase that I put in one of his earliest character lore where he's talking to, her name was Maya Penrose, was her name.
Maya. That was one of those questions that Osidia never asked. I
Yep.
needed to know that.
Yep. Where I've got it in there, and she's like, "You don't say much," and he's like, "Nope." She's like, "Fuck, all right." And he says,
All right.
and the response to people saying like, "Why don't you talk much?" is always, "Everyone else seems to do plenty of it." And in that lore, I wrote like, he's socially conscious enough that he's like, okay, that was a dick way to say that. I could have been less of a dick by saying that to you. I realized that I shouldn't really be saying that. Look, okay, let's talk about this. So then they, I don't know, they get closer.
That was sort of a backtrack in the story. Because we jumped ahead to Echo and then jumped backwards.
Yeah.
There was, her trying to take care of him, and they're spending more time together.
Mm-hmm.
The problem at the time, at least it wasn't a problem at the time, but like it would become a problem later. She had told him this is temporary, and he was like, "That's fine,
Yep.
because I am into Mora." And she was like, "That's awesome.
Yeah.
When you're done with this, you let me know, and you can go have Mora. I think that's a great idea because I don't want you forever, and I think that would be a great forever for you." And that was how it was going to be. So then, he's laying in bed. He's huffing and breathing and dying, and he musters out the words "where," and Osidia, who has spent all this time with him and he's in bed panting because he's dying, Armory. He's literally dying.
It's when the forge
Not
exploded.
like that.
So, like, all right,
He's dying.
Rewind again. So
Backtrack to the explosion.
So he goes into the Mistlands and he's just vibing. By this point, I've opened a ticket with Essa. And I've been like, hey, I want to do some Aberrant stuff. Or something. Yes, I'm very sure. Where it's against the rules to do that in-game. What the fuck? Are you a Triceratops? Are you serious? And so I'd open this ticket, and I'm just running around the Mistlands, and I hear the birds, and I see the smoke, and I turn, and I'm sitting here going, yay, and Shaw's going, oh, okay, I'm getting visited by someone strange. And we have a fairly long conversation about, Echo's sort of probing to see what he thinks about aberrants and experiments, and she's basically like, do you know who I am? And he's like, I've got a pretty good idea who you are. And they start having sort of like a philosophical discussion about ITER. And he makes it very clear where he's like, ITER is a tool just like any tool that I make. That's obvious to me. I don't know why it's not obvious to everyone, but it's obvious to me. And he convinces her, because it's true, that he's cautious, but he is curious. Later on, he said to Osidia, I think I was always going to take ITER. Echo just sped up the process. And she talks to him about these are all the things that you can do with ITER, demonstrates a few things, and she's like, if you want to go down this path, here, and just like hands over the frost stuff, some of the mage caps, and she's like, try it out. And he tries it a little bit, and he's like, okay. And River tracks Shaw down, and Shaw I think is like, you don't have to hide, it's fine, it's safe, which of course it's not, but he's like, look, if she hasn't killed me yet, that was his big calling her bluff. Like, if you wanted to kill me, you would have killed me. But I've held your attention long enough, which means that you're not going to kill me yet. So let's see how deep this rabbit hole goes. And so we run around the Mistlands, shooty bang bang, magic. Osidia warns him to saturate, which basically I took literally, where whenever I took ITER food, I would have 1 ITER food and 2 non-ITER foods in my food slots. But over time, narratively, I'm like, he wants to see how far he can push it. He pushes his limits slowly. I think in game it took 8 months, maybe 9 months,
Which is, exactly the route that all the other aberrants went down. And she's like, "Listen, I watched all 6 of my family members go, how far shit, and it never ends well."
Yep. And what he basically did was he would continue eating that ratio of food, but he did it for an extended period of time. Rather than taking those portions of food, going out, and then once it runs its course, comes home again, he's just like, all right, round 2. Because his whole shtick is about...
That sounds familiar.
Exactly. His whole shtick is about stamina, endurance, carrying on. So he's like, let's see how far we can really push this. Comes home and he's got like ice crystals growing out of him because of the interaction with the Ida. Then eventually Echo pays him a visit, just him at the hall, and he's like, every time she showed up, he would always say, "What do you want?" Because he's going to stand his ground. It's his territory as far as he's concerned, so he doesn't push it any further than that, but he's like, "What do you want?" She's like, "I'm come to see how you're doing," and he's like, "I'm doing pretty well." "Okay, well, I've got something for you." Talks about a weapon that she'd been building, and he was like, "Can I see it?" And she said, I love this line, she's like, "If you saw it, it would wipe out this hall." And that's what told him, oh, if I were to be showing this, it would be it in action targeting me. Okay, fair enough. So, yeah, I won't ask any more about that. That's fine. I have a survival instinct. She gives him a fire staff.
Keep your secrets then.
Yeah. Keep your secrets all the way over there where I can't see them. So she gives him a fire staff, and he's like, in his way, he sees this is pretty dope. This is pretty cool. Thanks very much. And I think that is when she said, "I'm pretty sure Havenholme is about to be attacked, if it hasn't already." And also, have you seen my man? I think he'd said, he'd asked, "Is that your house along the eastern coast?" And she's like, "Yeah." And she goes, "Why don't you take a look in the attic?" And he's like, it's locked." She says, "Not anymore, it's not." So that's when he's like, "Oh, okay." And that's when I go in there. And what was supposed to happen, as I found out the other day from Essa, what was supposed to happen was, this is within like a 30-minute window. I'm supposed to go in, and I explore the lab. Yeah, it sucks that it didn't go down. But now that I'm thinking about it, I wonder if someone didn't go in there, but the skeleton was killed by one of the hostile mobs. Because in the lab, I remember there were like secrets and stuff. So I wonder if the skeleton got killed. Because I killed the secrets that were in the lab. So there was there's Echo's lab, there's the Frost Vault, the prison for Elaine, and the Void Lab. As it turns out, in the Void Lab, there was supposed to be a skeleton walking around named Maya.
Oh.
And that was gonna be, originally my story support was, "Hey, what happened to Maya? Do you guys want to fuck with me?" And I think at the time, Withers was like, "I would do this, but it doesn't really fit." And Essa was like, "It'll be a lot separate. It'll be a lot further in to the season, but yeah, I could do it at mine." So I was like, "Okay, cool." It was separate from the hostiles. In that case, I have no frigging clue what happened. I don't know, maybe it glitched and despawned or something.
We'll never know.
We'll never know. But yeah, unfortunately it wasn't there. But arguably, it gave me something a little bit more interesting to force Shaw to work through it. His feelings about Maya, because she had been back in Gildemere, she was the only one who got him, who understood who he was and what sort of person he was, and didn't persecute him for it. So, yeah, Jesus. So he's taking this food. Fast forward now to him in his forge. He gets back from having, and in the preceding days, he'd been berated by Osidia, where she's like, you are going too hard. And he's like, yeah, I know, but I'm not going to be able to, like, control this or figure out how it works properly unless I just do it. There's nothing to it but to do it. Being too, perhaps, arrogant. To be like, well, eventually you're going to have to drink the Iter. The food isn't enough. It's just not good enough. So he gets home. I mean, you can see in the lore. Anyone can go read it. But I know not everyone likes to read long diatribes about a character who isn't theirs. I get it. I'm very similar. It takes, I have to have actually a connection with a character to care enough to read their stuff. Why does anyone read anything? And he makes his way in, and he's sweating. There's fire, there's ice. He's too hot, he's too cold. His heart's pounding. One of the things that I gave him with the Iter is that his transformation was an internal one, not an external one. It's why I didn't just make him the Stag Aberrant. I was like, no, I think I can do better. I think I can do better for myself than wearing a costume. It worked for everyone else because it worked really well for the character. I'm like, it's not an external transformation that he's going through. He needs to change as like a conscious being. And so what I did was I gave him kind of like alien traits, a triple heartbeat. It's not that he has 2 hearts or 1.5 heart. His heart beats bop-a-bom, 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 because it needs to pump the blood around his body. And what happened was with the Iter food, the engine that he had was too powerful for the chassis. So the chassis broke down. And
What's a chassis? What are you saying?
Like the skeleton of a car.
Ah.
Yeah.
Like, what fucking New Zealand word is this?
It's a real word. Get out of here.
No.
So his body is undergoing an elemental reaction and explodes. Explodes the top floor of his forge. I destroyed a bunch of windows. I threw a bunch of shit all over the ground. I didn't.
Hey, Dreamy, you can decorate this room. I spend hours decorating this room, and the very next day I log in.
It wasn't the next day. It was like 3 days later.
I hate you. I had just finished it. I had literally just finished.
And, well, the thing is, I didn't know that I was going to do that. It just came to me, and I was like, I think this is going to happen.
Yeah, shut up, you jerk.
And so, it was worth it.
I had to fix it all, too.
You did. Well, you didn't have to,
because it made sense for my character.
Yes,
it made sense.
It's what my character would do. And so, Osidia comes over, Mora comes over in her Sweet One persona, but she switches back pretty quickly into just herself.
Oh my gosh. The bit that got me so hard is, that's at the point where Osidia is starting to realize that, they're cut from the same cloth, and she's like, I might actually be sad when I have to go away someday. I kind of want this for a little longer. And, she smells Laura on him, and she's like, well, that's what he wants. And I agreed to it, and I'm totally okay with letting him go. And he's like, blundering, and they're trying to take care of him. And she's got her hands on his chest, and she's trying to take care of him, and she's wiping his brow and making sure he's not injured, and he barely gets out the words "where," and Osidia goes, "Don't worry, Mora's right here."
Yep. Oh,
and then
so good. You knew exactly what he was saying.
She slowly retracts her hands from him.
Yep.
And Mora puts her hands instead.
Mm-hmm.
And Osidia just sort of quietly fades into the background. And she's
Masterclass.
Just bittersweet acceptance.
One word, and you as the player knew exactly what oh my god, so good. So good.
Osidia feeds him the Iter, and she's like, don't worry.
Yep.
Mora's here. And then she backs away.
Yep.
Because it was not her time. She did this for Echo.
Yeah. So that was one of the things. I had messages that sent at exactly the same time to both Dreamy and Mira, where I was like, what's about to happen is totally consensual. Give him the Iter. One of you give him the Iter, figure it out amongst yourselves. Because I was like, all right, it's time. This is this is when it needs to happen. So it happens. Echo shows up. I imagine Essa was invisible and nearby and watching what was happening, and then was like, okay, now I appear. Because I think I had put in the ticket, I was like, hey, I'm about to do this. And I imagine that in Osidia's ticket, that you also put in, hey, by the way, I've just done this.
I actually would wait for her to come to me to report that I had done so.
Oh, I thought that...
It was very in character.
I see, yep.
But no. If it was something regarding my character and what I was doing, I would say, this is what is happening to my character. But if it was I was doing it to someone else, I would say, okay, I'm giving you this. You need to go make a ticket with the admin and talk about what happens next.
I see.
Just because I fucking handed you a potion means jack diddly squat. You gotta go coordinate with the admin.
Right. But yeah, so I threw it into my ticket, and I was like, he has now just right now, 3 seconds ago, consumed Liquid Iter. And then, blah, there she is. Like, as soon as I hit enter, so I have a feeling that she was watching. Only Essa can say for sure, though. And then the family shows up, and it all is revealed that Osidia kneels...
Put on fucking display.
Oh, yep, Osidia kneels to Echo, gets all subby from kissy forehead. The rest of them show up, and it is revealed that Osidia was basically planning all of this. That this was the plan all along. And that was a moment from me where I was like, okay, I need to figure out what Shaw actually thinks right now about this. Is he angry at Osidia? Is he angry at Echo? Is he angry at himself? And in the end, I settled on that phrase. I think he was always going to drink the Iter. I think he was always going to. He just got a head start. And that's what he sort of settled on, like, okay. Because the kind of person he is, he rolls with the punches. Because what good is it to fight against an inexorable tide? So, yeah, they get closer. I think they'd been together a number of times prior to that. But now they get a little bit further, I don't know, like, because they're both now aberrant, he starts undergoing more accelerated changes. He starts learning more about what the family had done.
He gets his invitation to the family pretty soon after that.
Yes. And it was kind of cool because I think you sent me a DM and you said, you don't know this, and Shaw doesn't know this, but you are one vote away from being inducted and being accepted into the family. I was like, that's fucking cool.
Mm-hmm.
So
the family was so awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. There was the next scene, and I think probably still one of the best scenes that they have had. I the reveal, and then the scene where she revealed what actually she felt was their neck and neck.
Oh my god!
Oh my gosh, they're so neck and neck.
Oh my god, that line that you used. Oh fucking hell! It pulls at the heartstrings.
So a lot of Osidia, like I've said hundreds of times over the past couple hours, her priority was freedom. If she had her family and she had Echo, but above all things, she would have put her own freedom, and that swimming away into the sunset and never returning to the land. That was what she wanted.
Mm-hmm.
So having a human partner or a partner that needed to stay on the land, or even a partner at all, something that would tie her down, would have been awful. It was not what she wanted.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason she wanted all that was she just wanted to forget. She wanted to forget all of it, and she didn't want to lose. She didn't want to love somebody who she could lose. And she was prepared to lose her family and let them go, but she didn't want to fall in like romantic love, because what if that person dies? What if she loses them? What if like Ronan, they run away and they never come back? So it was a lot for her to try and understand, why do I feel like I want to stay here? Why do I care so much? It doesn't matter. I told myself it didn't matter, and I've done this 8, 9, 10, 11 times. Why does it suddenly matter? And there was this bit that I was doing for a while where Osidia had the eye with the scar was purple, and then her other eye was blue. She had 2 blue eyes before she started taking the eye tier. And then once she started taking it, she had the one blue and the one purple. And a lot of it was, repressing what humanity and emotion was left of her. And there was a breaking point where that all came out. And I don't remember what led to it all coming out. It was something big. What happened right before that made her break? I don't remember.
Oh, it was the imprisonment.
Mm.
It was being imprisoned.
And I went to jail for a while.
Yeah.
I went to jail for a while.
For in-game 1 month,
I attacked
believe.
Roland. Yeah. It was a whole thing. I could talk about it, but it's really boring because I had hoped that what they would do would, like, torture me or make me do labor or interrogate me or something, but they sat me in a cell and talked to me for 20 minutes and then left me in there. I stayed in game and stared at the wall and played on my phone for like 6 hours waiting for someone to walk by and talk to me. It was really boring.
She did. I hopped into voice chat and we just hung out, and she was like, yeah, I'm just in game right now and nothing's happening. They've just left me here.
That's crazy. Don't tell SI I do that.
Well, what else was fucking happening? They were literally gone. There was no one there.
All. I did end up leaving and going to play Roblox after a little bit, but
yeah.
Cass did come to visit me in jail. It was wonderful, and I appreciated it.
Is that when Bron face planted off the roof?
Plan, I had actually messaged Essa in our ticket, and I was like, if you want, you can come visit me in jail, because these guys are not doing much with me.
Yeah. I had to go to sleep. Yeah.
I know. I'm sorry. I know.
I love 8 shit jumping from the balcony. Oh, fuck.
Oh my gosh, I wish I had a recording.
That's one of the funniest things I've heard.
Yes, he did. He did see them take me away.
Brutal. So,
I think, was Armory the one that delivered the news to Fellhaven, or?
Oh, he might have been. He gets around.
Might have been.
I'll be right back. Continue chatting.
There were a couple people, like, in the Aberrants Anonymous Guild that said, like, hey, I want to be there. Can I be there? And I was like, okay, yes and no. You can watch, but I don't want you to interfere. If you want to RP it as your character is too scared to interact, that's fine. Or if you want to RP it as if you were never there and you're just like a fly on the wall, that's fine too, but don't interfere. Oh my god. Cass was so funny. Yeah, Cass was sat above me, like, on the grates. And, it started raining. And so the watermarks from being wet started falling into the cell, and that was the only reason he knew you were there, I swear. Heard on whoever Genesis is. Who could have a name like that? You guys never met the secret 4th aberrant ham slab. Yes, the list is still open for more people to be put on.
Oh, what didn't Armory have a clue about?
Who Genesis was.
Ah, right. Is the list still open? Which list?
For the list of names of people you're interviewing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, as many names can go on it as will people want to come on. So where were we? Yes, imprisonment.
Imprisonment, it sucked.
Yep.
Osidia gets out of prison. The reason that the prison bit was such a big deal for her was because she's being imprisoned by men.
Yeah.
This is a big deal. She doesn't want to bow to any king. She wants to bow only to the ocean and maybe Mommy Echo. It is a good feeling to babble about characters. I've literally been babbling for hours.
We are going to have to stop. It's nearly midnight.
Heard. Well, let me rush this along then. So essentially, she gets out of jail, and I was doing a lot of rolls to see how much she was going to tell him, because at that point it was like I just escaped, jail, being imprisoned by men, and tried being forced to bow to this king, which is like her worst nightmare. And she gets out of this, and she's like, what does she do? The first person that she saw was Vile. Vile, he makes sure she's okay, and then he had to do whatever he had to do. So we go to the Haven, and I saw Kaliel, and Kaliel was like, how was prison? And Osidia was like, it sucked. And he was like, okay, great, lay with me. And she was like, okay. So they did that, and then she goes to Ollie, and Ollie's like, are you okay? And Ollie, and she's like, yeah, I mean, I'm okay. I've been worse, but I'm all right. And Ollie's like, okay, come lay with me. And she's like, okay. And then she goes to Shaw, and Shaw's like, it wasn't just, are you okay? It was not surface level. It never is with Shaw, but he had asked something really deep and really meaningful about how her time was there, and if they took care of her, and Roland and all that, and something in her just broke, and that remaining feelings and humanity came out, because I had rolled really poorly on my roll 20, and he had this moment where her purple eye turned blue again, and her scar got just a little smaller, and for a moment she was no longer Alias River, she was just Osidia.
Yeah.
And he had said something like,
he was talking.
He had asked.
She was talking about how she didn't say that she was scared, but it was based on the screenshot that I've got. It was to do with I've taken the ITER so that I don't have to remember, so that I can leave it behind me, so that I can move forward. All I want is my freedom, and the screenshot I've got is that Shaw says the ITER opens us, who says there isn't more than what we wanted from it from the start. No one is ever just one thing. We want one thing today, another tomorrow.
I want you to know that line was the turning point where you unlocked the possibility to have the good ending. Because you were introducing the concept to her that it was okay to want my freedom and this.
Yeah, you can find the middle way.
Mm-hmm. And if you had said it any other way, you would have gotten River back a lot sooner.
So instead, still got River back because
so precarious.
Because we got
because you fucked it up.
Still fucked it up. Still misstepped, but he learned for next time, which is what he does. That's not a defeat. That's him learning. And she said, "You're one of the very few reasons I want to run away." Yeah, so brave, so wise.
He said, "Why would you run? Why would you run because of me?" And she said, "Because if you were lost, I would have to escape this world to get away from the emptiness that you left me."
Yep.
And it was in that moment that it was like, oh, she likes me a lot.
Yeah.
Actually, she might be in love with me.
Yep. And there's still he doesn't know what to do with this information. No one has ever said anything like that to him before. Him and Maya had a deep connection, but it wasn't this.
Right. There was no I love you or I would miss you too much. It was poetic and just raw and really this is Osidia and you are seeing it now and you might never see it again.
Yeah.
So here's all of it.
Yep.
And for the first time, he didn't have anything clever.
He didn't have
anything. Nothing. Blank.
Yeah. And so what he says is not necessarily the wrong thing. It just sort of cut short what could have been more. Where he's just like, oh, River. Because he's used to that. At that point in time, she was always going by River. So his gamble in that moment was comfort might be what she needs, and she's comfortable as River, so let's try that. Of course, the misstep is, shit, it's like
Reminded her what she is.
Correct. It was like a slingshot and pinged her back. However, and I remember afterwards, like, I almost immediately sent you a DM, and I was like, fuck, no, rewind. There is no rewinding, that's not how this works. So...
No, it was perfect, though, because
Yep.
it was one of those moments that I think deserved to catch him off guard.
Yes, absolutely. The fact that he made a misstep made the most sense in that regard, because he didn't know what to do. He didn't know what to do with this information. He didn't know what to say, what to do, what to respond with, what to do next. And then I know that, like, when River came back, she was like, "Why are you looking at me like that?" And he's just like, "Don't worry about it.
You have no idea.
Like,
There's nothing I can say to you right now."
that's right. It's the moment's gone. And if I try to claw it back, it'll make it worse. So, what is... There are 3 things that are true about Shaw. Is that he's precise, restrained, and patient. So, he employed the latter. Alright, I'll wait. I'll just keep going. I'm sure it'll happen again. And there's a little bit of ego there that, you know, the subtext is, because I'm that good. Because I've done it once, it means that I can do it again.
Because if she meant what she said just then, it will come back.
That's right. Yep. So, yeah, that was... I mean, that line, because if you were lost, I would have to abandon this world to escape the emptiness you left me. Man, that punched me right in the chest.
I sat there typing and untyping it and retyping it to make it perfect for like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
I was like, this needs to be perfect.
Yeah. One of the lines I like most from myself, if we can be indulgent, is when River said to him, "If I went free, would it destroy you?" He says, "I'd be a liar if I told you anything different. I'd be a liar if I said it would destroy me. It would break my heart." And this was a lot later. This was like a week and a half before End. Where at that stage, he had told her, in that moment, in that sudden reactive moment, which I also love that interaction because of how taken aback he was. When I don't remember exactly what the scene was. It was just like hanging out at the forge, and they were talking about, like, they were getting deeper into that much more like emotional connection again. And she was like, "Is there anything else?" And like, not a second goes by, and he just says, "I love you." And I remember telling you afterwards that several things happened in that, like, split second in my brain.
Synapses were firing.
Oh my god. And that's why at one stage, I think it was that... No, I think it was a different day. I think it was the day when we were sitting on top of Vile's place, where I was like, this is actually very mentally taxing.
Yes.
I'm having to burn through so much mental energy to not try and make, like, the right decision, because this isn't a fucking video game. We're not going through dialogue trees here. But, like, just the amount of thought that I had to put into the character as to what to say, not just what to say, when to say it. Because, again, it's that, like, precision. That's how Shaw acts. He doesn't just say shit. Unless he means it.
And that gets so hard late season.
Aren't we that? we are playing a video game. I get that, but in terms of role playing, I'm like, nah, man, treat them like a real person. Imagine people complexly.
I think definitely in that scene, the 2 things she needed to know were, was it going to break him when she left? Because at that point they had established, like, a little while longer, and okay, he's not going to pursue Mora, and okay, she's sort of stopped pursuing everybody else, so now we're just here together, waiting for somebody to make a move. What's going to be next? Who's going to cave first and confess that, you know, we don't want this to go away. And she needed to know, would he be broken without her? Because at that point it was like, well, she has seduced and killed, and is this just another victim? Is he just drawn to, the serpent, and is there more to it? Or has he just been completely seduced? And, how much would it break him, and why? And would he go on? Would she destroy him? Because if she would destroy him, then she wouldn't have left. She didn't want him destroyed.
Which would have been the bad ending. Well, one of the bad endings.
There's a million bad endings there.
Yep.
And that was, when we finally picked the date for Osidia to swim free into the ocean, and we all gathered. It was several people that said they wanted to be there. Baragon, Roland, Mora, a whole bunch of people were like, yeah, I'll be there. And then they didn't show up, or they forgot, or they were busy, or whatever. Whatever the case. But I think it was good that it was just Ollie, Vile, and Shaw, because those were the three that Osidia was doing it for. Those were the three that made Osidia think, if I was going to come back to visit someone, it would be these people.
Mm-hmm.
And, for those of you who didn't go to the event because it wasn't your story or whatever, basically, Osidia did what she said she would always do. She was going to, Ollie and Vile had procured, not a cure, but something that would stop the addiction, so that, you could go for way longer without taking your eye tear. You wouldn't need to take it as much.
A stabilizing agent.
Right. But Osidia said, I don't want this. Echo was there in her own way. I don't know if you spawned those on purpose, but we saw them and it was like,
Yep.
Literally broke my heart. We literally saw the ravens on the dock and I was like, stop it, are those ravens on the... Oh, it's so perfect. You did stop it! I noticed.
Yep, we saw. We've even got a screenshot of Ollie saying, I think Mother is sending you off.
Yeah, I do have a screenshot of it. Oh, Mommy Echo really was there. Oh.
She transcended life, she said it herself. Transcended Iter.
I could cry. Essa, stop it. I could cry.
For
a minute, I was like, maybe I'm just imagining it. Maybe the birds just spawned.
There are 100. Well, the first thing that I did was when Ollie pointed out, I immediately hit F2 to see if Echo was online, and she was, and I was like, yeah, that was you.
Stop. Well, I'm gonna cry. Oh, I'm so glad.
So,
well,
it was Osidia's send off. She was
going to jump into the ocean and just become a serpent, or the closest thing to a serpent that she could become, and be wild and free, bow to no one other than the ocean and power and freedom, which is everything that Echo stood for and everything that Echo inspired in her to be able to grow and to take when she felt like there was no other purpose. Reminded her of what her purpose was. Hours too long. We could continue this after the stream ends in our DMs, and we would just talk for hours.
We already have many times.
It was just tasteful enough.
About 3.5 hours, yes, because we had Roland on for about 2 hours. So fuck, man, Jesus. So there was a poem that Osidia, that Dreamy wrote. The last one that she wrote. Go and look at Shaw's character lore post, because Dreamy posted it there, as well as all of the other ones that she wrote for him.
It was like a series of poems, and if you read them, they're basically like, he doesn't know what I am, and now I've showed him, and I can tell he's curious, and he probably is going to do it too, so I'm going to keep messing with him for a little longer, and then it slowly progresses into, this is great. Actually, this is better than normal. It's going to be really sad one day when I leave, because I'll have to leave him. Actually, it's going to be really sad when I leave someday and I have to leave him. Actually, I might want to stay here forever. Actually, I love you. And then the last one is like a tribute to Vile, Ollie, and Shaw. And the very last stanza it was literally a cue for Zrin, that Osidia, she said she was going to leave forever and maybe visit once every couple months. But what actually happens off camera, not off camera, this is still in game. I went to the house and I sat under the dock and I waited for him to come home, and he came home, and Osidia sang a song for him, and he thought maybe he was imagining it at first, and then
or just could hear her like echoing.
Could hear her song. And the siren comes out from the water, and she's there, and they just hold each other. And basically, what happens off camera is Osidia will go and she just does her thing in the ocean, anywhere from 3 days to a whole week, but she's never gone for longer than a week. And she always comes home to Shaw, and they stay happy and in love. And he is the king of the forest, and she is the queen of the sea. And she comes to see him and visit, and all the time. Is the secret good ending. She's allowed to want freedom and power. And maybe this guy too.
She gets both. And that was the challenge. Which I didn't have to do that. I could have fucking tried to blunt force it, but it was the thing that we talked about in GMs where I was like, he can find the middle way.
That was the 1% ending.
It was, and I gotta tell you, we haven't covered like 90% of the conversations that Osidia and Shaw had.
Oh yeah.
That led.
We don't have time.
That we don't have time, and also I just don't remember them. And there's no way. There's no way that we could put into words the impact of them, even if we did have like a transcript of everything, because it's the amount of mental energy that both of us put into this. Oh my god.
Oh gosh. You put as much into it as possible, and then you take the spark notes, and then you spark notes the spark notes, and you hold on to that, and then you just run because the season's ending and we gotta go.
I've never worked so hard for roleplay.
It was literally that night that we were sitting on Cass's house where it was those two questions. It was, can he let go of me?
Yep. And
if he lets go of me, what happens?
Is he gonna be okay?
Those were your 1%. That's what earned you your 1%.
Yeah.
Because
needs to know that
else,
he's gonna be able to continue on as a regular person. You're gonna be sad for a while, because that was the thing about how he's like, yeah, I'm gonna be heartbroken, but I knew what this was from the beginning. Maybe it could be different, but I can't make that decision.
And if he had said, like, no, I can't let you go, she would have either tried to kill him, and not out of anger either, just so that she
like
didn't
mercy.
have to lose.
Yeah.
Right. Let me be the one to kill you, so that I never have to think you are out there suffering without me.
Yeah. And
let me take you.
And man, he was so close, because there was that line where he was like, maybe I can be selfish just this once. Maybe I can finally be selfish. And I was teetering on that edge for like 10 minutes, I think, at one point went by, and you were like, poke, poke, are you still there?
Because it was like, I know he's a thinker, but it's been a minute.
It's been a lot. That's way longer than usual. And I was sitting here like, would he try to assert himself? Or would he stick to his guns? And I'm like, nah, man. He doesn't go back on his word. He told her that he would let her go. And he told her that he would be okay.
The other thing, too, if she had not tried to kill him, if he had said, like, yes, I can let you go, but it would destroy me, and there would be nothing left for me, she would have stayed. That would have been also a bad ending, because you are depriving this creature of everything she's worked for, everything she's wanted, everything she's done. Her whole entire life has led up to this moment and this one thing that she wants and deserves.
Yep.
And you would be taking it from her because she couldn't do that to you.
And it would never be the same.
Or there would have been the good ending where he says, yes, I can let you go. And, I think a lot of the previous relationship played into that too, where it's like, if he could have let her go and been okay, she could have left and then not come back. She could have done it.
Yep.
There was still a possibility for that. But the 1% ending where, you know, she was gone for 2 days and then she shows up right back in his arms.
Yep.
And then she's there, you know,
'Cause I
3
think,
times a week. She can't leave him.
I think when he sang her song, and I don't know what I said. I think I said I miss you, and it was just like a very like into the wind. Like there's no way for him to know that how proximity voice chat works, and that there's a player sitting beneath that dock. As far as he knows, he's just hearing an echo. And so he's just like, I miss you. Just that. And then she steps out and says, well, it's a good thing that I miss you too. And it's like, oh, Jesus. Yeah. Oh, it works. Because there was that like catharsis of actually in as me. I was like, oh, I did it. Oh,
You
holy
did it.
fuck. I can't believe it
Because
worked.
Until I popped out, maybe it was just like a fun little Easter egg.
That's
like maybe
right.
It was just a cute little send-off.
Because there was nothing stopping you from doing that and then hitting log out. There was nothing until I saw you. I was like, it's not real yet. It's not real. Even though I'd read that poem, I was like, still not real. Still not real until I see you standing.
The poem was your little nod.
Yeah.
Go back home. See what's there.
Yeah.
I think the only thing that I think the only thing we skipped was the first time that, you know, she said that she loved him too.
Yeah.
And I had done that very clearly, made sure it was going to catch him off guard.
It was very cool. So him saying I love you, we'll go over this because I think it's one of those things that, like, I don't know, maybe it'll be useful to someone. So when I say like several things happened, it's that in that moment there was just this instinct where I thought, if I take too long to answer, first off, what is the answer? It
doesn't have that impact.
It doesn't have that impact. It feels like an afterthought. Like, oh yeah, give me a second. Oh yeah, I guess I love you. That's what it would sound like. And then if you stumble, then you look ridiculous and it doesn't feel very authentic. And then there was my brain going, you need to answer right fucking now. You need to just say it. And
that instinct was there.
All of those things happened within less than a split second. Like, again, all the neurons were firing and it just came out. And I remember...
You said it so quickly, too.
You said in DMs afterwards, you were like, I am awestruck at how quickly that came out.
Because it felt so, like, it was the right thing to say.
Yep. Yep. And it was great because there was like a little, whoop, from Osidia where she was like, what did you say? And he just says it again. Easily, with like a little bit more force, and like, yep, this is true. And then
I'm serious, I mean it.
Yeah, and when she says it to him, we'd just blown up the forge again, as we do. Stylist and I.
And she was not happy about that.
No, she was not.
Not hurt yourself.
He was a bit concussed, I think. There was a lot going on
because he was acting weird after.
He was acting extremely weird. And before. And he goes upstairs, like, yeah, like, I'll try on this, this new armor. And she's just like, you're lucky I love you. And the thing is, you said it in voice, which I think was better than typing it. I think it was better.
It had to be.
Because it meant that first, it feels more real. And second, it's not up to someone looking through the chat log and going, oh, hey, look at that. It's up to, were they listening? Were they using their real physical ears and hearing that? And I don't know if they were. I don't know if they were paying attention, because none of them commented on it or reacted in any way.
But to be fair, they might have thought, oh, their relationship's probably at that point where they say each other all the time, especially because of how casually she said it.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely caught him off guard. Because that was when, that
was the goal.
After that night that he'd said it to her, you said to me, I wonder, like, what scenario would she say to him? And I just said, probably in front of other people. And you send back into...
people, that's exactly what I was
You send back into all caps, get out of my brain! Oh my god. Anyway. Is there anything else you want to cover?
Hours worth of content.
Hours worth.
That's the Spark Notes with love.
I've never heard the term Spark Notes.
It's like a website you can go to, and it will tell you like the summary of a book and important details you need to know.
Well,
it's helpful if you needed to read a book for English class and you didn't and you got a test.
But I'd say those are the high points, the low points, the core points.
That was Osidia. That was River.
That was her. What do we do now? Man, it's...
Get ready for next season.
Get ready for next season. I'm so sad it's over, man. I should have just thrown myself in earlier. But on that note, what would you tell yourself earlier in the season? Knowing what you know now, is there anything that you'd like do drastically different?
Don't hang on to Steven and think that he's going to come back, because he is not.
I feel like that is a core lesson.
Common theme there.
Like a common theme for me, for you, for a bunch of things. Like, if something isn't working...
If it's not working, don't hang on.
Yep, let it go. I mean, shit, Morgan was talking about the pipe stuff, where they threw out a storyline to do with the pipes.
Mm-hmm.
Come to Mama Echo sooner, true. Nevis999, which character were you this season? I do not recognize your name, because then you can just go on the list. Ah, Elisa. Ah, oh yeah, we gotta get Madam Eisenfeld on here. Yeah, so you'll see we've got a bit of a list now. We can clear off Osidia, but it's not necessarily in any typical order. Oh, did I get it run the wrong way? Who am I thinking of? Oh, Alia. Sorry. Look, I didn't interact with people, okay? I barely got... I get mixed up between these frigging nobles. They're all the same.
I'm so sad about Echo. I loved her so much, and I wish we had just a little more time, but the ravens at the end were perfect.
Oh, yes. Gorgeous.
I recognized her right away. I was like, maybe it's just the birds are landing there, but in my heart, I was like, I think it's Mommy Raven saying goodbye.
Yeah. Just a couple of days too early. I love that. But yes, we've got all these people. We're going to talk to Mora and Ungold together, because they were like integral to each other during the entire season, or most of the season.
I wish I'd talked more about, Vile and Osidia. They had a very special bond, but...
If it wasn't midnight, I would
I
keep
get
going.
it, totally.
Oh, because I have to go back to work in 2 days, which makes me very sad.
If you're going to interview Cass, then he can talk about it.
Okay, yeah. Won't be till I'm back at that. That's fine. I was talking to everyone I keep talking to. For as long as people want to come on, I'll just keep doing this. Doesn't bother me in the slightest. With information out of spite.
Do you have any other questions for me?
Oh,
I will answer as quickly as possible.
I would say admin appreciation ? But it's probably Echo.
Nitwit and Essa.
Nitwit and Essa. There we go.
Appreciation post about it. Go
there you
look
go.
at it.
Go look. Yeah, no, we've covered basically everything.
Oh, and Pyre. Pyre was also awesome.
Pyre, okay, which was Becky.
She did a really good job of her character just being fire. She was volatile.
Pyre
and
was
hot
good.
And quick and yes.
Yeah, Pyre was cool.
But yeah, Nitwit and Echo impacted my story hugely.
Otherwise, the last question, of course, that I ask everybody. What is something that no one ever asks you, but you wish they did?
Why are you lying?
Why are you lying? Ah, of course. They should have asked
Why
Osidia that
don't
much
you just-
earlier.
Why are you lying? What are you hiding?
Mm-hmm.
Who are you? Who were you? Wish someone had asked me that sooner.
And not with a month and a half left season.
Right.
Well.
Yeah. Put Vial on there and put Echo on there.
Oh yeah. We gotta get yes in. Yeah. I think I want to kick off the next one with another staff interview, if possible. Morgan really set the standard high. Holy moly. I loved... Go watch that. If you haven't watched it, go watch Morgan's interview. I loved talking to him and just letting him chat and talk and hear, like, behind-the-scenes stuff. It was really, really cool to hear from an admin perspective about all sorts of stuff. We talked about all sorts of stuff. Alright. Until next time, thank you so much, Dreamy, for coming on and doing this. This was...
Thank you for having me.
Oh, Jesus, what a ride. Both in this interview as well as just the past month and a half has been unfriggin' believable.
You just go yap in our DMs if we could just yap.
God, I need a cigarette after all of that.
Dude, I need a ice water.
go hug your Udi.
Odie's been in my lap this whole time.
Oh, lovely.
Hydrate like the mermaid I am.
Go get my story straight, yeah. Go get your story straight so we know, what an upstanding citizen Echo was. Hashtag Echo did nothing wrong. But until then,
Hashtag
everybody...
free Echo.
Yes, hashtag free Echo from the shitty JLRP. Until next time, thank you everyone for tuning in and all people who may power through this VOD. And don't forget the 2 rules. Imagine people complexly. Everyone on the road and on the street, the person who cut you off on the freeway, they are going through a bunch of shit that you don't know about. People online who are yelling and screaming. Do your best to cut them some slack. And the second rule, of course, is life is uncertain. Eat your dessert first.